Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1 Panel. Tianyu High School. Ziye yawned boredly, and a piece of chalk hit his forehead directly. Ah! Classmate yet, you fell asleep in the first class of your senior year of high school. It seems that you had to catch up on your homework very late last night. On the podium, there was a teacher who looked very sinister. Teacher Du, haven't you just started school? You didn't get used to it for a while. You won't get used to it next time. Well, let me reiterate here, you are now in your senior year of high school, and you are only 1 year away from making the most important decision in your life. The minimum admission limit for university admissions this year is the 5th weight of physical training. You must think clearly that the competition next year will only be more intense than this year. In order to ensure a good university, it must at least reach the 7th weight of physical training. Ziye looked at Teacher Du on the podium and began to speak at length again. But his mind was no longer here. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualifications, top grade mortal class. Realm, 5th level of body refining. Equipment, a set of low-level school uniforms, low-grade mortal, and a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal. Kung Fu, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, mid-level mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-level mortal level, and the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-level spiritual level. Skills, none. After traveling through 17 years, the welfare has finally arrived? Ziye thought about the function of this panel. He has always hidden a secret in his heart. He came from time to time. And as soon as you travel through time, you will start at the entrance of the orphanage. Fortunately, this world has certain protections for newborns. Even an orphan can complete high school without paying a penny. Of course, college after that depends on his or her ability. Ever since he was 3 years old, he saw the director of his orphanage slap away a mad cow. He knew that the world he traveled through was definitely not an ordinary world. From his subsequent studies, he was able to understand the state of the world. To put it simply, the martial arts is prosperous. Respect the warrior and everything else must take a back seat. The realms of warriors are also divided into the 9th level of body refining, Qi and Blood realm, Unity realm, True martial arts realm, Heaven and Human realm, etc. Among them, the Qi and Blood realm is used as the dividing line. Most ordinary people in the world stay in the body refining realm throughout their lives. The 9th level of body refining is the limit for ordinary people. If you want to break through and achieve a class leap, it is simply as difficult as climbing to the sky. Ziye scanned the panel data from top to bottom. If you look at it this way, the upper grade qualifications of the ordinary level are basically the qualifications of the general public. It is true that I have a higher level of qualifications than most people. I am currently at the 5th level of physical training, and I still have a year to work hard. It will not be a problem to borrow all the resources to upgrade to the 2nd level. The equipment and techniques are nothing fancy. Apart from the ones given out for free, the low-grade spiritual book is a reward for the top 10 in the final exam of the 2nd year of high school. It's just a pity that it's not boxing. He prefers to use his fists instead of swords. I also spent a lot of savings to buy a standard long sword for this purpose. From the whole point of view, this is the only skill, and I still can't figure it out. Just as he was thinking about it, Ziye took another look and saw that the skills on the panel were blurry for a while, and then a few big characters appeared. Skill, breathing, 0/1 before entering the level. Ziye took a subconscious breath, and saw that the 0 in front turned into 1, and then the skill became blurry again. Skill, breathing, low-level mortal level 0/10. Is this an upgrade? My brain suddenly felt clear and my body felt refreshed. It's like being massaged all over the body, making you feel so comfortable that you can't help but want to scream. But this is a classroom. Looking at the teacher on the podium who is speaking with great enthusiasm, interrupting at this time is tantamount to asking for death. But if you don't interrupt, then death will be death. The back row is by the window, Wang's hometown. Moreover, he was sitting alone without a table mate. Plus they are on the first floor. These are all buff stacks. If you don't run, you won't be sorry for your position. On one side, hold your breath as much as possible to reduce the breathing frequency, and on the other side, gently open the window. Goodbye, teacher. The window was mostly open, and I was about to flip over it easily with one hand holding the window. But just after turning halfway, most of the body has passed. Crack! The back of my head was suddenly hit, and it still felt the same as before. This caused the originally light figure to fall to the ground like a rolling dog chewing mud. Teacher Du took out another piece of chalk and glanced at the half-open window. Little guy, you ran away while I was talking. It seems that there is still less homework assigned. When he comes back, the homework will be doubled today. He also knew about Yezi's situation, one of the top 3 in liberal arts in the school, and the 5th level of martial arts body training. At this level, no matter what, I will be able to get into a good university after this year. So their teacher will not care about anything anymore. Like skipping classes or something, I basically turned a blind eye. Some students with backgrounds even dropped out of school, even though their school was pretty good. But there are so many students, and the resources allocated to each person are pitiful. Anyone with some background will look down on it. It's just a pity that the current situation of Ziye is not to mention extra resources. Normally, I have to work part-time jobs to earn money, and the time to practice is much less than that of ordinary students. Otherwise, I would have to practice at least the 6th level of physical fitness now. Teacher Du shook his head helplessly and said to the many students in the audience, "Now everyone, prepare for the actual practice of this class. I am about to be beaten again at the 3rd level of body refining. It's actual combat again. Why does our class have actual combat every 2 days? Stop complaining. The other classes don't have enough space for actual battles, and they can't even make it. As a warrior, what else do you want to do if you don't fight?" The place suddenly became lively, but no one saw the slightly raised corners of Teacher Du's mouth. "You are already a senior in high school, and you still want to practice sparring? It seems that children nowadays are really a bit naive. And the senior year of high school this time is different from the past, but I don't know who can seize the opportunity." Ziye ran quickly, relying on his physical fitness to finally escape into the woods. Their high school is very big, after all, many practical exercises require quite a lot of space. Not to mention some small competitions and the like. Ah! After a loud roar, Ziye collapsed directly to the ground, gasping for air. On the way here, he had to hold back his breath in order to reduce his breathing. But even so, he still couldn't get here within 10 breaths. He could hardly bear it until the last stretch of the road. He was really lucky. I lay on the ground and rested for a few minutes, not only to regain my physical strength, but mainly because of the excitement of getting the golden finger. At this time, look at your own panel again. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualification, the best of the ordinary level. Realm, 5th level of body refining. Equipment, a set of low-level school uniforms, low-grade mortal, and a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal. Kung Fu, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, mid-level mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-level mortal level, and the introductory Qing Ling sword technique, low-level spiritual level. Skill, breathing, mid-level mortal level 72/100. Chapter 2 Breathing makes you stronger. The best of ordinary level? Yezi's eyes were instantly attracted by these 4 characters. He did feel a lot more comfortable on the way here, but he didn't think much about it at that time. Now it seems that after upgrading the breathing level, his qualifications have also been improved. After upgrading 2 levels, his qualifications were upgraded from the top of the mortal level to the top of the ordinary level. What if we upgrade to another level? During this short period of excitement, his breathing level was almost full again. So under his watch, the skills were upgraded again. This time, he really felt the complete transformation process from the inside to the outside. Ah! After shouting in relief, he clearly felt that his body felt refreshed again. It's like removing impurities from the body. The only pity is that this time it did not take his qualifications to a higher level. It seems that one promotion is not enough, however. Skill, breathing, high-grade mortal level 14/1000. Ziye looked at the rising experience value. He estimated that the experience value could increase by almost 20 points in 1 minute. That's 1.3 seconds. 1000 points is only 50 minutes, which is a normal class. Ziye doesn't plan to go back to class, so he just stays in this small forest. I tried it, speeded up my breathing rate, and actively performed breathing techniques. It was found to be useless, and even the efficiency of gaining experience became a little lower. Then I tried other methods, but they were of no use. Since breathing can be turned into a skill, there is no reason why boxing and swordsmanship cannot. Thinking of this, Ziye did not delay and found a relatively open place to practice basic boxing skills. Although the basic boxing skills are only low level, it is extremely difficult to complete a complete set. Because it is not a simple offensive and defensive killer move, but a combination of combat, exercise, endurance, and other aspects of practice. The basic breathing method is responsible for improving the realm, and the basic boxing method is responsible for improving the basic combat power. Combining the two with diligent training, even if you don't achieve much in the end, you can still have a good job. It took Ziye a full 20 minutes to complete a complete set. After the last move, I couldn't wait to open the panel and see that there was indeed one more skill. Boxing skills, 0/1 before entering the level. The good news is that there is an additional boxing skill just as I thought. But the bad news is that there is something wrong with this experience value. A simple breath cannot be compared with a complete set of boxing techniques. If it is the same as the breathing method, it becomes 10 times each level. The first upgrade of the boxing technique takes 20 minutes, and the second upgrade takes more than 3 hours. And even if it is a breathing method, it will require a few more levels of experience. I'm afraid it will have to be calculated in years. While there is still time, Ziye plans to try it again. It's just that this time, even if it's just a starting move, you can clearly feel the improvement compared to the previous one. Ziye didn't think much and just punched very seriously. This time the speed was much faster than before, and I finished a set with standard movements in 18 minutes. Boxing skills, lower mortal level 4/10. 5 points of experience each time, and each time you fight, your understanding of boxing will be 1 point better. In this way, the time to perform a complete set of boxing techniques can be reduced to 15 minutes. 5 points of experience in 15 minutes, 1 point in 3 minutes. It is 60 times slower than breathing, and you have to practice it yourself. But he speculated that this boxing technique not only represented basic boxing techniques, but all boxing techniques. His boxing skills are now at the lower level of mortal level, and an ordinary punch he now feels is almost the same as basic boxing skills. The 2 sets of punches just now also confirmed his guess that he was getting stronger. Although the amplitude is not large, he will not feel wrong. In this way, I now have a copy of the mortal level breathing method that can be practiced automatically. Those who practiced before were only ordinary people who were in the middle level of mortal level, and they could only practice for a few hours every day. Now he will be at the top of the mortal level. No, he will be at the top of the mortal level immediately. Counting the interval between the 2 sets of boxing techniques and the time of the initial experiment, it has been more than 40 minutes. Scatteredly, Ziye could also hear other people's voices. Thinking of what it would look like when the breathing technique was upgraded, Ziye continued walking deeper into the woods without hesitation. The grove is not very big, but during recess time, no one will go to the deepest part. It only takes 10 minutes, which is too late for most students to go back and forth once. This should be fine. Ziye wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and casually leaned against a big tree to wait for the last few experiences. The last breath completes the experience rise. This time it was bone removal and marrow cleansing. For a while, Ziye could only lean against the tree to prevent himself from falling. I just feel like there are countless ants gnawing everywhere in my body. It was also like feeling that his bones were being pulled away and his skin was being stretched directly. His pores began to bleed from the inside out, and various tearing sounds came from his body. It's like transformation and evolution. His throat was already filled with blood, and he couldn't even roar loudly. He could only spit out pools of blood. Dry. This was the last thought in Ziye's mind. Then everything ended, and Ziye also fainted. But at this moment, not far from him, a small figure jumped over. Little Huahua, here I come. Today, Teacher Du from Class 1 got a few ferocious beasts from somewhere and used them to fight the students in his class. Because it was the first time in the senior year of high school, most of the classes were stopped and everyone went to watch. But there are exceptions, like her. She has already fought any kind of battle. For example, the rabbit is the cutest. Rabbit legs are most delicious when roasted for 7 minutes and then sprinkled with salt. Dash. Meng, 7th level of body training. They are among the top 3 in the whole school. Since the other 2 are also at the 7th level, they cannot be distinguished for the time being. If it weren't for the flowers she carefully planted in the woods, she would have applied to drop out of school long ago. Little flowers. She jumped over, but when a breeze blew, what she smelled was no longer the fragrance of flowers, but the smell of blood. Ahem, it smells bad, this is it. At first, in addition to the smell of blood, there was also a strong odor. It can directly cause physical disgust in people, followed by the smell of mixed blood. Meng sensed something was wrong, changed her steps and rushed over. Just after passing a big tree, I turned around and saw an unrecognizable man lying under the tree covered in blood. It can only be seen that his body shape is much thinner than that of ordinary people, which can almost be called sick. Ah! Classmate, I will take you to the infirmary now. After Meng was initially surprised, she quickly grabbed Ziye with one hand and ran quickly towards the way she came. Chapter 3 Spiritual Level Qualifications. Old Viper, this is not a market. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kick you away. Come on, kick me. Kick me quickly. After you kick me, tell me what happened to the leaf. I told you, I don't know, but this is not your place to cause trouble. You are so grown up now, can you be more mature? Even my students have had trouble, and yet I'm still talking about being immature. Ziye heard the noise before he opened his eyes, and he recognized both voices. One male and one female, respectively. My own teacher Po, and Dr. Wang from the infirmary. It looked like someone had sent him to the infirmary. But who would go deep into the woods without any problem? No matter it, thank him properly when you find it. In other words, that is what it is. Although he can't move his body now, his consciousness has recovered somewhat and he can check the panel. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualification, lower level of spiritual level. Realm, 6th level of body refining. Equipment, a set of low-level school uniforms, low-grade mortal, and a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal. Kung Fu, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, mid-level mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-level mortal level, and the introductory Qing Ling sword technique, low-level spiritual level. Skills, breathing, 602/10,000 at the highest level, boxing, 4/10 at the lowest level. Sure enough, his qualifications have reached the spiritual level, and his realm has also reached a small level. It's quite a harvest. Then I noticed the experience value behind my breath and realized that more than half an hour had passed. After another 5 or 6 minutes, the noise between the two gradually became smaller, and Ziye finally regained some strength. He struggled to open his eyes and saw Teacher Du at the foot of the bed and the doctor who was confronting him. Teacher Du always paid attention to Ziye, and immediately noticed Ziye's condition. "Ziye, what's going on with you? Is someone trying to harm you?" Ziye did not reply directly, but thought quickly. "Teacher Du, I don't know what's going on." Just when he was about to make a mistake, Teacher Du suddenly looked at the doctor beside him. Dr. Wang glared at him, then turned and left. "Ziye, everyone has their own secret, but you have to know when to hide it and when to show it. Those who can only hide are destined not to go very high, and those who cannot hide are destined not to go very far." Ziye nodded silently after listening to Teacher Du's words. There are only so many resources in martial arts, just like the spiritual swordsmanship book in his hand. I didn't just fight for it with others, and the resources provided by the school were much more than those of others. If you have more, others will have less. These are all things you have to fight for. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Teacher Du reached out and patted his shoulder. With a smile on his face, he said, "Ziye, do you know who saved you this time?" "Who?" Ziye was very curious about who saved him. But at the same time, seeing the smile on Teacher Du's face, I felt that something was not right. There was something about watching a show in that smile. Ye Mengmeng from Class 2 is one of the 3 7th-level practitioners in the school, and her family is very rich. After saying that, he gave Ziye a look that said, "You know. Why is it her?" Ziye originally planned to know who it was, and then depending on the situation, he would send something or find a way to help. In short, this favor is repaid. But she is a rich girl, and she is stronger than herself. This left him with nowhere to go. Especially since I have a bit of grudge against this Ye Mengmeng. "Okay, seeing that you're okay, I'll leave first. A group of other boys are waiting for me to go back and continue their practical lessons." After saying that, Teacher Du waved his hand and left. Dr. Wang walked in with various instruments, compared to the old viper. She was even more curious about what happened to Ziye. Ziye looked at the pile of testing instruments and swallowed silently. "Teacher, I also want to take class." It was not until almost noon that I barely escaped from the clutches of the devil by taking advantage of lunch. I skillfully ordered a large portion of noodles in the school cafeteria, sat down in an empty seat and started eating. Did you know that a cultist sneaked in while Class 1 was having a practical class and everyone was attracted to it? Who did you listen to? This is too unreliable. What kind of cultist came to school to die? I also heard someone say that someone saw a half-dead man covered in blood being sent to the infirmary. If it was just a fight or something like that, it would have spread throughout the school by now. After all, it would be terrible. All the words of the two chatting not far away reached Ziye's ears, especially the part describing how miserable it was. It can be said that the rhythm of losing all limbs and turning into an idiot in seconds. This rumor was too outrageous. I was just eating noodles not far from them, and ended up being called a useless person. But thinking about it, their words gave Ziye a wake-up call. This world looks nice, but the dangers are not even the slightest bit higher than in the previous life. Not to mention the ferocious beasts that are everywhere in the wilderness, there are countless enemies hidden in major cities. Among them, the most well-known and most harmful ones are the cultists. Originally, cultists were a great harm to mankind, not to mention that the gods they believed in now really exist. And some gods are not the kind that focus on humans. It's just that he doesn't know much about this information, and it seems to be restricted. But there is no doubt that geniuses are much more likely to be targeted than ordinary people. Originally, he was a top-grade mortal who should only be considered the best among ordinary people. A civilian genius in a small town, but nothing more. But it's different now. The spiritual level qualifications plus the top-notch mortal level breathing techniques that work all day long. He could feel a slight improvement in strength almost every minute and every second. The small goal he originally set for himself to break through the two realms was no longer enough. Now he is completely confident that he will reach the 9th level of body refining before the college entrance examination. The 5th level of body training can only be said to have a university that can be attended, but the 6th level has more choices than the 5th level. Qizhong is considered a top student, and most of the people in Yezhong are people with backgrounds. Those who are at the 9th level of body refining are those who can truly compete for the overall ranking. His thoughts suddenly drifted a little far, and Ziye shook his head directly, throwing away all useless thoughts. Now he is just a small building at the 6th level of body refining. Upgrading the breathing technique now requires 10,000 experience points, and there is still a shortfall of 6,000 to 7,000 experience points, which is 6 hours. After Ziye finished eating, he took out his mobile phone and called Teacher Du to ask for leave. Not to mention high schools and elementary schools, there are no restrictions on bringing mobile phones. But fortunately, the low-grade school uniform I was wearing had a certain level of protection and was easy to clean. Otherwise, not to mention whether the cell phone would have problems due to the blood spurted out earlier, I would still have to wear a hospital gown now. I applied for leave very smoothly. Today is the first day of school. I thought there would be a lot of things. He also asked for 3 days leave from his place of work early, and now he is completely fine. Ziye clenched his fists. He couldn't help breathing now, but he wanted to give a try when it came to boxing skills. 5 points of experience at a time is not too much, let's start with a high-grade mortal level. Chapter 4 The Prototype of Fist Intent. I took a taxi at the school gate and drove directly to the orphanage. The two are not too far apart. After the vehicle stopped, Ziye stepped out and saw an old man standing at the door of the orphanage at first sight. Dean. The old man turned around when he heard the voice and said, "It's Xiao Zizi. You shouldn't be in school now." Ziye ran over in a few steps, stood in front of the dean, scratched his head and said, "I asked for leave. I have finished the cultural classes taught in the school, and now I am not good enough." "Well, our orphanage can produce a genius like you, and now all the little guys are looking up to you." In one sentence, it seems like emotion and memory. The director did not expect that a little baby who was abandoned in the orphanage would now become the pride of their entire orphanage. Their orphanage can provide fewer resources than those of ordinary families, or even close to none. In addition to the supplies distributed by the government, there are only donations from people who have left the orphanage. Ziye looked around and said doubtfully, "Dean, are you standing at the door waiting for someone?" The old man nodded and said, "There is a person who went out when I was young. I heard that he was doing well outside. He said he would come back today to have a look and give me some money and resources. That person walked out maybe 30 years ago or 20 years ago. In 30 or 20 years, I probably won't know that person." Thinking of this, Ziye said hello again and walked towards the orphanage. It's about noon now, some of the older ones are in school, and the younger ones are taking a nap at this time. So not a single person was seen in the entire orphanage. I quickly returned to my room. Although the room was not big, it even looked a bit shabby. There was nothing except the necessary things. But if you just do some basic boxing, it's still enough. Back in the room, Ziye couldn't wait to start boxing. In his previous life, he was considered a liver emperor. He could buy game props or something, let alone a few hours, or even a few days in a row. This time, with the blessing of low-grade boxing skills at the mortal level, a standard set was completed in just 15 minutes. At the same time, he also felt that 15 minutes was the limit. Even if the level of boxing skills increased, it would be difficult to make a big breakthrough. Boxing skills, lower mortal level 9/10. It's almost too soon. Just as Ziye started working confidently, the dean at the door finally waited for someone to come. I saw a luxury car gradually stopping at the door, and then an elegant man walked out of it. Every move reveals a temperament that is different from ordinary people. Every step is like a dance, walking up to the old dean. Old dean, long time no see. When will your funeral be held? I'll come and have a feast. The dean also gave him a rare look, and even his words lacked the tone of an elderly man. My body is still strong. Don't let me eat at your table first. Ha ha ha, who can say this accurately? What if you accidentally choke on the water and die? When he was halfway through speaking, the dean slapped him on the head. It's still the same as when I was a kid. If you can't speak, don't speak. I don't know why you haven't been beaten to death yet. There was no hint of complaint or anything else when he said this, only a trace of a long-lasting smile. At this time, the dean had never even seen Ziye. Chatting, the two walked in the orphanage. It really hasn't changed at all, old director, is our orphanage in such decline? Looking at the orphanage that had not changed for decades, Duanmule shook his head unconsciously. There are fewer people than before, but isn't that a good thing? Fewer people means more families are reunited. Duanmule's figure paused for a moment, and then returned to normal. That's right, the old dean still has a broad mind. While chatting and walking, we just reached the previous room. Duanmule didn't have time to say anything, and suddenly turned his head and looked aside. When the old dean saw Duanmuyan ignoring him, he looked curiously. As a result, I saw the place that all the children in the orphanage longed for. Old man, my eyesight is failing. What did you see? When Duanmule heard this, he slowly said, no wonder Dean, you said there are just fewer people. It turns out we have an extra genius in the orphanage. Tell me Ziye, he is indeed a little genius. He has already reached the 5th level of body refining just after entering the 3rd year of high school. Upon hearing this, Duanmule couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. My old dean, it seems that you have been deceived quite a bit. The old man with dim eyesight said that you were absolutely right. I didn't know who was talking nonsense after drinking. But in this case, what he originally wanted to do would have to be adjusted again. Dean, let's talk about funding next. Okay. The two left here one after the other. And the leaves in the room didn't know anything about it. At this time, he was throwing the last punch, and the set was completed with one punch. At that moment, he felt that his whole body was empty and clear, as if every punch he punched was exercised thousands of times. Training again and again made him realize the true meaning. Ziye retracted his fist and carefully felt the feeling of that moment. He had read similar things in books about the artistic conception at that moment. Meaning. Or it can be called fist intention. That is something that usually only a very few people in the Unity realm can master completely, and there are also some geniuses who can master it in the Qi and Blood realm. But that is already an existence that can easily compete for the top 30 in the college entrance examination. Ranking 30 is the most conservative result. It is the kind of extremely bad luck result of encountering the first place in the college entrance examination in advance. Even if you understand the artistic conception in the Qi and Blood realm, you are not sure whether you will take the college entrance examination or not. You may be directly admitted in advance. And he is obviously not that powerful, and his realm has not reached the Qi and Blood realm, so what he can master should only be the prototype. But despite this, he could clearly feel that every time he punched now, the damage caused was far greater than before. At least before the fist intent took shape, there should be no problem for the two of them. Boxing skills, mid-level mortal level 4/100. Judging from the display on the panel, he is now equivalent to possessing a mid-level mortal level boxing technique, and will soon be a top-level mortal level boxing technique. By the way, his breathing experience has also increased a lot, and in this short period of time, he can clearly feel that he has taken another step forward in the 6th level of body training. And this time's progress gave him a different feeling than every time before. It used to be like walking normally, constantly moving towards higher places. And now it's like there is a weight on my body, and every step I take can leave a footprint on the ground. Each step forward consumes far more force than before. Will the improvement of my qualifications make my foundation more solid? Ziye simply guessed an idea. The spiritual level qualifications are indeed not comparable to those of the mortal level. Even normal training can develop a foundation that is far beyond ordinary people, and the combat power of the same realm will naturally make a huge leap. Chapter 5 Underground Competition. Crack! The old dean dropped a teapot on the ground and smashed it into pieces. Anyone who is familiar with the old dean will know that it is his favorite teapot, and it has been in his hands for at least 40 years. Absolutely impossible. Do you want Ziye to die? Facing the old dean's anger, Duan Muley, sitting opposite him, was unusually calm. Old dean, that Ziye is not as simple as you think. He should have higher achievements. You can't help him on this road, and neither can I. I can only let him fight on his own. That's not asking him to fight, it's asking him to die. Even the old man, I know where that place is. Do you want a little kid to fight those ferocious hunters? The old dean almost scolded him angrily. He would never allow Ziye to participate in underground competitions. Duan Muley looked at the angry old dean with a lot of thoughts in his mind. The old dean estimates that you will never know the current situation. If the underground competition is a hell, sometimes only a chaotic place like hell can survive 1 or 2 fires. Old dean, it's useless no matter how much you talk to me. Why don't you just call Ziye over and ask? Although I have never met him, Duan Muley is already very skilled in shouting. Don't think about it, Ziye is not even an adult now, I won't allow him to go to such a dangerous place when his head is hot. The old dean still firmly opposed it. He would never allow the other party to meet Ziye. Because he was really afraid of Ziye, who would risk his life because of a moment of passion. Duan Muley looked at the old dean's reaction and moved his palm slightly, but no one noticed anything. Okay, old dean, why don't you stop saying this? Hurry up and take a sip of tea to calm down. Don't let me go to the banquet. Seeing this, the old dean secretly breathed a sigh of relief, sat back on the chair, picked up the tea and took a sip. Old dean, I was wrong just now. I will add more to what I promised before. That's pretty much it. Time flies by. All the children in the orphanage ran out of their rooms, playing and playing with each other. Duan Muley also left with the old dean watching. In the car, Duan Muley leaned on his seat and didn't know what he was thinking. Hey, the things above are coming out of inventory and will be delivered here in 3 days. He threw a paper ticket he had been holding on to the driver in front of him. The driver didn't even look back, stretched out his hand to catch it, and continued driving without saying a word after holding it. The sky quickly darkened, and some children going to school also returned here. In the yard of the orphanage, a large pot was set up. The old dean personally took out meat that could almost cover a table and began to process it with others. Soon the smell of meat began to spread throughout the orphanage. Okay, stop playing around, go get Ziye and get ready to eat. A child of 5 or 6 years old nodded after hearing this. Quickly ran to Zize's room. In the room, Ziye was lying on the bed resting, and the consumption of basic boxing skills was not small at all. He is now at the 6th level of physical training, but fighting for more than 5 hours in a row is really too much. The corners of Zize's mouth were raised, with a smile on his face. Efforts still pay off. Boxing skills, high-grade mortal level 4/1000. Brother Ziye, the dean has stewed a big pot of meat, go and eat it quickly. Coming. He had already smelled the aroma of meat filling the courtyard, so when someone came to call him, he naturally couldn't wait to go out. The old man and the small man quickly walked into the courtyard, and at this time the dean shouted to them, "Come and eat quickly, everything is ready." For a time, the courtyard was filled with a warm scene. There were enough pieces of meat in front of everyone, and they all enjoyed themselves. The happy time is always short-lived, waiting until everyone has eaten. Ziye and a few older children began to clean the tableware and collect various garbage. "Ziye, come with me." Hearing the dean calling him, Ziye put the things in his hands and ran over quickly. They walked to the dean's office one after another. Ziye looked at the dean's face with confusion and didn't understand what happened. And I also noticed that the teapot that had been placed on the table had disappeared, leaving several teacups empty. There is also a small bag of tea. I saw the dean take out a small bottle from the drawer under his desk. "Dean, what is this?" "This is a top-grade body refining pill. A total of 10 pills should be enough for you to use for a few days." Hearing this, Ziye couldn't believe it for a moment. A big question mark appeared above my head. Body refining pill is a commonly used elixir in the body refining realm. It is usually not expensive and he has used it a lot. Whether it is resources distributed by the government, rewards given by the school, or funded by the old dean himself. More or less, it was of great help to his cultivation. But those are all low grade. As far as he knew, elixirs were divided into inferior, low grade, medium grade, top grade, and top grade. Just a low quality one costs 1,000 yuan. According to his economic level, he would only be able to buy 1 or 2 low-end products if he lived frugally. Let alone middle grade, I have only seen it in school awards. I've never even seen a top-grade person. "Dean, where did you get this?" Ziye asked in surprise, and the dean spoke calmly. "This is the person I told you at noon, a man who walked out of the orphanage decades ago. This is just given to me first, there will be more to follow. You go and quit that job tomorrow. As for school, you think about it yourself. There is only 1 year left. You have to work hard to get into a good martial arts university." After saying that, he handed the bottle to Ziye's hand. Ziye looked at the bottle in his hand. A top-grade body refining pill cost at least 10,000 yuan. And it's still priceless, so I just gave it to myself. "Don't worry, Dean, I will definitely get into a good university." Having been taken care of by the dean since he was a child, Ziye knows the dean's character. Compared with the current shirk, waiting to get a score in the college entrance examination is the best result. "Well, you should go back and rest quickly. Go to bed early after practicing all day. As for those things, just let them clean them." Ziye nodded and then returned directly to his room. "Sleep? Sleep on whatever you want and continue practicing. Breathing is about to escalate, and he can't speed up this now. So let's move on to punching. Isn't it just 1,000 experience points and 200 punches? Today he will be the liver emperor to the end. It won't work even if Jesus comes," he said. Ziye in the room began to punch, while also paying attention to the experience value of breathing. "I estimate that it is almost enough to complete a set by myself. Every move and move of basic boxing represents the most basic principle of boxing. There is no difference in the realm of cultivation, there are just different understandings of boxing techniques." After the last punch, Ziye exhaled. Boxing skills, high-grade mortal level 9/1000. Breathing, 9987/10,000, the best mortal level. Chapter 6 Rapid Progress. Ziye poured out a high-grade body refining pill from the bottle. He had checked his body in the infirmary before and found nothing significant. "Just a little weak, like I've been hungry for days." These are what the doctor told him. After receiving the energy supplement and taking into account the physical condition of the body refining realm, he will be fine when he wakes up. During lunch, he thought about it and realized that nothing comes out of thin air. The evolution of your own qualifications is also costly, that is, it consumes the energy in your body. Right now, this high-grade body refining pill is the best thing to replenish energy. Breathing, lower spiritual level 0/100000. Ziye swallowed the body refining pill in one gulp, and immediately felt heat flowing from his stomach to his whole body. The strange feeling came and went quickly, only about 3 to 5 minutes. Ziye took a long breath, glanced at the panel and found that his qualifications had not changed. He probably had to level up 1 or 2 more levels. Then he stopped waiting and started practicing boxing. At the same time, the breath of the lower spiritual level is also constantly improving its own cultivation. Whenever the energy of the body refining pill is exhausted, he will take another one to maintain optimal efficiency at all times. This practice lasted until midnight, and I didn't stop until my body was exhausted. The next day, it was slightly bright. Ziye woke up, called teacher Du first, and asked for a few days off. Then I resigned directly from my part-time job. After taking care of the extra things, he doesn't need to eat since he has the body refining pill. Pour another one out of the bottle. Throwing it into his mouth casually, he had already estimated that a top-grade body refining pill would take about an hour and a half to be completely digested. He can use up the remaining pills in the bottle today, and he is also confident of breaking through to the 7th level of body refining. Spiritual level qualifications, plus the bonus of spiritual level skills and high-grade body refining pills. The speed of progress has exceeded his expectations. A posture was set up in the room. Ziye stepped out and started punching. Time passes slowly. There started to be noises outside the room. It was the children waking up and getting ready to go to school. The sound quickly dissipated. This little change has no impact on Ziye at all, and he is still punching. The sound outside the room soon rang again. It was time to have lunch. The dean sent someone to call him, telling them to prepare for a breakthrough so that they didn't have to wait for him. The dean listened to what the child said, and he knew that it would not be long before Ziye entered the 5th level of body refining. Now that we have a high-grade body refining pill, it is normal to have a breakthrough. It's just that the dean's estimate was wrong. He was at the 6th level of body refining. Yesterday, with the help of a breakthrough in qualifications, he has become. And now he will sprint to the 7th level of body training in just one day. The sunlight in the room gradually turned red like the setting sun, and its brightness gradually weakened like the setting sun. Ziye closed his eyes slightly, no longer sticking to the basic boxing moves, and moved as he pleased. Although his boxing skills are slightly different from before, they are as natural and smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. At this time, his understanding of boxing has reached a new level, which is a field he has never set foot in. From now on, his basic boxing style will be unique and perfectly suited to him. His breathing was steady and deep, like the thumping of war drums and the rustle of the wind. He was able to reach the 7th level of body refining without any stagnation or noise. The realm barrier before the 7th level was like nothingness in front of him. He even felt that before the Qi and Blood realm, there would no longer be such a thing as a barrier. And this is the spiritual level qualification. A panel appeared in my mind for a second. The realm is naturally the 7th level of body refining, but what concerns him more is the skills. Breathing, lower spiritual level 25305/100000. Boxing skills, high-grade mortal level 404/1000. Soon. It only takes 2 days at most for the boxing skills to become the best in the mortal level, which is already very high. In his eyes, this idea is more attractive than the spiritual level swordsmanship. But it will be difficult to upgrade later, so you might want to consider experimenting with other things. See if you can come up with a few skills. The 3rd day. I still get up before dawn to box, but unfortunately this time I don't practice physical elixirs. So I should allocate some time to eat in the morning, noon, and evening. However, because of his current understanding of basic boxing techniques, the physical exertion on him is still not great for one fight. Even without the support of the body refining pill, he can barely fight for a whole day. It was just that during this period, the dean saw him sitting in his room all day long and was worried that something would happen. After asking him to pay more attention, other things stopped. When the fourth day approaches noon, Zize's face reflected the rising sun, and a set of basic boxing techniques began to change in his hands. In other words, it is degradation, compared to the changeable moves in it. The basic skills are more worthy of his effort to complete. A straight punch consumes far more time than those anti-human actions. There is even some artistic conception attached to the fist, but it is not complete yet. Ziye finally retracted his fist and stood quietly. The boxing technique is complete. In just a few days, I accomplished my original goal. Even the boxing technique has reached the top level of mortal level, and the rudiment of boxing intention has been understood. Just relying on these 2 points, it is absolutely no problem to beat up a few ordinary 7th level body refiners. Even at the higher level of 8th level of body refining, he felt that he was not unable to fight. Next, it's time for me to add a few more skills. Now I already have the offensive moves, but I don't have any body skills yet, and my defense is not good yet. If you don't have any movement skills or don't have enough speed, no matter how powerful your attack is, it's useless if you can't touch the opponent. There is also defense. If the opponent makes any sudden big moves and his body is not strong, he will be defeated immediately. Both of these are necessary, but how to get them? Thinking of this, Ziye had a headache. The most direct way is to complete one skill each. According to his understanding of this panel, as long as he completes the most basic skills, he can start brushing. Even if it only grows a little each time, it will still be able to reach the mid-level mortal level in the final time. But he was born in an orphanage, and a guy with no power used Mao to practice martial arts. No book of exercises is cheap, even if it is a low-grade one. That's not what he can afford now. But it seems to be stuck at the first step. After thinking about it, it seems that there are only 2 ways for him to obtain the technique. One is what the director said before, that someone who walked out of the orphanage would send back a large amount of supplies. But the possibility that there is a skill in it is so low that it is unimaginable. Compared with having the skills directly, there is a greater chance of using the things given to him to exchange for a copy of the skills. The other is the school. A large part of the rewards issued by the school are exercises. Because strictly speaking, these exercises are not from the school, but are given to the school by the government so that they can reward the students. Otherwise, let alone being ranked 9th, even if he were ranked 1st, he probably wouldn't have a spiritual level skill. Among the various techniques, breathing techniques are the most expensive, followed by offensive techniques such as sword techniques. Of course, this must exclude some special skills, those that are too rare cannot be counted among them. But if you want to pass the school, it depends on your luck. Because no one knows which exercises will be given the indicators above. What if I give myself another swordsmanship, or something like that in the end? Then it would be a waste of work. Chapter 7 Brother Duanmu. There are still too few things that can be done in the body refining realm. Ziye couldn't help but said something troubled. In this world now, the body refining realm is the standard for everyone. As long as a person is not lazy, his qualifications are not that of a born useless person. In that life, one can more or less reach the 5th or 6th level, and even in the prime of life, in their 30s and 40s, there are quite a few who reach the 8th or even the 9th level. In this comparison, although he is a genius at this age and has reached the 7th level, he is still too weak. Once you break through to the Qi and Blood realm, it will be different. Registering at major martial arts schools not only exempts you from registration fees, but also allows you to directly become their disciples. Or go to the wilderness to explore, or even work for a major company, you can get generous rewards. To put it simply, in this world, only the Qi and Blood realm is the real first step. Forget it, let's go for a walk. After working for 3 days in a row, I need to take a rest. For the past 3 days, he basically stayed in his room, which is where the basic boxing skills didn't need to be too big. When he practices and when he rests, he doesn't know unless he sticks outside the room. Otherwise, I might have been criticized many times by the dean if he was practicing outside. Although the dean has wanted them to go to a higher place since they were young, but compared to those, their safety is what the dean values most. He was deeply aware of this. He who traveled through time as a child was not honest at all. Looking at the large circle of little kids around him, he had no intention of playing with them. So naturally various incidents occurred, and he even got spanked a few times. Absolute black history of life. Walking in the orphanage, Ziye was thinking about what to do next. I met the dean who was holding a big box. "Hello, Dean, what good happened?" The dean had the brightest smile he had ever seen on his face, as if he was several years younger. Ziye took 3 steps and 2 steps to meet him. When the dean saw Ziye, he didn't care about the dignity of his elders and handed the box over. "Ziye, these are the resources that Duan Mule has specially prepared for you. I was just about to send them to you." The leaf catches the box. "This box is not too small. It needs 2 hands to hug it." "Duan Mule, what does Dean have in this?" Ziye read the name in a low voice, and then became curious about what was in the box. "I don't know, that guy just told me that the contents inside are enough for you to reach the 9th level of body refining. But this should be an exaggeration. As long as you work hard and are promoted to the 8th level of physical training, our orphanage will do great things." As the dean spoke, he thought about what the person who came to deliver these resources said. It looked like he was that boy's subordinate, but his tone of voice was a little strange, but that didn't matter. As for what the other party said about the 9th level of body refining, he didn't quite believe it. One is because that would require a lot of resources. The second reason is that although Ziye is a genius, it would be a bit fanciful to think of rising to the 4th level in a row within 1 year. Even if the year 17 to 18 is usually the year when a person improves the most, that is impossible. "Okay, Ziye, don't put too much pressure on me. Don't stay in the room all day, come out and bask in the sun properly. Some things are done in a hurry." The dean's style changed and he began to persuade Ziye again. "It's really not a big deal to stay in the room for several days in a row." At this time, in the eyes of the dean, it was obvious that Ziye's breakthrough had not been successful and he wanted to get ahead of himself. When Ziye, who was holding the box, heard this, he immediately understood what the dean meant. "No, Dean, I have already succeeded in breaking through. I am just staying in the room to consolidate." "That's fine." After hearing the answer, the dean nodded with satisfaction. Then he gave a few more instructions, turned around and walked back. Ziye had no intention of continuing the walk and returned to his room holding the box. Put the box on the table solemnly, and then opened it eagerly. "Scan it again, it is divided into 3 areas. Occupy half and 2/1/4 positions respectively. There are more than a dozen small bottles in one of the 1/4 positions." Ziye picked up a small bottle, uncorked it, put it to his nose and smelled it. It's a familiar feeling, it's the top-grade body refining pill. After checking one by one, there were 12 bottles, all of which were top-grade body refining pills. There are 10 pieces in each bottle, which is a total of 120 pieces. One piece is worth at least 10,000 yuan, which means it is at least 1 million resources. This is more than enough for me to reach the 9th level of body refining. This is completely conservative. I'm afraid even the Qi and Blood realm is completely sufficient. Look at another area. There is a book in this area. The first time he saw the book, Ziye couldn't help but swallowed. Excitedly, I took it out and opened it, and it turned out to be exactly the skill. And it's just the movement technique that I happen to need. Its name is Spiritual Snake Step. It's a mid-level body technique. Its main improvement in melee combat is just right for me. He solemnly put the books back into place, and then looked at the area that occupied half of the entire box. There or a small box would be more appropriate. Ziye didn't have the habit of procrastinating and opened the small box directly. For a moment, I just felt a wave of energy coming directly towards me, and I could even directly feel a slight increase in strength with every breath. Looking inside the box, I found stones of the same size. It seems like I have seen these stones in books. Ziye reached out and picked up a piece. After thinking about it for a while, he came up with it. Energy stone. A stone containing energy that is naturally bred by heaven and earth. The energy contained in this stone can not only help people practice, but even some high-tech equipment needs energy stones to drive. It can be said to be a completely strategic material. It is a fantasy for most people to even get one. This is something that only those who have reached the Qi and Blood realm will come into contact with it. Only the Qi and Blood realm can actively absorb the energy of the energy stone, while the body refining mirror can only passively absorb it. But even if it is passive absorption, staying in an area with energy stones for a long time is of great benefit. I remember that the price of a low-grade energy stone seemed to be around 5,000. Look, there are 20 or 30 yuan in this box. Although talking about the previous two, these resources were placed in front of him, making him somewhat inexplicably flustered. To be honest, I have never seen so many things in my life. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed out of the pile of energy stones. Then a virtual screen gradually forms above the box. Ziye took 2 steps back, wondering what was going on. On the screen was a handsome-looking middle-aged man. You are the little Ziye that the dean mentioned. Yes, you look like a genius. The dean said. Small leaves. After the combination emerged from the pile of energy stones, it was not difficult to guess the identity of this person. You are Brother Duanmu. Chapter 8 Competition. With the sound of Brother Duanmu, the people on the screen burst into laughter. I didn't expect anyone to call me brother. There's nothing wrong with it. The orphanage is our home. I just left earlier than you. Ziye looked at the screen and wondered if it was his imagination. He always felt that Brother Duanmu was a bit too much. Duanmu rubbed his eyes and continued, Ziye, I can see that you are a genius, but do you know how far you are from a real genius? Real genius? Ziye fell into deep thought for a moment. Being called a genius means surpassing most ordinary people, but is it the same if you surpass 90% and 99%? I recalled in my mind that they watched the last college entrance examination together in class last year. More than 10 Qi and Blood realms. And the 9th level of body refining is able to defeat the freaks in the Qi and Blood realm. There are also hunters who are extremely resourceful and outsmart their opponents in hunting competitions. Qi and Blood realm. Duanmu shook his head and said, No, with the resources I give you, it will be just around the corner for you to break through the Qi and Blood realm. High realm is indeed one type of genius, but there is another kind, which is the same level of combat power. A genius can easily defeat several ordinary people at the same level, and this is about the body refining level. The body refining mirror is the foundation of everything and the initial foundation. It is far more than just the 9th level. After a true genius reaches the 9th level, he will undergo deeper quenching to continuously stimulate his own potential. You may have never heard of these before, because the higher UPS are afraid that you so-called geniuses with few resources will all work hard to temper this chain. Ziye stood aside quietly and listened carefully. He had indeed never heard of these things, but he was right about it. Although he was originally a genius, he had no resources and could only reach the 7th level of body training before the college entrance examination. What if you are a top-notch ordinary person and have a little bit of money at home? It's not impossible to reach the 9th level of body refining, but if you want to temper the chain, the difficulty is not an order of magnitude. But why are you telling yourself this? Duan Muley seemed to have noticed Yazi's doubts and said immediately. The reason why I prepared those resources for you and told you these things is because I am optimistic about your qualifications. I want you to do me a favor. Judging from the resources given to him, Brother Duanmu must be at least at the Qi and Blood realm. Even if you are in the Qi and Blood realm, you may not be able to easily come up with so many resources. With this gap, what can I do to help him? Ziye, do you know about the underground competition? Underground race, hell. Ziye said the last two words with a hint of doubt. Duan Muley nodded, indeed, for you ordinary people, it's okay to call it hell. The underground race is extremely dangerous. There are countless people who die in the competition every day. For those who live peacefully in the city, it's no different than hell. Ziye, there will be an event in the underground competition recently, specifically for the body refining realm. The first prize for this event is a mysterious sky lotus. Its effect can purify oneself. Generally, after using it at the 9th level of body refining, it can not only stabilize the foundation, but also have a high probability of breaking through to the Qi and Blood realm. Brother Duanmu, you think too highly of me. I am not even at the 9th level of body refining, let alone the first among a lot of 9th level body refining. Besides, Brother Duanmu, you should have already reached the Qi and Blood realm. In the final analysis, the Xianlian that day was only for things in the body refining realm. Ziye said without hesitation that this request was obviously a bit too much. And he can't joke with his own life, so even if he returns all these resources, he doesn't care. But even so, he still has respect for Brother Duanmu. Because the other party gave the orphanage ample resources anyway. After he was promoted, he also knew how to repay. Such people only account for a small percentage. Duan Muley was not surprised when he saw Yazi's reaction. He just said slowly, you are wrong. It is not me who wants to use Tianxian Lotus, but the Dean. What's wrong, Dean? Almost mid-sentence, Ziye interrupted him and asked urgently. When I came here before, I secretly explored the Dean's body. There were too many impurities and hidden injuries in his body. It took me many days of investigation to find this solution. Without Tianxian Lotus, the Dean might not be able to survive for another year. Duan Muley's eyes flashed with sadness, and he continued. Although I have some strength and background now, Tianlian is too rare and I can't get it. When I came here before, I passed by your room and saw a rudiment of fist intention. Among the people I know, you are the only one who has broken through to the 9th level of body refining, and combined with the rudimentary form of fist intention, you have the slightest chance. The words fell. Yazi's eyes widened, his fists clenched, and his veins popped out. Scenes about the Dean flashed through his mind quickly, and he agreed without any hesitation. I'm going to compete underground. Seeing this, Duan Muley nodded with joy and regret. Ziye, it's too early for you to compete in the underground competition after all. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Ziye shook his head firmly, the Dean was the one who took him in since childhood. He can repay the kindness of raising her with this life. Hey, Ziye, don't let the Dean know about this matter, he won't agree. Also, I have already reserved a room at the hospital, and the car should be arriving soon. Then you can go with the director. After the examination, the Dean will definitely refuse treatment. He is not willing to spend an extra penny on himself. Duan Muley asked very carefully, he knew who the Dean was better than Ziye. That's about it. According to what I said, it should be able to stabilize the Dean. Ziye nodded, and then asked. Then when will I go to the underground competition to participate in that event? That game will take about half a month. Before that, I will take you there to register, and then play 2 games to get used to it in advance. As for the time, it will be about 2 to 3 days later. You should prepare in advance. You will have no free time after that. That spiritual snake step was specially chosen for you. It is a mid-level mortal level. This level has a certain effect and is not too difficult to practice. Ziye nodded, indicating that he knew. Seeing this, Duan also said goodbye. The virtual screen disappears. Zikong stood in the room, looking at the various resources in the box. At this time, he wanted to become stronger crazily. But compared to getting stronger, there is one more thing to do now. At this time, a car slowly stopped outside the orphanage. Chapter 9 Suspension of Study. At the entrance of the hospital, Ziye looked at the report sheet in his hand and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. All the words written above undoubtedly sentenced the dean to death. As expected, the director was not willing to stay in the hospital at all. Using Brother Duanmu's method, he could barely stabilize the dean. But what comes next is the point. He had a chance to bring Dean back. Underground competition. Number 1 in the body refining realm. Sitting on the steps in front of the hospital, Ziye watched the flow of people coming and going in front of him. Strength. His mentality has quietly changed. Sure enough, he must have power in any world. This power can be pure strength, power, money, etc. Ziye stood up and patted the dust on his body casually. The dean's biggest concern is now, and all other matters have to be put on the back burner. Although I still don't know what the underground competition is like, I probably don't have time to go to school anymore. However, dropping out of school in the senior year of high school is not a big deal in this world. Just 2 or 3 people in his class have stopped coming. The only difference is that they don't come because they have better resources. There is no need to come to school to waste time and compete for that small amount of resources. Although I also have resources, I still need to go to that hell to make a break. After casually taking a taxi and rushing to school, I said hello to the doorman and walked in. Walking on a very familiar campus, if nothing else happened, he probably wouldn't come back a few times. I found the teacher's office, where Teacher Du happened to be grading homework. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he looked up and saw Ziye. You're here, Ziye. How are you doing? Do you want to rest for a while longer? Ziye walked up to the teacher and said, Teacher Du, I want to drop out of school. Teacher Du was stunned for a moment, and then came to his senses. Do you want to think about it again? I got news that a training camp may be held next year. This doesn't happen every year. Now those rich disciples who have been studying for a long time are ready to come back. After hearing this, Ziye still said, Teacher Du, I have some things to do, and I may not have time to go. He also knew about the training camp, he had heard it said before. But he probably has no chance. Teacher Du looked at Ziye, still wanting to fight for it again. Xiao, the training camp is one of the few opportunities for civilians to make a comeback. As long as you work hard and are qualified, you will get resources far beyond what you have now. Don't you really want to give it a try? Ziye still shook his head firmly. The training camp may have a lot of resources, but if there is no Tianxuanlian or other people who can treat the dean, that held no appeal in his eyes. He can't just bet there is something there, even if he can't bet, he can't afford to bet. Hey! Teacher Du finally sighed. Ziye stood in front of him with his head lowered. Teacher Du had always taken good care of him, which everyone could see. The specific reason was only heard once in a conversation between other teachers. Teacher Du was just a commoner when he was born, and he has achieved his current achievements through his own efforts. No matter how much he said, he didn't hear it clearly at that time. Maybe I just saw him remembering his old self. The two were silent for a long time before Teacher Du finally broke the silence. Since you want to go, then go ahead. The young man is determined to fight hard after all. Ziye nodded slightly and then asked again. Teacher, do you know? Grade 3, Class 2. Oh. Ya Meng was lying on the table, with a bright smile on her doll-like face. Finally bought sunflower seeds. Just go and plant it after class in the morning. If you want to eat later, it's okay. At this moment, a best friend with whom she had a better relationship came over. Meng. Ya Meng turned her head and saw the profound expression at a glance. She saw her best friend coming around behind her and lying down directly, her hands crossing her shoulders and pressing on them. Now that Meng is capable, people are coming to find her. Ah! My best friend pinched Meng's face gently with both hands, and then patted it. Don't stay here in a daze, go quickly, they are still waiting for you outside. So before she could figure out the situation, Ya Meng was half pushed out of the class. Ziye has been waiting here at the door of the class for a long time. He came to school firstly to take a break from school, and secondly to thank the people who saved him before. If he hadn't been discovered and sent to the infirmary in time, I really don't know what would have happened. Ya Meng walked out of the class and saw Ziye who had been waiting for her. At first glance, it looks familiar. The second time I saw it, it was the bloody man. Are you the one in the woods before? It turns out to be you. Ya Meng pointed at Ziye, whom she had not recognized before because of the blood all over her body. Ziye didn't know how to reply for a while. The two of them had a little grudge. At last year's final competition. At that time, Ya Meng was still at the 6th level of body training, but he was already at the 5th level. The two of them were drawn together. Since it was a competition, they naturally did not hesitate to fight with each other. Anyway, with the teacher here, they are not afraid of anything happening. As a result, I lost and stayed in 9th place. Kaya desperately injured Ya Meng and therefore missed the subsequent games. And he also paid a heavy price, lying in bed for a full month. The atmosphere between the two of them was awkward for a while. Ziye coughed twice. Thank you for saving me earlier, I owe you a favor. If you need my help in any way, I won't refuse. The words were said in an extremely polite manner, and Ziye also knew that he shouldn't speak like this to his benefactor. Ya Meng pointed at him without putting down her hand. After hearing what he said, she put her other hand on her waist. Then work hard and I will definitely avenge my disgrace when I get to the training camp. Ya Meng obviously knew about the training camp for a long time, but considering her background, it was normal. The matter of the training camp is no longer a secret, and there is no need to hide it. Almost everyone with some connections and strength knows it. I'm not going to training camp, I have other things I have to do. Ziye spoke up. Ya Meng was also stunned when she heard this. You're not going? Well, I probably won't come to school either. Ya Meng looked at him as if he were an idiot. Ziye couldn't stand under this kind of gaze. I'm leaving first. After saying this, he seemed to be running away and left. Ya Meng looked at the leaving figure, she couldn't understand. Forget it, what he wants to do is none of my business anyway. Leave useless distractions behind. Ziye walked to the school gate, and at this time he had something in his hand. Your consent form for suspension of study. After showing it to the security guard, he let him go. Looking back at the school, he didn't know if this would be his last look. Chapter 10, Spirit Snake Steps into Success. Return to the orphanage. Apart from the director, the orphanage has no staff. So it's usually them, the older children, who do some chores. However, since he is in his senior year of high school, as usual, he no longer needs to do those chores and can just work hard to prepare for the college entrance examination. But he usually helps to clean up after meals or at other times. It's noon now, and almost everyone has returned. Tell some of the older ones about the news from the director. They are all children who grew up in the orphanage. With a few of them here, there won't be any big problems. After giving some instructions, Ziye went back to his room and took out the book, Spiritual Snake Steps. In addition to basic boxing techniques, normal exercises are divided into categories based on proficiency. Entry, small success, great success, perfection, transformation. As long as you reach the entry-level level, you will be able to exert a certain degree of combat effectiveness. This set of movements is a close combat type and does not require a large space, but it can no longer be performed in this small room. Ziye first took all the energy stones aside and placed them. He couldn't actively absorb this thing, he could only put it aside and subtly increase efficiency. Then I started to look at the spiritual snake steps and read it carefully word by word from front to back. He was able to practice spiritual level swordsmanship even when he was at the upper level of the mortal level. Not to mention that his qualifications are currently at the lower level of the Turin level, and there is no problem in practicing for a mere mid-level mortal level. It only took half an hour from front to back, and Ziye closed the book. In the next second, the body started to move quickly in the room. It was obvious that he had already mastered it. All he had to do next was practice more frequently. Thinking like this, Ziye subconsciously opened the panel to check. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualification, lower level of spiritual level. Realm, 7th level of body refining. Equipment, a set of low-level school uniforms, low-grade mortal, and a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal. Skills, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, middle-grade mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-grade mortal level, the entry-level green spirit sword technique, low-grade spiritual level, and the entry-level spiritual snake steps, mid-grade mortal level. Skills, breathing, low-level spiritual level 74982/100000, boxing skills, top-level mortal level 4/10,000, body skills, not entering the level 0/1. After scanning it from top to bottom, Ziye's eyes suddenly stopped on his breathing. This experience value seems wrong. As a liver emperor, he remembers these values very clearly. I just saw him once on my way back to the orphanage. At that time, it was only more than 73,000. Why is it now 75,000? After calculating the time, he found that the efficiency was equivalent to doubling. But why? Ziye thought about it and looked at the pile of energy stones unconsciously. Under his watch, the experience value increased by 2 points as expected. Then he walked out of the room and stayed outside for a while, and found that it was 1 o'clock again. After going back and forth twice, I determined that it was the energy stone. And after careful observation, I found most of the energy stones. They are much dimmer, which is obviously not the efficiency of normal natural diffusion. Ziye picked out an energy stone that seemed to be full of energy. Place it in front of you while paying attention to the data on the panel. 5 minutes later, the energy stone in front of me had turned into an ordinary stone. An energy stone, 100 experience points? Ziye silently thought to himself, an energy stone costs 5,000 yuan, which means 50 yuan for 1 experience. And it is not obtained directly, it still takes time. Now he can't actively absorb it, he can only passively absorb it. If he is in the Qi and Blood realm, he may be able to gain 100 experience points in a short time. But no matter what, it is a good thing to know how to increase efficiency. Put the energy stone away, there is no rush now. Even if you absorb them all, you won't be able to level up. You might as well wait until you sleep at night. That saves some time. Walk out of the room. Ziye came to the very back of the orphanage, where there was an open space that could be used to practice body movements. Simply adjust your breathing. For a moment, the footsteps were illusory and began to move continuously in this small place, although it still looked a bit unfamiliar. Just 2 minutes later, the body was stunned. Then, like a sudden enlightenment, the beginner's unfamiliarity disappeared. It was replaced by a rather practiced pace. 1 point of experience in 2 minutes, which is more efficient than boxing. At the same time, breathing continues to improve cultivation and has the effect of restoring physical strength. This allowed him to practice for hours on end without any problem. As I walked, the gentle breeze blew away the fallen leaves under my feet. The leaves move among these fallen leaves, and the fallen leaves seem to have become a part of the body technique. 20 minutes later. Shenfa, mid-level mortal level 0/100. After the body skill reaches the middle level of ordinary level, various understandings of the spiritual snake step suddenly appeared in Yezi's mind. Almost instantly, the whole person felt like a real spiritual snake. The feet fell silently, and the body seemed invisible. Is this a big deal? Yezi stopped and recalled the scene just now, but he still couldn't believe it. It didn't take even half an hour to learn it, and it became a success. This hang-up is already a bit obvious. After stabilizing his mood, Yezi continued to gain experience. More than 3 hours later. Body skills, high-grade mortal level 0/1000. At this time, his movement skills have surpassed spirit snake steps, and the blessing of his combat power has reached a terrifying level. The day passed quickly. When it was 7 o'clock the next morning, Yezi is still standing in the same position as yesterday, looking at the last few experiences of poor breathing skills on the panel. 99999/100000. Breathing, middle level spiritual level 0/10000000. For a moment, my breathing became easier. But Yezi knows that this is just the calm before the storm. With the 2 high-grade body refining pills in his mouth, he swallowed them all in one go. He had a hunch that this time his qualifications would reach the middle level of the spiritual level. In this case, the energy provided by a body refining pill may not be enough. Then, as he expected, his body began to change. But this time there was no heartbreaking pain like before. Instead, it was a very beautiful feeling. The 2 body refining pills in the body are constantly turned into pure energy and instilled into the body. Fill the energy gap caused by the evolution of qualifications. The entire evolution process takes about 10 minutes, when the evolution is over. Qualification, mid-level spiritual level. Yezi feels the changes in his body, and now he is more confident about winning the championship. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But it's not enough. Then the liver. Try to practice your body skills to the highest level before Brother Duanmu comes. There is also Realm, the 24-hour practice these days, plus the assistance of the body refining pill. I could have broken through a long time ago, but after I learned that there is still such a thing as quenching the chain. He is no longer in a hurry, even if he breaks through to the 9th level of body refining immediately. I'm afraid I won't be able to win among those who compete underground all year round. So what he wants is to be stronger. Chapter 11 The Battle of Hell. The entrance to the orphanage. Yezi saw a car slowly stop, and then there was a face that he would never forget. Brother Duanmu, you are here. When the man who got off the car heard this call, he also had a rare smile on his face. Yezi, this is the first time we have met. Before, they only chatted a few words through the virtual screen. And they feel good about each other. Duanmu believes that Yezi is a plastic genius. Yezi regards Duanmu as the only chance to save the Dean. This time Duanmu is here to take Yezi to compete underground. That place is in the darkness of this city, if there is no one to lead the way. Yezi was afraid that even if he found the Dean, he would not be able to find him. The two exchanged a few words with each other and then got down to business. I will take you to the underground competition and complete your formalities there. It will take you about an afternoon to prepare. You will probably have your first game in the evening. Duanmu said and walked towards the side, and Yezi quickly followed. Duanmu was walking and suddenly looked back at Yezi and said, Ziye, how are you doing with your practice of the spiritual snake step? It's okay. Yezi scratched his head. He practiced all day yesterday, but in the end, he still couldn't reach the top of the mortal level. The spiritual snake step is also stuck. After all, it is a body art book that focuses on actual combat, and he only practices it. I have never used it in battle with anyone, so it will be a matter of time before I get stuck. However, he is confident that with just a few games, he will definitely be able to master the spiritual snake steps. Then try to keep up with me. Duanmule's figure rushed out, even leaving a shadow on the spot. Ziye was stunned for a moment, and then quickly used the spirit snake step to catch up. But no matter how he chased him, he was still several meters away from Duanmule. What's more important is that he can clearly see that Duanmule pauses every step. And it doesn't feel fast, but I just can't catch up. What level of body skill is this? It's definitely not an ordinary person, otherwise one would be able to see at least some clues based on the body skills of a high-level ordinary person. Spirit level, I just don't know which level it is. Duanmule, who was running in front, looked very relaxed and comfortable, but in fact, he was not at all calm inside. How long did it take for you to give him the spiritual snake step? In just these 2 days, has he achieved a certain level of success? There is also the prototype of fist intention. With this kind of understanding, even if the cultivation speed and foundation are not as good as expected, it is not impossible to face those real geniuses. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but look back. Ziye is still trying to catch up with him. I just don't know how long I can last, although the consumption of the spiritual snake step is not great. But if you keep running like this, it's not a small sum. But in fact, Ziye has always been practicing for hours and hours. With breathing, every breath can restore physical strength. Like the spiritual snake step, if he adds another 1 or 2 levels, I'm afraid it won't consume as much as he can recover. The two of them, one behind the other, attracted the attention of many passers-by. But that's all, with their current performance. It won't cause any other commotion. When he reached an area, Duanmule began to turn frequently and take small paths. It was spinning around, even turning the leaves a little dizzy. Finally we stopped in front of a small shop. Ziye looked forward curiously, but there was no name on the store. Even if you don't look carefully, you will simply ignore it. Go in, this is just one of the small entrances, there's nothing to see. Ziye followed Duanmule and walked directly in. After entering, Duanmule pressed a button on the wall as if he had returned home. Suddenly, a worn-out bookshelf was removed by a mechanism, revealing steps going down. There are countless small entrances like this in the entire city, and every year there are always some unlucky people or lucky people who enter hell through these entrances. There is no one to even look at it. If you want to get in, you have to do it yourself. After complaining, the two of them walked down the stairs halfway, and the bookshelf behind them automatically returned to its original position, blocking the entrance again. I don't know if the next one to come will be a regular visitor to hell, or an unlucky or lucky newcomer. At the inner end of the passage, Mule took out a set of night clothes from nowhere, the kind that can be worn directly without taking off clothes. If you put these on, no matter whether you can succeed or not, at least you will have a way out, and if your identity is found out, there will be trouble in the orphanage. There are no rules about facial appearance in underground competitions. No one cares whether you show up or cover up. They never look at people's faces when assigning people, they all base it on the information left during registration. Ziye looked at the night clothes in his hands and put them on without hesitation. The director must work hard to save her, and the orphanage must not let anything happen again at this time. Duanmule also took out a painting tool and put it on, and there seemed to be some other changes at the same time. Wait until you come out of the passage. There was only one idea in Ziye's mind. So luxurious. The splendor is not enough to describe it. The online videos he saw in his previous life were not enough. Especially various high-tech images and even a scene of the future. Everyone, the next match is between Mr. Xiang and the Fierce Wolf. They are all familiar faces from hell. Mr. Xiang, I bought you to win. It's a total of 100,000 yuan. You must win. Wolf, don't fight that stupid big guy, use your best method to grind him to death. There are still 3 minutes left to seal the deal. If you want to place a bet, please do so quickly. Where's the waiter? 2 more glasses of wine. Duan Muley looked at the 2 people on the big screen with interest for a moment. Ziye, who do you think will win between the 2 of them? Hearing this, Ziye raised his head and looked at the information displayed on the screen. Mr. Xiang, the 9th level of body refining. Winnings and losses, 16 wins and 2 losses, currently winning 5 games in a row. Fierce Wolf, 9th level of body refining. Win-loss, 17 wins and 1 loss, currently winning 7 games in a row. Judging from the performance alone, the Fierce Wolf is obviously better. The wolf is more likely to win. After hearing the answer, Duan Muley said slowly. Then let us wait and see. After a few minutes the battle began. Mr. Xiang knows the type of battle just by hearing the name, and every move is full of heaviness. Although the speed is slightly slower, being hit is definitely not a minor injury. The ferocious wolf is just the opposite, fighting mainly based on agility. The attacks at the same time are quite ruthless, and every blow goes straight to the vital point. It's only been 5 minutes since the show started, and Mr. Xiang already has a lot of wounds on his body. There was even a small hole poked in the chest. If the position was worse, the winner might even be directly determined. Seeing this scene, almost everyone in the audience, including Ziye, believed that the victory was determined. But at this moment Mr. Xiang caught the ferocious wolf. A roar! He punched one after another like crazy, but the ferocious wolf could still react to the first few blows. It even exploded violently and dug out one of Xiang Jun's eyes with one claw. But the severe pain still didn't let him escape. After being beaten too many times, let alone resisting, you can hardly even see your head. All kinds of messy things kept flying aside, and this was revealed extremely clearly in the futuristic technology-like image. Ziye stood there and watched this scene quietly, watching the last bit of liquid collapse and fly out. The referee declared victory. A garbage bag was handed over from the side. Just throw up if you feel uncomfortable. It will happen the first time. Chapter 12 The Newcomer's First Battle. Ziye pushed away the garbage bag, although it was very painful, but... Brother, no need, I can still bear it. Regardless of the specifics, the leaves appear to be in pretty good condition. Seeing this, Duan Muley threw away the garbage bag and said, in that case, come with me and go through the formalities. After saying that, he took Ziye and walked towards a certain place. Ziye just followed behind and didn't notice that a person had come to him. Guest. The sound that was very close at hand directly brought Ziye back to the present. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a beautiful woman approaching him at some point. What's wrong? Guest, please come with me. Duan Muley didn't know when he stood behind Ziye and pushed him. Ziye, go quickly, I'll wait for you here. Ziye nodded and followed. In a daze, after completing the formalities, he became a member of this hell. Please say yes, this is your badge. After completing the formalities, even the names became different. He took a white badge from the beautiful woman with a logo engraved on it. That is the symbol of the underground competition. It is also found on the surrounding walls and ceilings, making it particularly eye-catching. Duan Muley sat at a table in the distance and waved Ziye over. You're not bad. The first time I saw blood was when I cut off the head. I couldn't help but vomited at that time. As he spoke, he took out a cup and filled Ziye with a red drink of unknown type. There are also some things in it that look like fruit pieces in a fruit drink. He also poured himself a cup and held it in his hand to indicate the leaves to taste. Ziye picked up the cup and looked at the red liquid and the things mixed in it. Holding back the physical discomfort, he closed his eyes and drank it all in one breath. I didn't even have time to taste anything, so I swallowed it all. Duanmule also killed it in one breath, looking at the same leaves. Good boy, I saw you right. Look at your badge. Your next game information will be displayed on it. Ziye then picked up the badge and took a look, only to realize that it was a high-tech product. With a single click, his next opponent appeared above. Bloody Hand, 7th level of body refining. Winning and losing, 7 wins and 5 losses, no winning streak. The realm is the same as mine, it depends on the outcome. It is estimated that it is a level above the passing line. Go back and look at yourself. Ziye, 7th level of body training. Outcome, none. Ziye, are you confident? Duanmule asked, suppressing a smile. Without his name, there is a rare clear stream in hell. Ziye came back to his senses almost instantly and said firmly. We'll win. Fighting to the death. First place. That is the fruit that almost all the body refining realms in hell are watching. The 9th level of body training is the only qualification for registration. If he wants to win, he must trample all his peers under his feet and use their bodies to build a path to victory. Come on. Duanmule filled the drinks for the two of them again. Drink more, there is still time. In hell, Ziye watched one game after another. But the most valuable one is the first one. Everyone, the two contestants in this match will definitely put on a wonderful fight. On the screen, 2 images appear on the left and right sides. One was covered in blood and had half of his arm in his hand. Bloody hands. He is not very strong, but his bloody fighting style gives him quite a reputation. On the other side, there was just a figure wearing night clothes. He stood very casually, with no energy in his eyes. Leaflet. Ha ha ha, bloody hands, don't rush to decide the winner, just take your time and put on a show. This newcomer is really unlucky. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave. It seems that he is still a boy of 17 or 18. Yeah, it's so naive to dare to come to hell. Bet quickly. Ziye could also hear what those people said in the waiting area, and no one thought highly of him. But I can't lose. I'll give Ziye $100,000. The deliberately amplified voice suppressed the others for a while. At the handicap, everyone looked at Duanmule and put 100,000 cash on a newcomer. Everything was quiet for a few seconds. That's it. Got the desired result. Looking at the field, I thought to myself. Ziye, come on. Go ahead. Let me see your strength. Waiting area. Ziye raised his head at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. It's about to happen. Ziye stepped onto the stage cleanly. Standing on the field, looking at the bloody hands walking out on the other side. He is just an ordinary person, nothing different. Boy, you will regret becoming my opponent. Ziye didn't reply, and directly made a starting position in the basic boxing technique. Very basic but not ordinary. Ha ha ha, am I right? Basic boxing skills. Can that thing be used in actual combat? Shui Hand laughed nonchalantly and said, and the defense in his heart was reduced a lot. After all, who hasn't practiced basic boxing yet? That thing is not a real fighting technique at all. No matter how prepared the two people on the stage are, the game will begin. Start. Give an order. The bloody hand rushed towards the leaf quickly, grabbing it with his fingers like sharp blades. Ziye looked at the incoming attack without any panic. His eyes were calm, and the movement of the bloody hand slowed down in his eyes. There is a chance. A side punch hit the bloody arm accurately. He knocked it aside and was about to continue the pursuit. Boy, don't be complacent. Shui Xiao bent his body and kicked him. He now regrets that he ignored other attacks and thought he was just a little sheep. The result is a lurking tiger. The same punch again. At this moment, the door opened wide in the bloody hand. Ziye will naturally not give up this opportunity and take a step forward. The fists were punched out fiercely at the same time, 5 times in a row. Bang! Times 5. The Shuehand figure flew out directly and hit the edge of the ring hard. For a moment, the chaotic sounds stopped. Instead, there were constant exclamations. Ziye didn't care about that and looked at the bloody hands that were supporting his body to stand up. Admit defeat, you are no match for me. The bloody hand opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, staring at the leaf. Where do you think this is? This is hell. Ziye deliberately didn't hit the vital points just now, thinking about how to get rid of them. You can see the difference in strength, but this is in Xue Xiao's eyes. It is something more difficult to accept than death. Boy, look at my move, Blood Blade Slash. When Shuehand spoke, he was already crazy. Veins popped up all over his body, and blood spurted out from one hand. Duan Muley watched quietly from the audience. After this blow, no matter what the result is, the bloody hand must be disabled. Ziye, let me see your determination. The bloody hand exploded out at a speed exceeding the 7th level of body refining. Become a leaping lone wolf. He wants this newcomer to understand the rules of survival in hell. Bloody Blade Slash. The hand knife was cut down, but there was no hit. In his eyes, the leaves were like dexterous snakes. If you miss a hit, there will be no chance. The entrenched poisonous snake burst out and struck his heart with its deadly fangs. He lost. On stage, in front of Zizi's outstretched arms was the bloody hand that was knocked away again. But it's different from before. The position of Shuehand's heart has sunk a lot. Obviously a fatal injury. A few drops of blood fell on Zizi's face, wearing night clothes. It doesn't feel like anything special. Winner, Ziye. Chapter 13 Combat Level. Kill. Is this how it feels? Ziye stood on the stage blankly, watching several staff members carry away Shuehand's body. No matter how well prepared you are, when it comes time to actually take action. Ziye did not continue to think about it, this was just the beginning. He will keep going. Go off the stage and be in the waiting area. A staff member came over with a plate containing the reward for his victory. 1 universal card, and 5 energy stones. Ziye reached out and picked up these things. There were more than 50,000 yuan in the card. In addition to the fixed money, he also has a share of the money on the handicap. Ziye looked at the things and then at the plate. These things can all be nutrients that make you stronger, so it might be appropriate to compare them to food. The arena is the dining table, and the reward is on the plate. There is only one reward, but there is more than one person. Walking out of the waiting area, Duan Muley was already waiting here. Ziye, let's go. Ziye responded, and then just followed quietly. Duan Muley didn't say anything, he could see Zizi's current state. Some things cannot be explained in words. You can only understand it on your own. After sending Ziye back to the orphanage, Duan Muley jumped to the top of a tall building. In the light of the moon, a figure quietly appeared behind him. I should have said, don't bother me. Duan Muley lit a cigarette for himself, revealing the ultimate anger in his words. The bishop is the deputy chief. Halfway through, half the head flew out. The body fell to the side, leaving only half of its head. He also fell to the ground helplessly. Duan Muley, who did all this, just blew out the smoke lightly. Under the moonlight, the corpse gradually turned into fly ash and disappeared into the sky. It seems that some things have to be brought forward. I hope Ziye can be selected as soon as possible, otherwise. There was no further talk, only wordless silence. Ziye walked to the open space behind the orphanage. There are linear movement marks on the ground here, but they can still be seen as people. There's also a hint of dissonance in the bends. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualification, mid-level spiritual level. Realm, 7th level of body refining. Equipment, a set of low-level school uniforms, low-grade mortal class, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal class, and a knight suit, low-grade mortal class. Skills, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, middle-grade mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-grade mortal level, the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-grade spiritual level, the Dacheng spirit snake steps, mid-grade mortal level. Skills, breathing, mid-level spiritual level 20351/10000000, boxing, top-level mortal level 4/10,000, body skills, high-level mortal level 462/1000, combat, not entering the level 0/1. Judging from the facts, this battle is almost all good. He is one step closer to the treatment director. He has also mastered the spiritual snake step, and after combining it with his skills and movements, he estimates that it would be difficult for ordinary opponents to even touch him. There is also a new skill, combat. Ziye watched the battle with a somewhat complicated mood. This is exactly what he needs, he should be happy. Thinking about it, his body started to move violently. Transform into a spiritual snake and swim crazily in this small territory. The body moves faster and faster until the footsteps can no longer be heard. All that's left is the subtle friction sound as it slides across the grass. While Ziye was venting madly, the energy in his body that had already reached perfection once again broke through. The 8th level of body refining is accomplished. The next day. I'm not lying. There are really snakes in the open space behind. During dinner early in the morning, a child, not too old nor too young, was talking in a panic. It aroused the emotions of this group of children, big and small. Some people want to catch snakes and play with them, and some want to eat roasted snakes. Of course, I am more afraid. At the dinner table, Ziye said quietly. There are no snakes. After dinner, you can do whatever you have to do. Ziye, who looked like the boss of the orphanage, forcefully denied the matter. However, what he said was true. The traces on the back are naturally his handiwork. Why is unclear, but it is also because he wants to wholeheartedly improve his strength and compete in underground competitions. If he really told them the truth, then he would never think about peace. Never underestimate the abilities of children. After eating, Ziye left the orphanage. He now has a better place to practice, which is the training room provided by Hell. The lowest one costs 10,000 an hour and is fully equipped. No one will disturb you there, and you can play games directly after training. There is another point that he values. Every training room provides a small amount of energy. It must be able to speed up breathing. He now understands the importance of breathing more and more. Practice and restore your physical strength all the time, as well as improve your qualifications. His current physique is at the same level, but not even a little bit higher than the average person. Otherwise, we cannot easily kill the bloody hands in the same realm. Following the route in memory, Ziye found the place easily. Enter Hell again. Wearing night clothes, Ziye. Find the front desk staff. Hello, do you need anything? Ziye took out the card he had given himself earlier. I have to open a low-level training room for 5 hours and help me arrange the next game. The realm is changed to the 8th level of body refining. After hearing this, the staff started operating very skillfully. Within a few minutes, a card with only a fraction left was pushed back. Your training room is number 52, and the game time is in 3 hours. If you don't arrive at the waiting area 15 minutes before the game, we will notify you. Ziye took the card back and said nothing more. I followed the number to find my training room. Number 52. Ziye stretched out his micro-seal. The next second, the door opens automatically. After entering, Ziye directly found the equipment for training body movements. A device that attacks from all directions, all he has to do is hold on. At the same time, you can't get hit once. First block. Let's try the level of this equipment first. Ziye thought about adjusting the difficulty to the lowest level. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as it fell, 3 attacks came from different directions. Ziye's body flashed and he easily dodged. There were 2 more attacks coming from blind corners, again without any pressure. Ziye relied on the Dachan spirit snake steps and body skills, and the first block had no training effect on him. Decisively increase the difficulty. Second gear. Within 3 minutes. Ziye can even do some poses and take some selfies of training photos. Third gear. This time, it finally put him under a little pressure. But that's it, if he doesn't make mistakes, he can persist in it for at least a few hours. Fourth gear. From the beginning, there were more than a dozen attacks. They came from all directions, not only intensively. After careful calculation, Ziye's evasion route was blocked in advance. Narrowly escaped. Seeing this, Ziye is satisfied. Only pressure can make him progress faster. Chapter 14 Crazy. 6 minutes later. Ziye made a mistake and got hit on the back. According to his previous settings, the attack stopped automatically. The display screen on the device is automatically scored according to the situation. Rating: good. For an ordinary 9th level body refiner, if he can get a good evaluation, he is considered qualified. If you are proficient in body techniques, it's just a good average level. At best, it is the best, that is, the limit. In order to achieve an excellent or even higher evaluation, not only does one need a great ordinary level top grade physical technique, but a tempered body is also necessary. Scan the panel. Ziye smiled. Sure enough, high-intensity training has a positive effect on the acquisition of experience. In just 6 minutes, my physical skills added 4 experience points. Body movement, upper level 532/1000. Continue. At this efficiency, you can upgrade in half a day. After one sound, the device automatically starts counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ziye began to dodge frantically again. It was not until a few seconds after 6 minutes that he was forced into a dead corner by the attack. There is no hiding. Rating: good. For the next 2 hours or so, the Leaf remained in 4th gear. He trained his body like crazy, and the most obvious thing was that his persistence time was extended from 6 minutes to 7.5 minutes. He walked out of the room on time because he was about to go on stage. Dear guests, the 2 teams in this match are: a newcomer who has just shown his talent, Ziye. Ziye, 8th level of body training. Win/loss, 1 win, 0 losses, no winning streak. And our old friend, Ba, who made a name for himself with his swordsmanship. Tyrant Sword, 8th level of body training. Wins and losses, 34 wins and 7 losses, 3 consecutive wins. There was a cheer from the audience. The situation is similar to yesterday, not many people are optimistic about me. However, this is good news for Ziye. Because only in this way can you put more pressure on your opponents. He could earn more if he won, so he wanted to try. Subscribe to the training room for the day, or even more. Time's up. Ziye walked onto the stage, and faced Ba, a man with a strong physique. He could smell the blood from the big knife in his hand even from a long distance away. Take the starting stance in basic boxing and prepare to fight the enemy. It's really a basic boxing technique, newbie, I won't underestimate you. Ziye didn't reply, which made her opponent obviously angry. The game has just begun. A big knife came straight at him, with wild and powerful movements. Ziye instantly used the snake step to retreat and dodge, while looking for an opportunity. Another heavy blow was dodged, and Ziye seized the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating. He turned his body and grabbed the sword from behind with one hand, holding it tightly. Beidao reacted immediately and tried to draw back his sword. But suddenly, there was no twitching. The bonus of mid-level spiritual aptitude is not just for show. It was at this moment that Ziye bent his body and continued to throw a straight punch with all his strength. There was a clear bang sound. With the sound of broken bones, Beidao spat out a mouthful of blood. He let go of the sword with his other hand and seized the opportunity to throw another punch. The tyrant sword was knocked flying backwards, and the big knife fell to the side. Ziling caught up with him using snake steps, but the two moves just now were not enough to make the opponent lose the power to resist. Ziye hurled his hands downward like a tiger, concentrating all his strength on one point and striking the vital point. The game is over. Ziye looked at the fallen enemy. He made two mistakes in this battle. Trying to compare strength with a spiritual genius in the same realm. Trying to resist the blow of a spiritual level genius who has understood the rudimentary form of fist intention and has the blessing of the best mortal level master. In the eyes of ordinary viewers, he is a newcomer. Killing a master in the same realm with 3 moves is really amazing. Walk off the stage and ignore the exclamations from the audience. There were also quite a few voices cursing Beidao. However, he probably couldn't hear. Although Ziye did not kill him, the least he could do was faint for a few hours. Waiting area. Ziye got the reward this time. More than 100,000 money and 3 energy stones. These things are far beyond what ordinary players can gain in a few games. There is no way, the same goes for the first bloody hand. They are all somewhat famous people, compared with a newcomer like myself. It's obvious which side those viewers voted for more. There are also energy stones. The amount of these depends on 2 aspects. The state of both sides of the game, and the brutality of the game. For example, one party dies. Take the power stone. Ziye opened the panel and looked at the skills at the bottom. Combat, lower mortal level 6/10. First, he went to the front desk and deposited 100,000 yuan in the training room. At the same time, let them arrange the next one for themselves. Maybe because he played very cleanly in these 2 games, he gained a lot of reputation. Organizers of underground competitions want to strike while the iron is hot. So the next game was decided very quickly. 4 hours later, Ziye was on the stage ready to take action. This time he was opposite him. He's just a player who loses more than he wins, a player below the qualifying line. Whether it's body skills or attacks, everything is unqualified in his eyes. And now he is stronger than before, a low-level mortal with fighting consciousness. This is exactly what he needs, the reason why he can easily deal with that small opponent. It all relies on the understanding of boxing techniques, although it can be called perfect. But the combat level is still clearly deficient. And his fighting level will skyrocket next. He easily caught the flaw in this battle, and if his opponent hadn't surrendered in time, he would have had to go out lying down. He felt that he could win even a 7th level body refining blood hand match. Only 2 points of combat experience were given. One night, Ziye kept going back and forth between the training room and the ring. 2 hours. A master of body skills, he has a small book of high-grade body skills at the ordinary level. He also tried to play tug-of-war with Ziye on the court. It's just a pity that both in terms of movement and physical strength, he was completely defeated. 3 hours later. In the training room, Ziye dodged again, narrowly escaping the attack, but in the next moment more attacks came from all directions. But at this time, Ziye paused obviously, and was blocked by the attack for a while. But at this moment when he was almost certain to hit, Ziye suddenly burst out with even more agility. After escaping this round of attacks, he easily lasted for 15 minutes this time. In the end, Ziye took the initiative to stop because the fourth gear was no longer stressful enough for him. Look at the panel again. Perfect spiritual snake step, mid-level mortal level. Shenfa, 6/10,000 of the best mortal level. He had never dared to think about perfecting the middle-grade mortal body skills before, but now he has actually achieved it. And in his continuous practice, he felt that if he could break through to the transformation state, there might be a wave of benefits. In the next week, Ziye never came out of hell. If there is a competition, play the game, if there is no competition, practice wholeheartedly. Chapter 15 Soul Fight to the Death. The game is over, the winner is Ziye. The referee shouted excitedly, and the spectators around him all shouted with enthusiasm. Ziye, the 8th level of body training. Wins and losses, 38 wins and 0 losses, currently 38 consecutive wins. Ziye slowly exhaled. After nearly 7 days of crazy training, he benefited a lot from 38 consecutive battles. On average, we play about 5 games a day. These battles are not all fought against humans, there are also some ferocious beasts captured from the wild. The strength is basically at the 7th or 8th level of body training, sometimes 1 to several. But on the 5th day of the fight, his opponent became the 9th level of body refining. He also did not lose in the cross-border battle. He is now, whether it is his body, his skills, or his combat experience. They have all surpassed the 9th level of general body refining. Ziye thought, and opened the panel in a flash of thought. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualification, mid-level spiritual level. Realm, 8th level of body refining. Equipment, a set of low-level school uniforms, low-grade mortal class, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal class, night clothes, low-grade mortal class. Skills, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, middle-grade mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-grade mortal level, the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-grade spiritual level, and the perfect spiritual snake step, mid-grade mortal level. Skills, breathing, middle level spiritual level 310652/10000000, boxing, top level mortal level 2809/10000, body skills, top level mortal level 296/10000, fighting, top level mortal level 1/1000. After getting my things in the waiting area, I was about to leave. I saw a staff member coming from the side and said, "Master Ye, the person in charge would like to ask you to come over." Ziye glanced at him, is he the person in charge here? No matter how you meet, you will have to deal with them in the end anyway. Chen Feng sat in his seat, looking at the information of several people in his hand and feeling dissatisfied. In an underground competition as big as mine, there aren't even a few capable 9th level body refiners. His mood was obviously a little sad, and he had climbed all the way to where he is now. He also knows his own weight. He doesn't fight for the first position in any matter, but he always comes last. The people above him were no longer satisfied with him. If this soul fighting fails to produce any results, he will really be taken off. A soul fight to the death, involving a large number of people in the body refining realm fighting, naturally cannot be just for watching. Anyone who gets a good ranking in the death soul fight will be recruited. Then it's no longer as simple as just being a thug. A subordinate standing on the side opposite him said after thinking for a while. "Boss, there really isn't any, but I do have a candidate." "Who?" Chen Feng looked at him and asked. Although he was not very motivated, he still understood the 9th level of body refining under him. "That's all, I've watched it several times." His subordinates seemed to have noticed Chen Feng's doubts and said. "A new person, his name is Ziye, he is currently at the 8th level of body training." Leaflet. Chen Feng thought that when he was taking a walk after practicing, he heard many people talking about this name. He also talked about basic boxing skills by the way. Ziye, basic boxing skills. How many games has he had now? That Ziye has only been here a few days, and he probably only played 10 games at most. Boss, 38 games, according to the rules, Ziye will still be fighting at the 9th level of physical training in the next few days. Can we still have a genius here? Come and find me. I'll go right away. Before leaving, he looked at his boss. I sighed helplessly in my heart, this boss is good at everything. I'm just too lazy, which makes me have a lot of work. Even Ziye, he has been paying attention to these more than 30 games. Just to find out his background. Not a moment. Ziye, who had just finished the competition, was brought to the door. The staff who led the way moved out of the way and signaled Ziye to go in by himself. Ziye stepped forward and knocked on the door first. Come in. Pushing the door open and walking in, Ziye saw Chen Feng sitting inside at first sight. Judging from his appearance, he was probably in his 20s, but that was impossible. In the realm of martial arts, a mortal's energy and blood lifespan can reach 200. In the higher level of unity, 500 is normal. As for the true martial realm, it takes 1,000 years to build the foundation. Morning Breeze also looked at the leaves. Too young. Especially those eyes, he could tell that only a real teenager would have them. In this case, he might have really found a treasure. As long as he can produce a talented person who is noticed, he can stay at ease for at least several decades. Ziye, have you ever heard of a soul fighting to the death? Ziye nodded and said, I came here just for the soul fight. After hearing this, Chen Feng continued, that's easy. I want you to participate. A hint of joy flashed in Ziye's eyes. Soul fighting is an activity that combines underground competitions in countless cities. There are many 9th level body refining practitioners in every city, so many people. Not everyone can participate, there are quotas. He originally thought he would have to play a few more games, but now it seems he doesn't have to. But he reacted in the next second, straightened his mind and asked, why? I don't even have the 9th level of body refining now. Morrowind glanced at him and asked, do you know the purpose of the soul fighting? You don't think it's just a competition, do you? Ziye did not answer, lowering his head and thinking. He really didn't know the purpose, and he didn't care much. As long as you can win the Tianxian Lotus, nothing else matters. Seeing that Ziye really didn't know, Chen Feng almost frowned. You don't know anything, so why do you want to participate? He originally thought he was a genius who was frustrated in public, so he wanted to try his luck underground. The results now appear to be different. I want to use Tianxian Lotus to save people. Ziye did not hide his intentions, because there was no need. If he really won the first place, it would be impossible for the people in front of him not to know. Saving people and returning Tianxuanlian is something you can't even dream of doing. Morrowind said unceremoniously. Let's not talk about fighting for first place, which is almost impossible. Just talk about the preciousness and efficacy of Tianxian Lotus, who would use it to save people. It's simply impossible. No matter what Morrowind says, Ziye's goal will not change. Morrowind seemed to have figured it out in the next second. What the newcomer in front of him wanted to do was none of his business. As long as I can produce a genius, I will give an explanation to the people above. That's it. Newcomer, are you interested in making a bet? What bet? Ziye doesn't know what Chen Feng means. Are you okay? Make yourself a bet with him. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said with a smile on his face. I will arrange an opponent for you. If you win, I will provide resources to help you get promoted. After thinking for a while, Morrowind gave a similar reward. Unlimited amounts of mid-grade body refining pills, full-time mid-level training room before competition. What if we lose? Ziye asked. He was more concerned about the possible loss than the possible gain. Then it's up to you. The opponent I'm going to arrange for you is a ferocious beast that's half-step into the Qi blood realm. Chen Feng waved his hand, his meaning was obvious. Even if you are killed, you can only blame yourself. Half-step into the Qi and blood realm. Have you ever beaten yourself? He is currently at the 8th level of physical training, although he can break through at any time. But he still wants to accumulate some more. What should we do? Ziye took a long breath and said. Chapter 16 The news spreads. I bet, but I want something more if I win. There was a smile on Chen Feng's face, it was good to dare to fight. He also sincerely hopes that Morrowind can win. What would you like? Chen Feng asked. He was not worried about any difficult conditions Ziye would give him. One is because the levels are different. Why is he also the person in charge of an underground competition, and his strength has also reached the unity level? It's not high, but it's already the ceiling in such a remote town. The second reason is because he can see that Ziye is not an idiot and knows what to say. Ziye said what he had wanted for a long time. This body training technique can be used at any level. Chen Feng said without hesitation, no problem. A book of exercises with no restrictions on grades, he just said it casually. Someone will send it to him. I don't know how many people want to curry favor with him but they haven't had the chance yet. Or it is too easy to spend a few dollars to buy a copy. Ziye then left the room, and Morrowind helped him cancel the next game. Let him prepare for the war wholeheartedly. Newcomer Ziye uses the 8th level of body refining to fight against half-step Qi and blood realm beasts. This news spread throughout the underground competition at an extremely fast speed. In a world where the body refining realm is common to the general public, anything related to the Qi and blood realm. Always the most eye-catching. It's something you can't ask for, but it's also not far away. Tianyu High School. Ye Mengmeng looked out the window boredly, as the training camp selection date was confirmed. She can't plant flowers as easily as she did before. Of course, if that's all, it's nothing, but the key point is. Sunflower seedlings failed. She had a hard time getting it. Two evil hands stretched out from behind. Gently pinch Ye Mengmeng's face. Why is my little cute girl unhappy? Tang Yuan asked with a smirk. Ye Mengmeng looked even cuter when her face was pinched. Yu Yan, my sunshine flower is dead, I obviously take good care of it. Ye Mengmeng jumped up from the chair, turned around and flew into Tang Yuan's arms. Tang Yuan was not polite and hugged Ye Mengmeng tightly with both hands. Suddenly, a beautiful picture appeared in the class. Until Yu Yan, I can't breathe. Ye Mengmeng felt as if she was in the sea, almost unable to breathe. Only then did Tang Yuan react and quickly let go. I'm sorry, I really like Xiaomeng too much. Xiaomeng was released, breathing heavily in the air. At the same time, he looked at the culprit who caused all this, and then looked down at his newly bought shoes. The shoes are cute. Even though I thought this way, my mood still got worse. I just grew up late, yes, it must be. Tang Yuan's eyes moved as if she saw Ye Mengmeng's thoughts. She didn't want her cute little girl to be sad. Xiaomeng, tell your parents to come to my house tonight. Ye Mengmeng looked up at Tang Yuan, his best friend. There is no problem in staying at her house for one night, and her parents will definitely agree. Because, the two of them are not only friends. Their fathers and grandfathers were very good friends. If they were a man and a woman, they must be an unmarried couple now. Of course, what they don't know is. Their father used to think so too. Regardless of those, Ye Mengmeng can see it. Tang Yuan obviously didn't just want to stay together for one night. Really going to your house? Then it must be, no, I will tell my dad to come to your house. Tang Yuan gasped for air, which made Ye Mengmeng's heart feel cold. She didn't know what bold ideas her friend had. Xiaomeng, do you want to see the 8th level of body refining versus the half-step qi and blood level? Tang Yuan said excitedly. Meng Meng was stunned for a moment. She is now at the 8th level of physical training, and for this reason, the family has brought out a lot of good things. Improving your realm is secondary, and your foundation is the key. After this round of improvement, the 8th level of general body training is no match for her, and she can also beat the 9th level. But it's qi and blood realm, half-step qi and blood realm. Meng Meng's curiosity suddenly aroused. Yu Yan, who are you talking about? From our high school or from other high schools? Tang Yuan stretched out an index finger and waved it. No, it's from there. As he spoke, he pointed to the ground. Ah! Meng Meng was confused for a moment. He's not from the school, but he's still down there? What's below? After a moment, she suddenly thought of something. You mean the ground? Tang Yuan covered Meng Meng's mouth with one hand, and she couldn't say anything nonsense. If the teacher knows, then tell his father. Don't even think about going secretly. Her father can keep her at home. Don't tell me, it won't surprise you. Meng Meng swallowed her saliva. Are you surprised? Only surprise, no joy. Then it's settled, it's tonight. Ah! A certain underground base. Duan Muley looked at the situation brought by his men and asked them to leave. He just picked up one and read it carefully. Newcomer Ziye and the half-step Qi blood realm ferocious beast. It's really interesting. This younger brother himself is a genius who has understood the rudiments of fist intention. If a fight breaks out, there is no chance. Read on. The realm has also been upgraded by 1 level, which is good. 38 consecutive wins. This is really hard work. It seems that he is worried about the dean. It's really not just talk. Duan Muley thought about what he had told Ziye before. Let him arrange the next time by himself and work hard to sprint to the death battle. You have to deal with some things yourself, and you may not have much time. As a result, Ziye lived directly in hell, which he did not expect. The fight was about to begin that night. Duan Muley tapped the table with one hand. I should stop giving this younger brother a little boost. I kept thinking about it in my mind. It's not that he feels sorry for the resources, to be honest. For example, he felt that he couldn't use the few resources he had been given earlier. But there's nothing he can do about it. Now that he has an identity, there are things he has to do. They are all restricting him. Give it. Duan Muley made up his mind. He is very optimistic about Ziye, both in terms of strength and character. What's more, this is said to be help. It is better to say that early compensation is appropriate. After walking out of the room, Duan Muley came to a warehouse. He said to an old man guarding the door. Bring me a bottle of the best blood elixir, I want it for healing. The old man just glanced at him with a rather indifferent expression. Blood spirit pill is very rare. The best one is not available right now, you. Halfway through, I couldn't say anything anymore. Duan Muley held one hand around his neck and raised it up, but his efforts to break free were in vain. There is no shortage of fools among fools. Do you think I can't read the information that even you can read? I still think I need to give that fool face. Do you think he dares to fight with me? After saying that, Duan Muley's strength on his hand continued to increase. The indifference had long since disappeared from the old man's eyes. Just endless fear and regret. Boom! The person in his hand was directly exploded into a mist of blood. Duan Muley waved his hand casually and walked into the warehouse alone. Chapter 17 Filling the Foundation. He's just in a hole. Someone in another underground base learned that Duan Muley directly killed the old man in the warehouse. Smashing things angrily was all he could do. As for going to Duan Muley, he would never dare. He values his life very much. That guy is stronger again. He was obviously seriously injured, but he easily killed a Unity Realm player instantly. He was only in the Unity Realm. Although his realm was higher than that of the old man, his combat power was actually about the same. It's completely a parallel import. Isn't the true martial realm his limit? A secret room in an underground competition. Chen Feng stood here, listening to the roars coming from the depths. Looking at its feet, there is a dead beast. The realm is exactly half the Qi and Blood realm. Other side. Ziye woke up in the training room, after he left Morrowind. First, I went back here and had a good sleep. In the previous week, he had very little rest time. The next step is to adjust the situation and don't panic. Ziye said to himself, at this time. A screen in the room lit up, and a message popped up on it. It was written that his brother came to find him. Elder brother. Brother Duanmu. Ziye woke up completely in an instant and walked out directly. He can become stronger so quickly, and brother Duanmu has provided a lot of help. Otherwise, he doesn't know how long it would take just to take the first step. Brother, you are here. Ziye saw brother Duanmu waiting for him at first glance. That's Ziye? Even if you've seen the video, you're still too young. That's right. Could it be that he was the guy who failed the college entrance examination before? Maybe I really didn't do well in the college entrance examination, so I plan to try my luck underground. No, even if you say that, you are too young. Zizi's appearance at this time has spread throughout the competition here, not to mention that a large part of the people here are waiting for the game in the evening. As a result, he became the focus of the audience as soon as he came out. Duanmu looked at the crowd that was gradually gathering with interest and said, I haven't seen you for a few days, so you can be considered a minor celebrity. Here, brother, you wait a minute, I'll open a private room. Ziye said awkwardly, in his opinion, these reputations are of little use. Strength is the key, and now he probably can't even hit brother Duanmu with a finger. Not for a while. Sitting on the sofa in the room, Ziye said curiously, brother, are you here to watch my game? Well, are you sure? Duanmu asked with a smile. Hearing this, Ziye thought about it carefully. To be honest, no, but there are definitely some soul-fighting players who can do it, so I have to do it too. Although Ziye now has the blessing of 2 top-grade mortals and 1 top-grade mortal. There is also the trump card of the prototype of Fist Intention, which can face half a step of energy and blood. I still feel unsure. Duanmu smiled and took out a bottle and placed it on the table. Not arrogant, that's good. I think your foundation seems to be a bit lacking. This bottle of elixir can help you replenish your foundation. You are not strong now. It is not difficult to make up for the foundation. It will be difficult in the future. Don't just focus on breakthroughs. He saw this during Zizi's first battle. His foundation didn't even reach the basic level of that qualification, and at the same time, he felt that it was really not easy for Ziye yet. This kind of qualification was only at the 7th level of physical training when we first met. It was really delayed. But what about actually? Ziye looked at the bottle of elixir, his eyes almost gleaming. At the same time, I also understood what brother Duanmu meant. He really wanted to scream for injustice here. After all, he is a time traveler and has read quite a few novels in his previous life. How can you not know the importance of foundation? His current situation is entirely due to his improved qualifications. Use the basic level of the middle grade of the spiritual class to compare with the upper grade of the mortal class. It would be strange if there were no deficiencies. Although improving qualifications can also improve some foundations, it is ultimately just a byproduct. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely get first place. Ziye didn't refuse, he wanted to become stronger. Okay, then go and refine it quickly. I will come to watch your game on time. Duanmu patted Zizi's shoulders twice, then turned and left. Ziye watched brother Duanmu leave, and hurried back to the training room. After adjusting his state, he opened the bottle. In an instant, red mist filled with energy and blood floated out. After just one puff, Ziye felt a surge of energy. There are 3 pills in total, pour one out and place it on the palm of your hand. Ziye observed it carefully and recognized the pill. Fill the foundation, blood spirit pill. Blood turns into mist, top grade blood spirit pill. Ziye exclaimed and was about to talk about the previous top grade body refining pill. He had tasted the average quality food a few times and found it acceptable. But the blood spirit pill is not even the best. He never gets any inferior products. There's nothing else to it, this thing is just too rare. Each blood spirit pill requires a large amount of ferocious beast flesh and blood to be refined, which can only be low quality or even inferior. If you want the best quality, the raw materials alone must be high quality blood and flesh essence, and the time required for refining will also be doubled. At the same time, there are also requirements for alchemists and others. In short, this thing shouldn't even exist in their city. Brother, who is he? Top grade blood spirit pill, this thing is too precious. Ziye didn't think any further and raised her hand to put the pill into her mouth. The next moment, his body changed visibly. 3 hours later, Ziye's physical strength has been improved to a higher level. Even the 8th level of body refining that could have been broken through at any time can now be accumulated a little more. The effect of the elixir was beyond his imagination. If his original foundation was made of wood, it would become half wood and half stone as his aptitude improved. So now, the foundation is made entirely of stone. Swallowed another top-grade blood spirit pill. The leaves can feel it, but this is just the basics. Before this, his body was already stronger than the average 9th level of body refining. Then after this improvement, half-step chi and blood may not be so scary anymore. 2 hours later. Swallow the third one. This pill was completely digested in just 1.5 hours. Ziye stood up, feeling the changes in her body and she couldn't believe it. Now his foundation is made of solid stone. You know, his original wooden foundation. It has already surpassed the vast majority of people. There is also the realm. Currently, he is only at the 8th level of body refining. The strength has not decreased but increased. I still have some money in my card. You can first switch to body refining pills, and then improve it a little bit. As long as I win this time, there will be no need for money. Intermediate training room, unlimited mid-grade body refining pills. As long as he has these 2 things, he is completely confident that he can win before the real battle of death souls begins. Promoted to the 9th level of body refining. After Ziye thought it over, she started to act. There are still 6 hours until the game at 12 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 18 The Fierce Tiger in the Half-Step Chi Blood Realm. Everyone, here are the information on both sides of the competition that is about to begin. Ziye, the 8th level of physical training, has played a total of 38 games, and also has a 38-game winning streak. Ziye followed the sound and walked out of the waiting area. The same night clothes, the same boy. Ziye stood on the stage, scanning the audience below. The sound is chaotic. A man who remained quiet poured himself a drink. Holding the cup high, facing the leaves on the ring. Ziye also looked at him. The next second, the 2 of them smiled in unison. Duanmule finished the drink in one gulp, and then took out another cup. Fill them up separately. Ziye, I have poured the drinks and they are waiting for you. In a private room. Mengmeng and Tang Yuan, the 2 people who sneaked out, are here. Tang Yuan saw Ziye and exclaimed, that guy looks like he is about the same age as us. Mengmeng also nodded vigorously. Indeed, the people in the ring were too young. Mengmeng, look at his name, Ziye, it should be the same surname as you, yet. It should be like that. Halfway through Mengmeng's words, Ziye on the screen also made a starting move. Tang Yuan screamed repeatedly, and at the same time she didn't forget to tease Ye Meng Meng. It's really a basic boxing technique. How about Xiao Meng? Are you also shocked? Ye Meng Meng did not reply. She was seriously injured by someone with a lower level of cultivation using basic boxing techniques. For this reason, she has undergone special training. Outside. Amid the shouts of everyone, the passage on the other side. Roar. A tiger roared, although it was powerful, it was not powerful enough. In the shadows, a creature with countless scars on its body walked out with the signs of old age. A ferocious tiger who is half a step into the Qi and blood realm. The audience was even more excited, and only a few people took a breath. What is a fierce tiger? A miracle among ferocious beasts. Since birth, his whole life has been spent in fighting. The upper and lower limits of qualifications are even more unusual and ferocious. Those who are low cannot even set foot in the Qi and blood realm. The tallest ones can even compete with the current top experts of mankind. At the same time, no matter what realm he is in, his combat effectiveness is terrifyingly strong. Duan Mule's face was also more serious, and he thought to himself. I didn't expect that there would be a fierce tiger in this underground competition. It was strange. There is no reason for a ferocious tiger to stay in that messed up Union realm. Even if the fierce tiger dies, it will not be willing to live under others. Strange, so strange. Xiao is in trouble now. Duan Mule looked at the stage. This battle exceeded his expectations. Ziye looked at fierce tiger, and the other person gave him a very different feeling. Start! The leaves instantly flashed like a snake gliding, rushing towards the fierce tiger. The ferocious tiger didn't look like fighting at all, it just slapped him with one claw. Ziye saw the right moment, turned sideways and delivered a straight punch. There was nothing superfluous about his movements, they were perfect. Even half a step of energy and blood cannot prevent a sudden attack from a blind corner. Can. On the opposite side of Ziye's punch, a huge tiger claw grabbed him. Danger! Ziye didn't even have time to close his fist, and the spirit snake steps under his body were running wildly. For a moment, it seemed that the body was tilted as if it was about to fall. Seeing this, fierce tiger's gloomy eyes flashed with light. On the sharp blade of the tiger's claw, streams of red blood emerged. Ziye, who was already retreating, had no time to adjust his funny figure. Take one step and jump into the air, the next second. Blood stained the arena. The leaves fell from mid-air and pressed towards the ring with one hand. He bounced himself far back, directly to the edge of the ring. At this time, he had a small scar on his arm, chest, and both legs. No, the combat level is too far behind. A high-grade mortal level is simply not enough, and there is no point in thinking about it now. What does it take to win? Ziye thought quickly in his mind, and at the same time he was on guard against the fierce tiger. But the fierce tiger just stood there without any intention of attacking. Why not attack? Are you too weak? Still. Old age, yes. That's it. Although Ziye can tell at a glance that the fierce tiger in front of him is already old. But I can't see how it is, looking at it now. The ferocious tiger was in worse shape than he thought. Drag it down? No. He couldn't withstand the fierce tiger's attack at all, and he wasn't sure he could hide forever. Only one fight. Ziye adjusted his breathing and rushed out again. The distance between the two quickly shortened. Finally, Ziye lowered himself and punched out. A fist and a claw collided together, and the rocks under the half-crouching Ziye were directly shattered. The night-walking clothes on that arm were shattered into strips by the violent force. 3 blood energy slashes suddenly hit Ziye, and he had no way to dodge the attack from a blind angle. There were 3 wounds on his chest that were deep enough to show the bones, but Ziye showed a smile. He made the right bet on who he is now. Being able to withstand one blow is enough. Half-step Qi and Blood Realm is not Qi and Blood Realm at all, let alone one who is so old. There will eventually be some time between using Qi and Blood. Ziye's other hand punched out fiercely, and the prototype of his fist was displayed for the first time. This time, the speed, strength, and destructive power of the fists have all increased to a higher level. Bang! The front half of Fierce Tiger's body was half beaten up, but he seemed to be awake again. There was no trace of twilight in his eyes, and his body was filled with energy and blood that was beyond imagination. After Ziye hit this blow, the wound on his chest spurted out blood in an instant. He even dyed the Fierce Tiger's body red in front of him. Obviously a lethal dose. The ferocious tiger above is already about to kill. If this move were to hit, even 10 of him would be unable to resist it. Ziye clenched his fists and adjusted his body shape. If you have watched Ziye's first battle carefully, you will recognize this move. Among the basic boxing techniques, it is the only ultimate move. For a moment, everyone is quiet and the wind has stopped. The tiger's claws were about to hit from both sides, and the tiger's roar was enough to stun the leaves. But, after all, Ziye was one step ahead. Boom! Explosive sound, behind the fierce tiger. An illusory fist rushed out of the body. But the fierce tiger still pounced down. There was another loud noise, and the stone slabs under the fierce tiger were shattered. There was even more smoke and dust. Among them, the figure of the leaves also disappeared. 1 second, 2 seconds. Fierce tiger's body suddenly moved, under everyone's nervous gaze. The fierce tiger was opened, and a figure stood up. Ziye! 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 Ziye didn't care about the thousands of people shouting and just looked at the referee. Winner, Ziye! After Ziye heard this, he walked step by step. Go through the passage and reach the waiting area. He didn't go get the reward. He just opened the door to the outside and walked out step by step. It was also at this time that I walked among the crowd. Only then did people finally see Ziye's injuries clearly. If he hadn't known it in advance, he wouldn't have been able to tell that Ziye was wearing night clothes. The 3 wounds on the chest seemed like the bones inside would break in the next moment. But the worst thing was Ziye's 2 arms. What's better than facing a fierce tiger collision? As the crowd moved out of the way, Ziye finally came to the table. Sit down hard. There is a bloody drink in front of you. Brother, I won. Duan Mule nodded and raised his glass. Ziye also bit the cup with his mouth. Bang! The clear voice resounded in everyone's hearts. After drinking the drink, the cup fell down. The leaves no longer had any strength, and the body fell to the side. A hand reached out to catch it steadily. Ziye, you did a good enough job. Ziye seemed to feel it too, with a smile on his lips. Chapter 19 Old Friends. Morrowind walked onto the ring without anyone noticing. Squatting in front of the fierce tiger's body, he stretched out his hand and swept it gently. How is it? You regret it? Day by day, if you don't take good care of yourself, you will have to go out and cause trouble. Let a little guy win, otherwise you will be called a fool. Having said this, Morrowind's voice stopped. Don't come again in the next life. Chen Feng stood up, turned around and left here. It's just a drop of water that has not yet dried on a stone in front of the fierce tiger's mouth. It seemed to be silently telling an unknown story. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The impact of that day's battle did not decrease but increased. Videos spread wildly on the dark side, and more people saw the battle. Among them, there are naturally some capable people. Saw something. Fierce tiger, the rudiment of fist intention, the 8th level of body training, basic boxing skills, Ziye who is too young. Teacher Du walked out of the library. He had been here for several days. But still no useful information was found. Just as he was distressed, 2 people came over. What's wrong with you? Ye Mengmeng and Tang Yuan stood in front of Teacher Du. Teacher Du, I want you to look at something for me and give me your opinion. Thing? Sure. Teacher Du said with almost no pause, and he happened to have no clue right now. Helping a student can also help him relax. Seeing the agreement, Ye Mengmeng immediately took out her mobile phone. Quickly find the video hidden inside, it is the battle between Ye Ziye and the fierce tiger. Teacher Du took the phone, clicked on the video and started watching it. After the video ends, Ye Mengmeng asked impatiently, Teacher Du, did you see anything? Teacher Du pretended to be calm and said, this person is very strong and young. He strikes decisively and his movements are perfect. After hearing these words, Ye Mengmeng said quickly. That's not what I'm talking about, Teacher Du. Do you think he looks familiar? Look familiar? Not at all. If I had ever seen someone of this level, I wouldn't be unimpressed. Hearing such decisive words, Ye Mengmeng lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Tang Yuan came closer at this time. Okay, my little Mengmeng can't cry, it won't be cute anymore. Immediately, Tang Yuan said goodbye to Teacher Du. He took Ye Mengmeng and left. Teacher Du, who was sitting there, looked at the two people leaving. Yes, it's impossible for him not to be impressed. Especially, the last move was specially taught by him. It's just that some things are better not to be known to too many people. Ye Ziye, how did you get there? Is it because of previous changes? Or do you want me to help you find something? Forget it, keep looking. The good vacation is over, waiting for other students to come back. He is also responsible for conducting a class competition. Underground competition. Ye Ziye gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes. I found myself in a completely unimpressive ward. When the two maids beside the bed saw him waking up, one of them walked out quickly. Seeing this scene, Ye Ziye said nothing. There's no use talking to that maid, it's better to rest for a while. Immediately, Chen Feng, whom he had seen before, walked in. How long has it been? Ye Ziye said weakly, although it can be calculated based on the panel. But it's still convenient. Morrowind looked at him as if he were a monster. 2 days, you slept for 2 days. That's okay. Ye Ziye breathed a sigh of relief, he was really afraid of sleeping for a long time. It affects his participation in the soul fighting. You can recover so quickly because of your brother. After you fell down and were sent here, your brother kicked everyone else out, and I don't know what method he used. Brother Duanmu? It did make him worry again. Ye Ziye thought, and Chen Feng continued. You can lie down a little longer. A doctor will come to check you out in the afternoon. Ye Ziye nodded, he was indeed too weak now. Even speaking is a bit difficult. Chen Feng turned around and walked to the door, grabbing the doorknob with his hand. The movement stopped. Ye Ziye also noticed this scene. A different voice than before came with a sad voice. That fierce tiger, how do you feel? Ye Ziye was stunned for a moment, then struggled to stand up. It's very strong. If fierce tiger were younger, at least not in a situation where he was almost at the end of his life, I would lose. Yet. Chen Feng opened the door and left. The leaves also lay down to rest again. Soon after the afternoon inspection, Ye Ziye's body has almost recovered, and the first thing after he came out. Just go to Morrowind and ask for the reward you agreed on earlier. When Chen Feng saw the coming person, he had already expected it. Throw out a book directly. After catching the leaf, I saw 3 big characters written on it. Vajra body. Boy, although this Vajra body is a middle-level spiritual level skill, it is even more difficult to practice than ordinary high-level spiritual level skills. If you find it too difficult, I can exchange it for you with a lower-grade spiritual one. Middle-grade spiritual level. Ye Ziye was stunned. He felt that the skill in his hand suddenly became heavier. It turns out that his highest level was just a low-level spiritual swordsman who became a mascot. In addition, there is not even a top-grade mortal level. This time, it can be regarded as directly crossing a big realm. No need to change. Ziye said decisively. Is he afraid that it will be difficult to practice? It's a joke, and it doesn't matter what type of golden finger he has. Proficiency panel. It doesn't have many functions, but it's just not difficult to practice. When the time comes, the skill comes out. If the mortal level is useless, go to the spiritual level. As long as it is effective, it can be worn through even if it is worn. Okay, if that's the case, I'll give you these 10 bottles of Vajra pills as well. With these, I can at least increase my combat power before leaving. Chen Feng took out 10 bottles of elixirs because he was afraid that Ziye would waste a month in vain. The Vajra body is either an ordinary difficulty or a genius like Ziye who understands the rudiments of the fist intention. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. You may not be able to achieve anything in a month. There is also an intermediate training room. I have arranged it for you. It is No. 2. Chen Feng said, there are not many intermediate training rooms here. The higher the pre-number is, the better the cultivation environment is. Number 1 is the only high-end training room, and it is also the one he often uses. The reason for his obvious preferential treatment is also very simple. It is no longer because Ziye's performance will affect his future, but because of his old friend. Now that he killed his old friend, then, he must be a genius worthy of his old friend. Only in this way is his friend the best to fall. By the way, there are also middle-grade body refining pills. I will replace them with 10 high-grade body refining pills for you every day, so that your foundation will not be weak. Although the body refining pill is said to be one of the least toxic pills with impurities, except for the top and best ones. Even if it's medium quality, it's better to eat less. Chapter 20 Rapid Growth. After hearing this, Ziye looked at Chen Feng. I hope the other party can give me an explanation. There are so many things out there. Chen Feng naturally understood what Ziye meant. Don't think about it being useless. If you perform well, I can benefit from it too. Ziye took the things and exited the room, temporarily agreeing. Walking towards the training room number 2, a man was already waiting at the door with a bottle of elixir. Sir, this is your body refining pill for today. Ziye responded and walked into the training room with these pills. Put things away and Leaf opens its own panel directly. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualification, mid-level spiritual level. Realm, 8th level of body refining. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal, night clothes, low-grade mortal. Skills, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, middle-grade mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-grade mortal level, the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-grade spiritual level, and the perfect spiritual snake step, mid-grade mortal level. Skills, breathing, middle level spiritual level 403625/10000000, boxing, top level mortal level 2925/10,000, body skills, top level mortal level 322/10,000, fighting, top level mortal level 50/1000. Looking from above. The night clothes on my body have become new. It should be that Brother Duanmu changed it for him during those hours that Chen Feng mentioned. The exercises are nothing fancy either. The key is skills. At present, breathing is the most important and basic, and it has 400,000 experiences so far. Still more than halfway to upgrade. The moment he entered the intermediate training room, Ziye felt a sense of comfort. The energy content in the air far exceeds that of the primary training room. The efficiency of increasing experience is also directly doubled. 1.5 seconds for a little experience. 40 points in 1 minute, 2,400 points in 1 hour. 57,600 points a day. There is still almost a month left before he can participate in the soul fighting. Nearly 1.8 million experience points. Totally enough. Moreover, this time is enough for him to upgrade his boxing skills and body skills to the spiritual level. Ziye took a deep breath to calm down and took out the high-grade Vajra body of the spiritual order. Look through it. 3 hours passed, and Ziye was still frowning. Exhale slowly. It is indeed a technique that is as difficult as the upper level of the spiritual level. It's really not simple. But now he only needs to take the first step. Pick up a bottle of Vajra pills on the side, pour 1 pill and throw it into your mouth. Then he walked to the training room, which is dedicated to physical exercise equipment. Start trying to practice. Half an hour later. The effect of the adamantium elixir wears off, and the leaves do not hesitate. Throw another one into your mouth, thus using the precious elixir to try to get started. Designation is a waste, but compared to a few pills. He wants a new skill even more. A full day. After all the Vajra pills were used up, my body finally experienced a change. Technique, beginner's Vajra body, middle level of spiritual level. Skills, constitution, 0/1 before entering the level. Ziye was so excited that he wanted to shout, because the moment this skill appeared, a slight to almost non-existent change occurred in his body. Just like the first breath. Good. Ziye couldn't wait to start practicing for 10 minutes. The experience finally changed. Skill, constitution, mid-level mortal level 9/100. At this moment, Ziye had a clue about the cultivation of the Vajra body. At the same time, we also know that this efficiency is far from the limit. Even just a base. Ziye fell directly to the ground, he was too tired now. If it weren't for that last breath, he wouldn't have been able to last those 10 minutes. However, it's all worth it. The following days. Ziye practices boxing for 8 hours, bodywork for 6 hours, and Vajra body for 4 hours every day. Practice 18 hours a day. This is still the limit of his body, not the limit of his will. Day 1. The physique is upgraded to the upper level of mortal level. The next day. His physique has been upgraded to the highest level. Day 9. The physique reaches the lower level of the spiritual level. Through the breakthrough of the physique, the Vajra body reaches the minor level. At this time, with the help of training room equipment, you can get 10 experience points in 1 minute. Day 10. Breathing, high-grade spiritual level 3/10000000. Qualification, top-grade spiritual level. Realm, 9th level of body refining. At the same time, Ziye found a surprise. That was the dissatisfaction caused by the improvement of his qualifications when he was practicing the Vajra body. As your physique improves, your foundation will be replenished little by little. In this case, in the future, we only need to focus on improving our physical fitness. Then the previous problem will not occur again. Day 11. The spirit snake step breaks through to the transformation realm, just after the breakthrough. The spiritual snake steps on the panel gradually blurred, and then turned into a ball of light. Integrated into the body method. Ziye suddenly had a better understanding of Shenfa, and the experience gained after the Shenfa on the panel was directly plus 1000. Shenfa, the best mortal level 5260/10,000. At this moment, there are no more spiritual snake steps. Some are just Ziye's understanding of body skills. Day 23. The last bit of experience in Shenfa was completed. Body skills, low spiritual level 0/100000. At this moment, every action of Ziye has exceeded the level of ordinary people. If another body technique is used, the combination of the two can even produce a stronger effect. Next, he took the time to write the original method. He spent all his time practicing boxing. It is only one step away from the true fist intention. Day 26. Boxing technique, low-level spiritual level 0/10,000. With one punch, the punch flew out of the air and exploded the sandbag he had been practicing with for a long time. And this sandbag is usually for the Qi and blood realm. But Ziye feels that this is not the true power of fist intent. There is also the Vajra body, and the spiritual level exercises have exceeded the level of the body refining realm. The body refining realm is too low, and only by reaching the Qi and blood realm can one exert truly terrifying power. And the next time, Ziye devoted himself wholeheartedly to King Kong. Physical constitution, lower spiritual level 6105/100000. Day 29. After 3 days of crazy training, wounds even appeared on Ziye's body. His physical body reached its limit, but Ziye's face was full of relief. Physical constitution, middle level spiritual level 10/10000000. Day 30. The 1-month period has expired. Ziye did not practice anymore, but took a good rest for a day. Looking at the panel again, it has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualification, top grade spiritual level. Realm, 9th level of body refining. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal, night clothes, low-grade mortal. Skills, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, middle-grade mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-grade mortal level, the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-grade spiritual level, and the Xiaocheng Vajra body, mid-grade spiritual level. Skills, breathing, high-grade spiritual level 836521/10000000, boxing, low-grade spiritual level 5/100000, body skills, low-grade spiritual level 2/100000, combat, high-grade mortal level 50/1000, physical fitness, mid-grade spiritual level 10/10000000. Chapter 21 Departure. Ziye walked out of the room and booked a private room. After a while, the door of the private room was opened. Ziye looked at the person at the door and said with a smile, "Brother, you are here." Duan Muley walked in and looked at the leaves that had undergone earth-shaking changes. "Well, I didn't expect that you would undergo such a change in just 1 month." At this time, in Duan Muley's eyes, Ziye's body has far exceeded the level of the general 9th level of body refining and secondary quenching. Even more than what he had achieved at the time. And every move seems to have some kind of wonderful artistic conception. If you think about it carefully, you can think of the fist intention. Duan Muley sat opposite Ziye, looked at him and asked, "You are leaving soon, why don't you go see the old man? You fought until you were close to death before, but it was all just to save him." Ziye shook his head. He didn't want to see her, or rather he was afraid of being discovered. How could he not know the Dean's thoughts? He would never allow him to fight for himself. And in front of an old fox like the Dean who has lived for decades, his little acting skills really can't make it to the stage. Forget it, it will be troublesome if the Dean sees anything. Yeah, that old man always loves to worry. Duan Muley seemed to have thought of something and expressed great affirmation. There was a long silence between the two before Duan Muley said, "Ziye, I concealed the meaning of the soul-death battle before, but you should know it now." Ziye nodded calmly. The Death Soul fight was an underground competition, an activity held to recruit a group of new people. The underground competition is the largest force behind the scenes, and what it represents is far from simple as people think. The water here is not generally deep. Let alone first place, or even if he gets first place, it's still unclear whether he can come back. No matter what, the Dean must be saved. The Dean should not die like this. Ziye stared at Duan Muley, and Duan Muley softly replied with the word "hum." Duan Muley sighed slightly, and the ring on his finger flickered. 3 jade tablets floated between the two of them. Ziye, these are the 3 exercises I have practiced. If you put them on your forehead, the exercises will be transferred to your mind. Also, you must live. After saying that, Duan turned around and left. There was no need to say any more unnecessary words. Ziye had also noticed something was wrong a long time ago, such a large-scale death battle. Why would Duan ask him to participate and compete for first place? It was obviously an almost impossible thing. Even if he understood the rudiments of fist intention at that time, he should not be qualified at that level. Later, he was given skills and resources, but from his current perspective, those things seemed to just want him to pass the selection in this city and leave here to participate in the real battle of souls to the death. And when he first took a break from school, he asked Teacher Du to find out the relevant matters when he had time. He didn't think much about it at the time, he just thought, what if there was a new way? What made him suspicious the most was what the person in charge here, Chen Feng, said. Ziye collapsed directly on the sofa and looked at the 3 jade tokens still floating on the table. Now his idea has almost been confirmed, Brother Duan is definitely hiding a lot of things. He even began to wonder if the dean's current situation was also caused by him. But even if he guessed something, what could he do? Maybe there is no need for Tianxuanlian at all, but does he dare to bet? He doesn't dare, let alone can't. His current strength is too weak. Strength? Ziye whispered. At the same time, he looked at the jade plagues, picked up the jade plagues and put them on his forehead. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge was poured into his mind. Within an hour, all the knowledge of the 3 jade cards was absorbed by him. And he also obtained 3 brand new techniques. A high-grade spiritual boxing technique, Liang Fist. A low-level spiritual body technique, Dragon-shaped steps. A secret technique for low-level spiritual beings, the blood-burning technique. They are all spiritual levels. And in addition to 1 boxing method and 1 personal method, there is also a secret book. The blood-burning technique uses qi and blood as firewood and oneself as the furnace to forcibly erupt with strength that exceeds the original strength. Of course, this kind of thing has side effects. If it is only for a short period of time, it will only be weak for a while at most. But as time goes by, the realm may deteriorate and the foundation may be damaged. In severe cases, the energy and blood will burn out and lead to death. Well enough. Ziye feels that as long as the time is controlled, this price is completely acceptable. It's just that I don't have time to practice now, he will leave soon. A few hours later, Ziye stood with the other 2 people competing. Morrowind was ahead of them. Ziye was not interested in the other 2 people and just looked at the sky. Not for a while. I saw a small black dot flying straight towards the horizon in the distance. As the distance shortens, the leaves can be seen clearly. It was a ferocious beast like a wild goose. It's as big as an airplane. The wild geese flew directly over the air defense device outside the city and stopped in front of several people. As soon as he stopped, Chen Feng walked over with a badge in his hand. After a few minutes, Morrowind put away the badge and said to the 3 people behind him. Okay, you guys come over quickly. Ziye took the lead and walked forward, looking at the geese as if they were airplanes in front of them. He couldn't help but secretly be surprised. Walking closer, he jumped lightly and jumped directly onto the back of the wild goose. The same goes for the remaining 2. After all 3 people sat down, the wild geese gave a long cry. It seemed to remind them to sit tight, and then flew straight into the distance. Somewhere on a tall building on the other side, Duan stood there and looked at the people leaving. A person behind him said, "Bishop, won't you take action?" Duan shook his head, "It's not time yet, and we won't be able to explain it easily if we try to alert the enemy now." The man didn't give up and continued, "The talent of one of them has spread throughout the surrounding cities. My name is Ziye. He killed the fierce tiger and also understood the rudimentary form of fist intention. This kind of genius cannot be let go. Duan Muley turned around and said somewhat unhappily. The Death King, the Soul King, or the Fighting King, which one do you think is easier to offend? That person's talent has spread, so he can no longer act lightly. When he heard about the three kings, the man just thought about it and sweat broke out on his brow. How are things arranged? Duan Muley asked, and the man quickly replied. 90% of the arrangements have been completed. The rest is mainly about a few unity realms that still need some time. After saying that, the man seemed to have thought of something again, and then continued after a pause. The Wang family's decoration has been completed. I guarantee that no one will be able to escape when the time comes. Wang family. Duan Muley thought to himself. Is it finally done? He had paid so much for this moment, but it was all worth it. Chapter 22 Part 1 of 13. Ziye and the others first sat on the wild geese and then went to several surrounding cities. After picking up everyone, we started heading to the destination. Ziye only knew that it was one of the 13 branches of the underground competition. He oversees all underground competitions in the state. Nothing else is known. Soon the time came to evening, and the wild geese also stopped in a city. People from the city's underground competition immediately gathered around. Everyone is arranged separately, and food and a place to rest will be provided free of charge. Ziye went to have a hearty meal first, after all, warriors have a big appetite. Then he went to open a junior training room. Ziye adjusted his state while constantly thinking about the fiery sun fist. Because of the boxing skills and boxing intentions of the lower spiritual level, and the qualifications of the upper spiritual level. These three all have a bonus effect on the understanding of boxing skills, so it only lasts 3 hours. Ziye has already started. At the same time, the upgrading efficiency of boxing skills skyrocketed. 3 experience points per minute. This is far from the limit, just based on feeling. Ziye estimated that the ultimate efficiency of Liang Fist should be able to reach 10 experience points per minute. Then came the body technique, the low-level spiritual level dragon-shaped step. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that it is definitely related to the spiritual snake step. Perhaps it is the advanced technique of spiritual snake step. Obviously, Brother Duanmu chose this specially for him. It was very smooth to understand, and I got started in just an hour. The limit of this movement technique is about 2 to 3 points per minute. It's also very good. What Ziye didn't expect was the last blood-burning skill. This skill is governed by physical skills, but it makes sense if you think about it carefully. The essence of this technique is to stimulate the body to burst out with more powerful power. The principle is simple, and it is even easier to understand. The leaves adjust the qi and blood energy in the body and begin to run on a specific route. This journey requires a lot of physical exertion, but breathing is there. In the face of this continuous but not too much consumption, you can ignore it. In other words, he can practice blood-burning skills 24 hours a day. The only drawback is that you get hungry easily, but meals are provided at every stop along the way. Just eat more then. It's the efficiency that leaves Ziye unsatisfied, and can only guarantee 1 point per minute. At the same time, this is already the limit. Then Ziye practiced until daytime. After sitting on the wild goose, perform the blood-burning exercise while catching up on your sleep. The wild geese fly very steadily, and there is no need to worry about falling. Next, the group of them flew on the wild geese for 10 days. In 10 days, everyone on Dian got to know each other somewhat. Currently, the person with the highest level in Dian is a middle-aged man who is over 40 years old. It has been tempered 3 times. According to people who were with him, he seemed to have been injured when he was young. As a result, it is no longer possible to break through to the qi and blood realm, but there are few opponents in the body refining realm. At least, except for him, no one on the wild geese could beat him. However, Ziye felt that he had the least chance. Because I am too old, the upper limit has been fixed. Except for this one, the others on Dian are all around 25 years old. These people may not be the strongest in their underground competition, but they must be the most talented. Ziye sat in a corner silently practicing the blood-burning technique. After these 10 days, he has practiced the burning blood kung fu to great perfection. But he was still not satisfied. My understanding of this technique is clear enough, and I can run it very smoothly. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't get out of this last step. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the geese. Ziye also opened his eyes because it was almost here. Far away on the earth. A city stood there, and that was their destination. Tianyu. It seems that there were 3 top experts in one generation before, so the name was changed. The prosperity of this city far exceeded Ziye's knowledge. Is this a big city? Ziye swallowed unconsciously and just took a look. It caused a huge impact on his soul. At the same time, there was a slight feeling of satisfaction with his own strength in his heart. It also disappeared directly into smoke. In such a big city, there are probably many powerful people in the true martial realm. Needless to say, genius. Not enough. His strength is far from enough. Soon, the wild geese fell again. Staff will lead them to register, and the process is very simple. After checking the microchapter, it's done. Contestants, with your microstamp, you can enjoy free food and shelter before the end of the competition. There are still 3 days before the start of the game. You can make your own arrangements, but be careful. If the game is late, it will be treated as abandoned. After hearing this, Ziye began to think about his next action. You must not waste these 3 days. But whether it's boxing, body, or breathing, it is no longer possible to achieve a breakthrough in just a few days. Besides, he was also out of money, though not at all. But after seeing the prosperity of this city, Ziye has no doubt that he is probably better than a beggar now. I scanned the panel twice and finally locked on a skill. Combat, High Grade Mortal Level 50/1000. This is the lowest level now. The improvement of this skill requires a lot of fighting, but in the original city, the strength of the body refining realm is too weak, and even a single battle can't add a few points of experience. In the end, the fight with the fierce tiger was not considered a qualified battle. So this skill is blocked by him. But now in this big city, all the previous problems are gone. Ziye refused the invitations of several people and went straight to the front desk. Hello, how can I help you? A young lady at the front desk asked kindly. I want to play games, and many games. Ziye can't wait to gain experience like crazy now. When the little sister heard this, she said, Little brother, this won't work. Under normal circumstances, a person can only compete once a day. Is there such a rule? A big question mark appeared on Ziye's head. He used to play 6 or 7 games a day. Could it be that Morrowind opened a back door for himself? Ziye then put these useless thoughts behind. He now wants to improve his combat skills. 1 fight a day, only 3 games in 3 days. That's simply not enough. Is there anything unusual about that? Ziye asked unwillingly. The young lady saw that Ziye was still insisting, then there will only be a series of battles. There is hope. Tell me carefully. To put it simply, it is a round-robin battle, divided into 2 sides, the defender and the challenger. They fight for at least 10 rounds. Once it begins, the defender will face the challenges of the challenger, and it will not stop regardless of victory or failure. Each round of combat lasts up to half an hour, and the same goes for the rest time. It will only end when the 10 rounds are over or the defender dies. Chapter 23 Wheel War. If you can't quit in the middle, then if you try your best to kill an enemy, the next one who comes after that can easily kill him. The stakes are high. Seeing that Ziye hadn't given up yet, the lady at the front desk sighed. If it weren't for Yezi's appearance, he would be too young. She wouldn't even think about trying to persuade him. After all, she had seen too many lives and deaths in this hell. Not everyone can fight in a chain battle. You need to win a certain number of games in the local underground competition, or defeat someone who is qualified to fight in a chain battle. Yezi's eyes suddenly lit up. All the problems in my mind disappeared. He only needs to fight a qualified person to understand his current strength. What level is it at? I want to fight someone who is qualified. The young lady looked helpless. This is not something you can just hit if you want. Then please give me your microseal and I will register. Ziye handed it over directly. The young lady put the microseal on an instrument, and immediately relevant information will appear. Ziye, the 9th level of body refining. Wins and losses, 38 wins and 0 losses, 38 consecutive wins, Gray. Member of the Death Soul Fight. The young lady looked at Ziye in surprise, she didn't expect it. This is no more than a 20-year-old boy who knows nothing. He has actually won 38 games in a row, even though he played in a lower-level underground competition than here. But this also means that strength will never be simple. And he is also a participating member of the Death Soul Fight. Registration has been completed, please wait for notification. His tone of voice changed. Ziye didn't have any reaction to this, he just hoped it would be quick. If you don't get it in 3 days, it's over. Another place. In a mysterious space. 3 figures sat together, between them. It is a mirror divided into thousands of images. If everyone on the Wild Goose was allowed to look, they would all be able to find him. No, these people have too bad character. The Death King looked at the scenes on several screens, these contestants. On the first day I came to this city, I got into trouble. And it hasn't been resolved yet. This doesn't work either, it's not the right age. The soul hand pointed at a middle-aged man, who was the one who was with Ziye before. The 3 kings kept observing everyone and making comments from time to time. King Do noticed something interesting. This little guy wants to fight as soon as he comes, but he doesn't know his strength. The other 2 kings also looked here, and at the same time, information about Ziye appeared among the 3. The rudimentary form of fist intention is good, with perfect body skills, but it's a pity that it's only a mid-level mortal. My physical fitness is also better than that of ordinary people. I finally have another good one. Do Wang said with satisfaction, among those who came from other cities in recent days. He was the only one who looked down on him, but now he finally has one. In that case, let him try it. After the Death King finished speaking, dozens of documents appeared around him when he raised his hand. King Do suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and picked out a piece of information with a wicked smile. That's what makes it interesting. The Soul King took a deep look at Do Wang, and it has to be you. Ziye took no more than 2 steps back when he was informed that the competition time would be in an hour. So fast? No one will be eyeing me again, probably not. After all, I'm just a newbie now. Ziye quickly found the place where he was playing and entered the waiting area to wait. Dear guests, both parties in the next competition are all members of Death Soul Fighting. One side is a talented player from a small city, the extremely young Xiao Ye. The leaves appeared on the big screen during a previous game. Ye made a hand gesture. The other party is our acquaintance, a dark horse in the underground competition, the Banished Immortal. Ziye walked out of the passage. At this time, almost everyone outside was shouting the name of the Banished Immortal. It seemed that he had drawn a good card. Opposite, a man wearing a white and gold mask walked towards him. There is also a long sword behind his back, which looks very extraordinary. Boy, you are very lucky. I will give you a chance to go down by yourself. Banished Immortal said very relaxedly, as if it was just a small matter. Ziye didn't reply, but just put on a posture again. If the opponent does not participate in the soul fighting, he can still withdraw. But now, in this arena, only one can survive standing. The game begins. The leaves suddenly burst out, like a spiritual snake rushing out. When he rushed to the banished immortal, his fists unexpectedly strengthened Yang fist. Banished immortal dodged the move and Ziye continued to pursue. Seeing this, the banished immortal also rushed forward to greet him. Palms and punches collided together and then bounced away. His palm was like a breeze, facing Rang Yi's fierce sun fist. In just 3 or 2 minutes, the two of them fought more than 100 times. Bang! After 2 voices that almost overlapped, Ziye was beaten and took several steps back. As for the banished immortal, it still looked like it was shot with one palm, looking very relaxed. Ziye clenched his fist, something was wrong with him just now. But he still can't figure it out. Exiled immortal said at this time, at this age, you are very good. I'll give you a chance. After this move, the outcome is decided. Ziye did not dare to be careless, while running the Vajra body to increase defense again. The blood-burning technique has also been prepared. The next second, the banished immortal flashed directly in front of Ziye, and Ziye's eyes widened. Burn blood! The banished immortal's palm moved slightly, and he stretched out 2 fingers to point at the leaves. Boom! After an explosion-like sound, banished immortal quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding a punch. However, the wind caused by the fist made his clothes continue to make noise. Ziye's eyes were bloodshot, and a hole opened in the night jacket on his chest. You win! Ban Xian walked straight to the edge of the ring and jumped directly. Ziye wins! Ziye slowly retracted his fist, the blow just now. He only felt that his organs were hit hard by an impact. If there is no burning blood technique in Xiaocheng Vajra body, he absolutely couldn't bear it. Ziye looked at the empty passage on the other side. The man was still carrying a sword. The feeling given to everyone is that it is terrifyingly strong. But only Ziye noticed something strange. Something is very wrong. Ziye walked down from the ring. This time his rewards were much richer than before. There is also a high-grade body refining pill, which can only be said to be worthy of being a big city. Find the young lady from before. I want to fight a series of battles. The lady at the front desk didn't say anything unnecessary this time, perhaps because she didn't expect Ziye to actually win. Not long after, it was on the big screens of the underground competition. The news of Ziye starting the series was announced, along with the time and arena number. Moreover, it also emphatically stated the participants of the Death Soul fight. Suddenly, not only the original audience. People gathered from all over to face this opponent they had never seen before. They all became interested and walked towards the same place in unison. Chapter 24 Invitation. The first battle in the series. Ziao is the defender, Hong Kong is the challenger. A bald monk came up and said hello. Donor, this poor monk wants to learn about your Vajra body. The monk said, revealing his strong upper body, which was also a physical exercise. Then come on. Ziye took a stance and rushed over. The monk rushed out at the same time, and both of them wanted to have a physical fight. Bang! There was a sound of hitting next, but Ziye was still better. After a loud noise, the monk was punched in the heart. The huge force directly made that place sink a lot downward. As a result, he immediately lost consciousness and fell down. Ziye caught him and then gently placed him on the ground. First game, win. The Vajra body was stronger than he thought, and he wasn't even injured in this battle. But I was right when I thought about it, this was a technique that was comparable to the top level of the spiritual level. When Brother Duanmu saw him, he looked very satisfied. After resting for only a few minutes, the leaves chose to continue. Game 2. The opponent is a master of using guns, and he is already a master of chain quenching. He is very strong. And he is also a member of the Death Soul fight. Ziye chose to fight in close combat at the beginning of the battle, not wanting to give him a chance at all. But the other party is not easy to deal with either. Find the right opportunity to poke 3 wounds on Ziye. Hung Qian blocked a punch and then distanced himself. He gasped for air, this guy's body was too hard. I finally found the opportunity to stab him 3 times, but the results were all skin injuries. There are also spirit-level body skills and boxing skills. This monster looks 6 or 7 years younger than him. Outrageous! Thinking about this, I got distracted. He was knocked off the ring by Ziye with 1 punch. Game 3. He is a swordsman, but his swordsmanship is only at the top level of ordinary people. Vulnerable in the eyes of Ziye. Within minutes he was punched. The 4th game, the 5th game, the 6th game. The average time of the 3 games did not exceed 5 minutes. Ziye withdrew his fist, after a month of hard training. In addition to the exercises sent by Brother Duanmu, these ordinary 9th levels of body training are simply not enough. After all, even here, it would be good if the 9th level of body refining basically has a top-grade mortal level book. There are very few people who know the best of the mortal level. Not everyone has the spiritual level and even the Qi and blood realm. As a result, he had a way of doing this, and there was a big gap all of a sudden. But after all, he is from a big city and has a lot of experience. Every game is at least a dozen points. Game 7, Game 8. It wasn't until the 9th game that a slightly stronger one appeared. Ziye fought with him for more than 10 minutes before seizing the opportunity to end it with 1 punch. Game 10 was equally stress-free. End of Game 10. Winner, Ziye. At the end of the series, Ziye successfully defeated 10 opponents. Leaf is in the ring, under the spotlight. Listening to the cheers of the audience, he felt little pressure after these 10 games. Among the 10 people, only the 2nd and 9th ones have some strength. Looking at the data on the panel, Ziye showed a smile. Combat, high-grade mortal level 258/1000. After walking off the ring, in the waiting area, a staff member brought over his award. In addition to a lot of money, there are also body refining pills and energy stones. The money goes directly to the card, and the other leaves are sent to your room. However, there has always been a problem with the leaves. As a reward, whether it is money or body refining pills, it is normal. Maybe he doesn't quite understand the measuring stone. This thing cannot be absorbed actively in the body refining realm. If it is passive, the effect will be the same. Take leaves for example. If it weren't for the upgrade of energy stones that can speed up breathing, he would have sold them all. Forget it, it's not a big deal. As soon as Ziye walked out of the waiting area, a person came up to him. Who are you? He was sure that he did not recognize this person, and the clothes he saw through were not that of a staff member. My young master invites you to a banquet tonight. Hold an invitation with both hands and keep it very low. Ziye did not reach out to take it. Who is your young master? My lord, I am the one who banished the immortal in your first game. Hesitation flashed in Ziye's eyes, but he still picked up the invitation. There was something he just wanted to ask. By the way, who will go to this party? Most of them are contestants like you, and there are also some people from underground competitions. Explain carefully, while still bending your waist and not straightening up. This made Ziye feel a little uncomfortable, so he said. I will go, you go. Yes. The man retreated directly, and Ziye watched the scene. No words were spoken. After going back to the room and absorbing all the energy stones, go to the front desk. The night clothes on Ziye's body had been torn in many places, especially on the chest. When I arrived, there were many people staring at me. When the lady at the front desk saw Ziye coming, she already knew that Ziye had successfully defeated 10 people. There will no longer be any slights. Sir, do you need help with anything? I want another series of fights. Ziye said lightly, 3 days. He must at least upgrade his fighting skills to the highest level of mortal level. The young lady at the front desk swallowed her saliva, then remembered that the person in front of her didn't seem to know any rules, and said, My lord, continuous serial fighting and competition in the underground are regarded as provocations, especially by people from other places. Ziye didn't respond, just asked. In this underground competition, how strong is the strongest body refining state? The lady at the front desk is very clear about these, after all, they are all popular players. The strongest person is a person who has been tempered 4 times, but he has not played for a long time. The rest are 5 who have been tempered 3 times. They are all members of the Death Soul fight. Ziye frowned slightly. He had already been injured in the previous fight with tempered body. Looking at it this way, it is risky to temper multiple people twice or 3 times in a row. The young lady at the front desk was suddenly startled and then said, Sir, it says that if you succeed in this challenge, you can get a spiritual treasure. Do you want to fight yourself? Do you just want to watch the fun, or? Ziye didn't continue thinking because he didn't have the strength to change anything. Help me arrange it. After a few minutes, the underground competition is quite lively. Everything that originally belonged here was blown up. They've all come here to hang out, who's not a little angry? You really don't care about life and death. Will you be invincible after being beaten once? That's right, I thought I would be invincible if I had some strength. I also have the spirit level skills. I'll go meet this guy first. One person burst out with astonishing momentum. Let the people around you exclaim. Just because this is Qian Shan, one of the 5 body tempering 3 times. I just came across this thing when I went out for a walk after practicing. A boy from the countryside is really ignorant. Qian Shan thought that he was actually a disciple of a powerful force in Sanmu City. In his eyes, there are only a few other guys like him who can be called opponents. It's just that when he first came out, he didn't know that Ziye had more than one spiritual level skill. It's not just spiritual level skills. Chapter 25 Madman. Ziye doesn't care what those people think, he just wants to be here. Defeat all body refining realms. Ziye was waiting in the waiting area early. This time I prepared quickly, faster than before. Ziye walked onto the stage and stared at his opponent. Hard stone. This was his first thought, a strong man 2 meters tall. What he held in his hand was a giant hammer that was not much lower than him standing on the ground. Boy, let me beat you down without the people behind you. Ziye didn't reply and got into a posture. The game begins. Ziye rushed out instantly. Qian Shan didn't react immediately because of his previous contempt. He could only swing the giant hammer in a hurry. This level can't hit me. Ziye easily dodged the blow and punched out at the same time. Mixed with fist power and heat, bang! Qianshan's body almost flew up. If it weren't for the giant hammer, his condition would be even worse. Boy! Qian Shan roared angrily and took a step forward to steady himself. Earthquake hammer technique. Ziye hid backwards, and Qian Shan chased after him. I hit several times in succession, but I didn't notice that Ziye couldn't hide. Vajra body. Boom. Ziye flew out directly, changing his body shape continuously in mid-air, and finally stabilized his body shape before landing. The moment he landed, a giant hammer came from above. Ziye did not dodge, boom. He just punched out and started a stalemate with the giant hammer. The opponent's combat experience is much higher than his own, and he is definitely at the level of the best mortals. Boy, keep fighting! Qian Shan roared. He was still in severe pain from the previous punch. As you wish. Ah! After Ziye finished speaking, he used the burning blood technique. At this second, Countless power emerged from Ye's body. If he fails here, how can he compete for first place? Boom! Another punch, this time the giant hammer was raised high. Qian Shan was stunned for a moment, and then became furious like fire. Just a small place guy. That's so. Get down here, who do you think you are? I'm just one person's child. The two sentences don't go together, but no one cares now. Earthquake hammer. Fire sun fist. Two roars. The two of them actually stood there and started attacking each other. For a moment, the giant hammer and fist began to collide continuously. The wind driven by the swing of the giant hammer has already reached the audience standing furthest away from the stage. The sound of fists being punched has spread throughout this hell. Once, 5 times, 10 times. An audience member in the audience suddenly touched his face, and a touch of red touched his hand. Yezi's eyes are blood red, burning blood at full power. At this moment, blood smoke began to rise from his body. With another punch, the giant hammer was knocked away by him. Qian Shan waved again, but was stunned for a moment. Then, that's what caught the eye. The fist was already full of flesh and blood. This punch ends the game. Boom! Qian Shan flew backwards and landed next to the giant hammer. Only then did everyone look and notice. There are dozens of fist seals on one side of the giant hammer. Hiss! Everyone gasped, they had no doubt. If it were replaced with a long sword, it would definitely have been beaten into several pieces. Looking at Ziye again, I found that he was tearing off some night clothes and wrapping them around his fists. After doing all this, look at the host. Continue. The host couldn't help but say. Contestant Ziye, you still have time to rest now. I said go ahead. Ziye said that the side effects of burning blood technique were greater than he thought. He wants a quick victory now. Second game. A figure reluctantly walked onto the stage. He was also very capable. It can already damage the leaves. But now he feels like there is a big word danger on his head. After all, in his opinion, Ziye is now a lunatic. At best, he is just a scumbag and goes crazy to fight with someone desperate for his life. After the game starts, neither of them made the first move. We are just comparing notes, there is no need, there is really no need. Ziye looked at him and asked, are you a participant in the soul fighting? Ah, yes. Oh. Ziye instantly got close and punched, with a bang sound. The man received a blow and thought about fighting back, but only with Ziye's normal full strength. He didn't last long before he lay down on the ground. You are a madman. After saying this, he fainted directly. Next. Ziye said, tightening the cloth strip on his fist again. Brother, I'm just an ordinary 9th level body refining person. His strength is even weaker than the previous one, and he has not been tempered even once. Just seeing Ziye fighting in a series of battles again, he was so angry that he signed up. Now let's see what qualifications we have. Even those who tempered their bodies 3 times always came up standing and went down lying down. He is a hairy person. Ziye nodded, this time a little gentler. After 2 minutes of fighting, he was knocked off the ring with one punch. Next. Boy, I am a member of Death Soul Fight. I don't believe how much strength you still have now. Tempering the body twice, the strength is very strong. After 10 minutes of fighting, he was carried down. Judging from the severity of the injury, there won't be any sequelae. But there is no way he can keep up with the soul death battle 3 days later. Everyone next understood it. In the next few scenes, the identity will be explained from the beginning. Only the last one, I want to give it a try. After playing 9 games in a row, Ziye has no strength left. Result. Another person was carried away. In the 10th game, Ziye wins. Contestant Ziye has won 20 consecutive games. At this time, the audience was already silent. Everyone looked at the leaves. A drop of blood penetrated Ye Xingai's fists. Standing there quietly, looking up. Dean, I'm one step closer to my goal. And brother Duanmu. Ye Ziye walked off the ring. At the same time, the reputation of madman spread throughout the underground competition. And the reputation of being a genius mixed in. An ordinary 9th level body refiner defeated a master who had tempered his body 3 times. But Ye Ziye doesn't know about all this and doesn't care. He looked at the staff and said, "Can you help me buy a night clothes and some healing elixirs?" "Okay." The staff member said quickly and then ran away. Just as Ye Ziye found a place to sit down, another staff member came over carrying something. "Sir, this is what was agreed upon." Ye Ziye noticed the large amount of qi and blood energy for the first time. "I saw that it was a stone no bigger than a fist." "What's this?" Ye Ziye feels a little dizzy now and can't remember what it is. "Sir, this is a high-grade spiritual blood stone." "Right. Qi and blood stone." It was formed by the bodies of dead ferocious beasts condensed over an unknown number of years. The qi and blood energy within it is very much desired by those in the qi and blood realm. But in Ye Ziye's eyes, this is clearly a further possibility. Qi and blood stones can speed up the quenching speed for the body refining realm. With this qi blood stone, I have almost reached the limit. You can quickly complete the body quenching, after all, your qualifications are enough. Just lack of time and resources. It's all there now. Chapter 26 Private Chat. Ye Ziye took the healing elixir bought by the staff, and then returned to his room with his things. In the room, Ye Ziye sat directly on the ground, leaning against the bed. Tear off the cloth strip from your fist bit by bit, pulling off a little bit at a time. It was just a burst of pain. It's indeed a bit much to fight like this. You should be more careful in the future. Thinking in his mind, he had gained an understanding of his own strength. Under normal full strength, it is able to suppress the secondary tempering body. If you fight to the top of the mortal level, you can even compete with 3 times of body tempering. As for the burning blood power, it can defeat the body tempering 3 times. But the price is a bit high. Ye Ziye felt that his body was still weak, and his body had been hurt this time. It must be cultivated for at least a period of time before it can be used again. However, Ye Ziye smiled slightly. When his physical skills were improving, he obviously felt that his recovery speed was much faster. He picked up a bottle of body refining pill from before and poured it directly into his mouth. It just consumes a bit much. Ye Ziye even thinks that even if the foundation is damaged due to overuse, it can be restored by improving the physical condition. There is precedent for this. In addition, combat, high-grade mortal level 723/1000. It skyrocketed by nearly half, and you can upgrade immediately. Soon. Ye Ziye continued to practice blood-burning skills to restore his body, and took 2 body refining pills from time to time. Time passes. When it gets dark, the energy and blood in the leaves fluctuate. The peak of the 9th level of body refining. It's a blessing in disguise, Ye Ziye thought. The next step is to temper the body, but this will have to wait for a while. Ye Ziye put on the newly bought night clothes and picked up the previous invitation. The above position is not an underground race, the leaves pass through a certain path. Went outside and called a cab on my phone. Half an hour later. After Ye Ziye paid the money, he got out of the car and looked at the tall building in front of him. Wanfu Tower. Nice name. People were coming and going in front of the gate, and many people noticed him. After all, wearing night clothes and standing under the street lights at night is too conspicuous. Ye Ziye listened to the unclear words coming from all around and noticed this scene. Walk directly towards the building and the door. A security guard stretched out his hand to stop him. There is no way, he feels suspicious now. Reluctantly, I took out the invitation and saw the invitation. The security guard suddenly straightened his body and quickly gave up his position. Guest please. After entering the building, Ziye took the elevator and went straight to the top floor. He came not too early, there were already many people here. But it caused a sudden movement, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Before, he said that he participated in the soul fighting. But none of them stepped down on their own. Among them is a master who has tempered his body 3 times. Ziye glanced around, these people were not weak in strength. Basically, they have to be tempered at least once. Ziye also saw the delicacies on those tables. Swallowing, he walked over and picked up a small piece of dessert. After that, it was out of control, even though the body refining pill could provide energy. But tasteless. And because of the existence of leaves, no one dares to go to that large area. That's the one who defeated Qian Shan? It doesn't look like much. A beautiful figure shook the wine in her hand and looked at the leaves curiously. On the side, a serious young man said. He's strong. Soon, half an hour later, the protagonist of this party has appeared. The banished immortal came out and just stood there. It just attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, let's have a drink together. Everyone raised the drink brought by the waiter, and Ziye was no exception. Drink? Ziye drank the wine, and immediately a heat flowed from his stomach into his body. Good wine. A glass of wine has such effect, but some people have difficulty digesting it. For a moment, someone was already drunk. Banished Immortal looked at everyone's reactions. After that, Ziye originally wanted to hear what he would say next. The result is nothing. Just those 2 sentences and it's all over after a glass of wine? Ziye couldn't understand what the Banished Immortal was going to do. Soon, a waiter came. Sir, the young master invites you. Ziye stood up and followed, passing through 2 doors. Only then did I see the Banished Immortal. Please take a seat. Ziye sat down casually. The Banished Immortal looked at the leaves without any abnormalities, and a glimmer of brightness flashed in his eyes. Ziye, I want to discuss a business deal with you. What business? Banished Immortal thought for a while, and then asked, why did you participate in the soul fighting to the death? Tianyu. After Ziye finished speaking, the exalted immortal was surprised for a moment. That's it? That's it? Okay, then I want you to help me in the first round. As long as you help me enter the ruins, no matter what the result is, I will give you a Xiantian lotus directly. What? Ziye was immediately shocked by this generous gesture. He didn't know what the ruins were. But if you just help him enter, you will get a Xiantian lotus directly. Relics? How difficult is it? Seeing that Ziye did not refuse, the Banished Immortal explained. It depends on the person. The 9th level of body refining is easier than the one-time body tempering. 1 person is easier than 2 people. And I need to conserve my energy, so I need a helper. Ziye didn't say anything after hearing this. I now understand why I chose myself. However, there was another question that he always wanted to confirm. I have a question. What? Ziye didn't say anything directly, just looked at him. Is your true strength very weak? The Banished Immortal's pupils dilated and he was stunned for a moment. When did you find out? It shouldn't be possible for you to see through me. After hearing this answer, Ziye figured something out. Although you looked very relaxed when you fought with me. It wasn't even a little bit injured, which was wrong, and the feel of the punch was wrong. And that last blow, that feeling that you have practiced thousands of times, is completely different from the direct realization of a genius. That should be your strongest blow. To put it simply, it was overacting. If it were the previous leaves, it would be impossible to see these. But as his skills improve, Ziye can gradually see more things. Especially boxing, which is practiced over and over again. He will never admit his mistake. I didn't expect that. The banished immortal took off his mask directly, revealing a face that could be called a handsome guy. Sure enough, I can't play that kind of genius, but it feels good. Oh, right. The banished immortal stood up and stretched out his hand towards Ziye. Get to know Wang Bufan again. Ziao. Wang Bufan rolled his eyes at him. I've already introduced myself, is this all you do? Ziye didn't speak, because he didn't think he was a person in hell from the bottom of his heart. Just a passerby. Forget it, how have you considered it? Okay, but I want a guarantee. Ziye had no reason not to agree. There was a monster that had been tempered 4 times. He really didn't have much confidence in competing for first place. That's easy, underground competition has this project. Then I'll take it. Okay, by the way, don't tell anyone else about my strength. I haven't had enough fun yet. Chapter 27 Points Competition. Teacher Du sat in front of his class, watching the people in front of him compete one by one. This time, those who had originally dropped out of school. They are all back, and their strength is growing much faster than in previous sessions. One has reached the 9th level of body refining, Wang Haoshan. Yameng Meng, Tang Yuan, Li Ren and other disciples from big families are all at the 8th level of physical training. There are more 7th levels of body refining, wait until this round is over. The winner will have to compete with 2 other high school students, and it is estimated that there is not a 100% chance of getting a spot in the 8th level of physical training. Is this a sign of the great world? Almost everywhere, there is a legend. Every time a period of time passes, there will be a round of monster geniuses. Looking at it now, it looks very similar. Teacher Du thought of Ziye again, if things were normal. Ziao is currently at the 6th level of physical training, but if there is a chance. Teacher Du didn't know what Ziye was doing. The director of the orphanage didn't even have time to see Ziye in the hospital. When you called earlier, please go and see for yourself. He also wanted to transfer money to himself, but he refused. He only hoped that Ziao could come back as soon as possible, or at least come and fight for this opportunity. If it succeeds, even if there is no support from any force behind Ziye, he can also be promoted to the 9th level of body training before the college entrance examination. Ziye returned to the room with a contract in his hand. This was signed by the underground competition as the notary party and he and the banished immortal. Another troublesome guy, I just hope it goes well. Just get the Tianxian lotus. Time passes. In a blink of an eye, it was the opening ceremony of the soul fighting. Ziye stood together with thousands of people, but no one around him was close. In the past 2 days, he defeated another master who had tempered his body 3 times. He also used a life-threatening style of play, which also made his reputation as a madman even more famous. Ziye observed several other rivals. It is indeed a gathering of players from hundreds of cities. There are more than 20 people present who have been tempered 3 times, and this is still because of Ziao. After eliminating 2 early, there are 3 who have been tempered 4 times, and he is not sure he can win these 3. Ziao. The crowd made a way, and the banished immortal walked out. Ziye said hello to him, and at the same time looked at the banished immortal and still couldn't believe it. In the eyes of everyone, this is a mysterious and powerful spokesperson. A state that people cannot see through. Effortlessly making several strong men who had tempered their bodies for the 2nd time admit defeat. At the same time, the long sword on his back. It has even been passed to the realm where qi and blood can be cut off. But what about reality? Why does it look so easy to fight? An actor's self-cultivation and return to his original body. To put it simply, Giwen Shen means that when attacked, the damage will be dispersed throughout the body. It's just scattered, but the damage received is not less. There are also extremely explosive movements that have been mastered after hard work for a long time. and the finger that can hit a full blow with the most relaxed posture. With the addition of a mask that has a hidden function, the sword is just an ornament. Of course, the water army bought with money is also a must. As for why Ziye knows so much? At that time, the two agreed to cooperate. They drank a few more drinks with each other. If Ziye hadn't tried his best to stop him, they would have been brothers now. Noticing Ziye's condition, Ban Xian coughed twice. Damn it, I was too complacent back then. He said everything that should be said and what should not be said. Just when the two of them didn't know what to say to relieve this wonderful atmosphere. The soul fighting has officially begun. A figure rose into the air. Seeing this, Ziye quickly looked up. To stand in the air, one must at least be a strong person in the Unity realm. The man said to everyone. The first round of competition begins now. If you walk 10 minutes further, you will find the hunting ground specially set up for the underground competition. Most of them are in the body refining realm, and there are also a few ferocious beasts in the qi and blood realm. What you have to do is to obtain points through various means, and finally you will be ranked based on the number of points. 10 points for one at the 9th level of body refining, 1000 points for one at the qi and blood level. Your microstamp already has the function of recording, and it is also the carrier of points for this round of competition. After hearing this, Ziye looked a little strange. Although this is not stated explicitly, it is already hinted clearly enough. Only the 9th level of body refining and the qi and blood realm have points, but no matter how big the hunting ground is. How many people can meet the conditions? And when I explained it, I didn't say it had to be a ferocious beast. Microstamps are also the carrier of points, so if you steal someone else's microstamps, do you get the points in your own hands? Ziye stood next to the banished immortal and asked, You shouldn't be lost, right? Exiled immortal said very confidently, Don't worry, if I can get lost, then I won't even be able to find my own home. Okay, then. Ziye nodded, and at the same time the man in the air gave an order. Someone directly attacked them, causing a chain reaction and turning the scene into chaos. Ziye knocked away the people in front of him, and rushed out with Ban Xian. But as soon as he broke out of the crowd, several figures surrounded him. Exiled Immortal recognized at a glance that these were the remaining 4 local masters of 3-time body tempering. Originally, each of the 5 of them came from a major force. You defeated one of them before and made them embarrassed. I'm here to take revenge on you. Ziye doesn't want to fight with them, this is not an arena. If the consumption is too large, it will be bad for future plans. Look for an opportunity and leave. After Ziye said softly, the 4 of them attacked together. Ziye directly activates the blood-burning technique. Anyway, he has a way to recover from the side effects of this technique. He greeted him with a punch. The banished immortal also walked in front of one person and blocked one. Ziye kept punching and was not afraid of the sword. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Ziye and the 2 finally rushed out. At this time, the big fight was almost over. Next, it is the game of hunter and prey. In the forest, Ziye was cut twice on his chest and was still bleeding. After simply wrapping it with a cloth strip, he rested against a big tree. A rocky start. As for the state of banished immortal, it's not bad, mainly because of the person he blocked. In line with the principle of working without exerting effort, I just paddled for a while. How about it, I still count on you. Ziye waved his hand, it's okay, this injury won't affect it. Now we'd better hurry up and leave, otherwise things will change later. Ban Xian also agreed with this idea. Although it was difficult for him to get the information about the ruins, he was confident that no third person would know about it. But, if there is someone, if you discover something by chance, that would be bad. After all, according to his guess, that ruins, which was already considered abandoned, had at most only one chance of testing. That was his only chance to forge his own path. Chapter 28 Hard Fight. Above the hunting ground. The previous name from the Unity Realm was kneeling in mid-air, slightly higher in front of him. The three of them stood there, Do Wang showing no interest. It's boring. The first big fight ended without a winner. After all, these little guys are all about the same strength, and the one from the Tian family can't withstand 3 or 4 attacks from multiple tempered bodies. The Soul King looked at a young man who had penetrated deeply. This was the local master who had been tempered 4 times. The King of Death manifested a scene, in which Ziye and the exiled immortal were running wildly in the forest. These two guys really got together. I wonder if that place can still be used. The 3 kings had already anticipated Ziye's current situation. They also all know the true identity and goals of the banished immortal. This was what Do Wang had in mind when he chose to banish the immortal. The Death King turned to look at the kneeling Unity Realm, and the man also said, "Dear King, there are indeed some things left in that place, but it is no longer suitable for entering the body refining realm. As the steward here, he naturally knows about that ruins. In the early years, it attracted countless people to fight. But it won't work now, when the energy of that ruins has been reduced to a certain limit." It was as if a rebound mechanism had been triggered, making it extremely unstable, and at the same time, the difficulty reached an inhuman level. At least no one who originally set eyes on this ruins could get through. As for those who don't like them, they don't even look at them. Do Wang cast his gaze towards Ziye and said, "This little guy has some secrets, which is interesting. If he had to choose one that was most pleasing to his eyes, it would definitely be Ziye. Although his qualifications and strength are barely noticeable. But he likes that kind of character very much. It depends on the performance. If it's good, you can accept it." King Do's words made the kneeling man swallow his saliva. He didn't know why an ordinary recruitment activity could attract the attention of the 3 kings. "I never expected that some of those people would really be favored by the king." Under. The banished immortal stopped, and Ziye also followed aside. "Is this right here?" Ziye looked around suspiciously. There was no difference between this place and the way he came. It doesn't look like there are any ruins at all. But the banished immortal bent down and moved the stones one by one. "Found it. A stone with strange lines, the leaves are strangely close to it." I saw the banished immortal taking out a crystal out of thin air and gently stretched it out. Only then did Ziye notice a ring on Ban Xian's hand. He hadn't noticed before that this was actually a space prop. The minimum space props are spiritual items, and the prices are extremely expensive. Upon contact, the energy within the crystal begins to flow. And after absorbing the energy, just listen. Click. An entrance opened directly in the ground. "Ziye, this place has been closed for a long time. No one knows what will happen." Banished Immortal said seriously. "Go in, I rarely regret anything, I promise." Having said that, Ziye took the lead and entered the ruins. First there is a long passage, which is very dark. All kinds of lighting equipment have been out of service for a long time, and there are even various plants growing in many places. When we reached the end of the passage, there was a half-open door standing there. Ziye took a deep breath and walked in for a moment. Check, check, open %, none, mixed. 5 characters later, a light appeared in the middle. The banished immortal behind saw this scene and said, "This is the first level. Normally there will be 3 gatekeepers in the same realm. The 2 of us make 6. He didn't finish the sentence, because the walls on both sides opened automatically. Hundreds of strange monsters walked out. Ziye took a stance and blocked the immortal behind him. "Be careful, I will handle it as soon as possible." After saying that, several monsters rushed in front of him. Ziye took a step and then punched 3 times. The attacking monster flew backwards, but more monsters rushed in again. War. Ziye punched a monster with a fist and smashed its head with a bang. The surroundings have become surrounded, and Ziye is not afraid at all. Zi's fists turned into the strongest attacks, punching the monsters away, maiming them and even killing them. The monster's attack fell on Ziye, easily tearing open the night clothes. But there were no obvious wounds left, just bloodstains one after another. Banished Immortal easily avoided the monster's attack on the periphery, and at the same time noticed Zi's condition. Looking at Ziye, in just a few minutes, he has killed more than 10 monsters. How old is this guy? Ban Xian couldn't help but think that Zi's realm and skills were not enough to surprise him. But at that age, it's outrageous to still have boxing spirit. Half an hour later, Ziye held down the last monster and then punched it down. Boom! Ziye then leaned back and gasped. The consumption of this first level is already a bit high. Xiao, use these. Just as Ziye was about to take out the elixir he had brought with him, Ban Xian threw a small bottle over. Taking the bottle, Ziye recognized the type of elixir. Qingling pill, you just give it to me like this. This is a spirit-level elixir that most people in the Qi and Blood realm would be reluctant to use. I even give Tianxian Lotus casually, do you think I value this? 2. Ziye nodded, that's right. After swallowing a Qingling pill, Zi's condition began to recover quickly. In just a few minutes, Ziye recovered all his energy and injuries. Let's go to the next level. Ziye led the banished immortal deeper into the world. Hun, Sky, Star. At this level, we were supposed to face a gatekeeper with a body tempering strength. Exiled Immortal explained that each time of body tempering is a substantial increase in strength. If you can get through this level, the Qi and Blood realm will be absolute. I saw 2 monsters gradually coming out, and Ziye felt the monster's momentum. He couldn't help but become serious. You stay away. Ziye said, in the final analysis, the Exalted Immortal is just a somewhat special 9th level of body refining. The combat power is only equivalent to tempering the body twice, facing these 2 monsters. Not qualified yet. I've got enough elixirs, as long as you don't die. Exiled Immortal left a word and retreated. Ziye looked at the 2 wolf-like and tiger-like monsters in front of him. Burning blood. Ziye flew close and struck out with a blazing sun punch. A monster was not paying attention for a moment, and a forelimb was hit with a bone-cracking sound. Easily dodged another monster's attack, and at the same time, it seemed as if it had been anticipated. Turn around and hit the monster's joint with a punch. Then he blocked the first monster's counterattack with his sidearm, and suddenly grabbed it hard with one hand. The other hand then punched a few times, and then... Get out of my way first! Ziye grabbed the monster tightly with both hands, and blood-colored smoke began to float from his body. The huge monster was dragged by the strange power of the leaves. It was dragged around twice and then thrown out. Ziye then faced off against another monster that rushed up. For a while there was another fierce fight. Chapter 29 People's Heart. Ziye stood on the monster's body, holding a huge monster head in his hand. Exiled Immortal, is there anything you can do to replenish your energy and blood? He asked a little weakly, although he could beat the 2 monsters with burning blood. But looking at his face at this moment, he was already very pale. Have. Banished Immortal jumped to Ziye and took out several pills. These elixirs are all spiritual products, after taking them at the same time. Ziye felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, and the paleness on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. 20 minutes later. Ziye opened his eyes, and now he is in full swing again. It is indeed a spiritual elixir, even the damage caused to the body when burning blood. All such troublesome injuries have recovered. What's the next normal level? Ziye asked. Although the designation he made would not be normal, it could still be used as a reference. Banished Immortal thought for a moment and took a deep look at Ziye. I'll give you a book of exercises, and then you can practice it successfully within the specified time. When Ziye heard this, he thought he was suitable. What level? I estimate, at least the spiritual level. 2 people need to get started, or 1 person needs to be successful. Exiled Immortal guessed that the difficulty of this level was even far greater than the previous 2 levels. Walk. What Ziye doesn't know is, he's now in the limelight again. In the sky outside, a huge ranking list appeared at some point. First place. Ziye, 1,350 points. Second place. Tianlin, 320 points. Third place. Lin Rushuan, 210 points. Tianlin stood on a big tree and looked at the ranking. That 9th level of body refining? How did he find so many people at the 9th level of body refining? Tianlin originally had no idea about Ziye. But now, it seems that a reward monster has appeared. Tianlin glanced at the prey in the distance that had escaped for some distance. Let him go first. It's not just him. The other 2 who had been tempered 4 times also started to act in unison. Even some people who have been tempered for the 2nd and 3rd time are eyeing Ziye. 1 person's points are higher than 1 in the Qi and Blood realm. Once you get that ranking, it's considered stable. Even some enemies who were fighting fiercely can put down their hatred. Underground. The 2 stopped. Here, click, time. The lighting also became unstable and seemed to be reaching its limit. More than a dozen light balls flew out and surrounded the 2 people. Ziye tentatively grabbed one of them for a moment. The light group entered his body. Changchunju. All the information about this technique automatically appeared in Ziye's mind. Low-grade spiritual level. He banished the immortal and estimated that it was good. Banished immortal also absorbed a light group at this time, and couldn't help but smile bitterly on his face. Low-level physical skills at the spiritual level, Ziye, what are yours? This one depends on you. Low-level spiritual level Changchunju. It's broken, it's not boxing. What Ban Xian originally wanted was for the 2 of them to do it together this time. As a result, he has such bad luck and physical skills. Is this something that can be accomplished in a short time? Ziye is just like that, not the best boxer. The key point is that this place is so broken that even the complete time cannot be told. Regarding this technique, Ziye smiled. If you want to say which skill has the most bonus now, it must be the breathing method. Breathing, high-grade spiritual level 1321621/10000000. Ziye couldn't wait to start to understand the technique. Seeing this, the banished immortal became cruel. He didn't want to give up. There was no chance to visit this ruins again. Come on, I don't believe you can't even do a spiritual level skill. For a moment, both of them understood with all their strength. An hour later, the leaves showed a hint of life. The method of breathing has also changed. Introduction to Changchunju. But it's not enough, Ziye feels that it must at least be a small success. As for banishing the immortal, Ziye does not look down on him. But there is nothing here, when he cultivated the Vajra body. It took 10 bottles of special elixirs, plus the bonus from the training room, and it took a full day to get started. Time passes again. A full 10 hours later. Ziye exits the cultivation state, but the road ahead is open. Looking back, I found that exiled immortal was exuding a rush of heat. I have already started. Ha ha ha, it's done. He did it. Seeing this scene, Ziye didn't bother him. He didn't know the past experience of banishing the immortal, so he couldn't do anything. After banishing the immortal to vent his anger. Ziye, how are you? I'm great, right? Awesome, I've only just achieved success. The 2 walked one behind the other. There are only 3 levels in this ruins, of course that is normal. A closed metal gate blocked the front, and behind this was their destination. Ziye stepped forward and opened the door. The next second, A picture of a fairyland came into their eyes. Ziye was stunned for a moment. This. Just taking a breath of the breath inside, he felt a strange movement in his body. Banished Immortal was behind, seeing Ziye staying where he was. I couldn't help but become nervous, even though I had made an appointment in advance. But if Ziye regrets it now, what can he do? You go in. Ziye jumped out of position and took a few steps back. Seeing this, the banished immortal walked away but became more and more nervous. Until, after walking into the door. Looking back, I saw Ziye even retreating a little further. You really have no idea. The banished immortal couldn't help but ask. He didn't believe that Ziye didn't know the importance of opportunity, which could completely change a person's destiny. Ziye said slowly, no, I just want Tianyu Lotus. Why? Ziye remembered what brother Tianyu told him back then. After a moment of silence, he said, it's just a promise, it may not be needed anymore. Exiled Immortal didn't say anything else and walked into it completely. Then, the door automatically closes. Seeing this, the cooperation with Bangxian has been completed now, if nothing unexpected happens. Ziye took out the microstamp and ignored the more than 1,000 points and the first place ranking. When you see something, Ziye knows it. Now, as long as you go to the underground competition and confirm your identity, you can get the Tianyu Lotus. He also plans to go back. Ziye casually placed the micro-seal at the door. It was no longer useful. When the banished immortal comes out, these more than 1,000 points should be able to help him. Brother Tianyu, I will go back with the Tianyu Lotus right away. But what exactly do you want to do? It's just a pity that we can't catch up with the training camp. However, with his current strength, you can now venture into the wilderness outside the city and become a hunter. While improving the combat, use the exchange money to purchase resource improvements. By the way, there is also a bloodstone. Ziye was thinking about it and had already made plans for the future. As for this underground competition, let's be honest. He didn't like it too much. Ziye had already come out of the ruins and walked directly towards the place where they first gathered. Little guy, don't you like underground competitions? A voice sounded directly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 30 Do Wang's Optimism. Ziye didn't react for a moment, because the sound seemed to go straight into his soul. Beyond the leaves' cognition. He quickly said respectfully. No, it's just that the boy's ambition is not here. If your ambition is not here, then why did you break in here? This time the sound came from above. But Ziye didn't dare to raise his head. He was definitely a strong man. I'm afraid it won't work in the Unity realm. Ziye was cruel and said in the direction of the sound. I am an orphan. I was adopted and grew up healthy. I came here just to save people with a Tianyu Lotus. Mid-air. Do Wang stood up out of thin air, and he noticed Ziye from the beginning. I've been paying attention. Destroy 100 monsters in the same realm, kill 2 heads and temper their bodies 3 times, and master the low-grade breathing method of the spiritual level in 11 hours. Of course, the more critical thing is the age of the leaves. When Do Wang was in the sky, he glanced at Ziye. 17 years old. At this age, a guy with no background can achieve such achievements. Do Wang looked at Ziye with even more satisfaction. He liked this behavior. As for being cheated, if his words are not even true or false in the body refining realm, he might as well just die. If you don't tell me this in advance, do you know how many opportunities you have missed? I don't know, Senior, please explain clearly. Ziye doesn't feel that he has missed anything, he has already got what he deserves. Prince Do looked at Ziye, curious about this little guy's reaction after knowing everything. First, do you know the identity of the banished immortal? Ziye shook his head. Although he understood that the identity of banished immortal was not simple, it was just that. King Do chuckled lightly and said, he is the eldest son of the head of the Wang family in Suandu. It's a big thing for you to help him. All he needs is a sky mysterious lotus, but in fact, he can also get even earth-grade medicinal materials, let alone a mere spiritual one. Suandu. Human beings in this world have long been united because there are 5 continents on the planet. So 5 capitals were established. Ziye didn't expect the identity of the banished immortal to be so terrifying, but so what? The boy doesn't need anything else, he just needs Tianxian lotus. Do Wang laughed twice, little guy, are you really not greedy at all? Not greedy? Ziye said bluntly. Seeing this, King Do put away his smile and pointed to the entrance behind Ziye. Do you know what the things in this ruins are? Have no idea. That is the second opportunity you missed, the most precious and final treasure of this site. Do Wang slowly said something that made him a little confused. The Tianxin Pond can improve a person's qualifications and understanding, and it can also help people awaken and evolve their physique. If it weren't for you, even I wouldn't know that there is such a treasure. Ziye didn't react at all this time, because he also had some guesses about what was inside. Qualifications, he is now at the top of the spiritual ladder with breath and physique. This is the least of my worries. I don't care too much about it now, I will get more energy stones or practice hard for a while when the time comes. The best spiritual level is just around the corner. As for special physiques, he thinks it's better if you have them, but it's okay if you don't. Now that it's been agreed, the boy won't have other thoughts. Do Wang saw that Ziye was still indifferent, so he directly said it for the 3rd time. Third, the meaning of this soul-death battle is different. There are strong people paying attention to this place. So far, your performance has been pretty good. Now go back and pick up the micro badges and work hard to get ranked. If someone takes a fancy to you, you will reach the sky in 1 step. This is different from the previous 2, which are a foregone conclusion. There's no point regretting it, but this is different. There is still a chance, just go back and pick up the micro stamp. Senior, I have no other ideas. With one word, Ziye rejected Do Wang's proposal. He won't go back to pick it up. Good boy, look up at me now. After Ziye heard this, he looked up and saw a strong man in blood-clothed clothes. Ziye, meet Senior. Ziye learned the etiquette he had learned before and never treated someone who was far stronger than him too harshly. Ziye, you are good. I want you to work under me. Are you willing? Do Wang got straight to the point, and he was very satisfied with Ziye's previous answer. Hearing this, Ziye couldn't help but sigh. This wasn't a bad situation, but it was very difficult for him to handle. Senior, this is not my ambition. Ziye mustered up the courage to refuse. Good boy, do you know who I am? Ziye shook his head, and King Do immediately said, I am King Do, a king who is half a step beyond the realm of heaven and man. If you join my staff, it's no exaggeration to reach the sky in 1 step. Heaven and man realm, half step, king. Ziye immediately thought of the rumors about 3 Kings City, could this be it? Do Wang looked at the stunned Ziye and nodded. Then he turned his head and thought of another good idea. Boy, how about this? I see you keep talking about Tianxian Lotus, but in fact it should be just an excuse for you, right? Ziye lowered his head and did not reply. It's true, I've learned that since I left home. Tianxuanlian is becoming more and more like an excuse to him. Do Wang continued, this game doesn't count. If you are first in the next 2 games, then I will go back with you. If you clear 2 games, how about I help you with one more thing during this period? As far as he knew, Ziye stopped breathing for a moment. Generally speaking, the city lord of a city is in the Union realm, and in the true martial realm, he is a master no matter where he is. As for the heavenly realm, he is a big boss and an ancestor. And now, in front of him is a king who is half a step beyond the realm of heaven and man. Then what if the boy didn't do it? Do Wang fell to the ground and walked to Ziye. Then you are my subordinate, and you will not suffer any loss no matter what. Well, I'm willing to give it a try. Ziye agreed without hesitation. Seeing Ziye finally agreeing, Do Wang had a bit of a bad smile on his face. Okay, this round won't end for a few days, so you should improve as soon as possible. There's no need to temper the body even once. After saying that, King Do flew directly into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Only one sentence came. I'm optimistic about you. Ziye remained silent, these things were beyond his strength and vision. He is like an outsider to hell, completely unfamiliar with it and without any sense of belonging. As for the Do Wang who belongs to hell, in his eyes, he naturally does not want to have too many relationships. But sometimes, things won't change because of a person's wishes. However, it's really good to be favored by such a strong person. Ziye couldn't describe the feeling, but it wasn't very wonderful. Then Ziye directly withdrew from this round of competition, opened a training room and got into it. At the same time, he took out the bloodstone from before, which was the nourishment for him to become stronger quickly. Chapter 31 Burning Blood. To put it simply, body tempering means strengthening the physique by mobilizing the qi and blood in the body. After the body tempering is completed, not only will the physical fitness increase, but the upper limit of the qi and blood that the body can accommodate will also increase. After breaking through to the qi and blood realm, you can mobilize the qi and blood in your body to attack. At that time, the upper limit of qi and blood is particularly important. Ziye grabbed the qi and blood stone with both hands and began to mobilize the energy within it. Finally, we can take a step further. I just don't know if the time is enough. Streams of qi and blood flowed into Ziye's body and began to temper his skin, tendons, bones and flesh. This is accompanied by a soft and numb feeling. Several hours passed. Ziye clearly felt that her physique had become much stronger, and at the same time, there was another good thing. He discovered that while tempering his body, the experience gained from the blood-burning technique could be said to have increased exponentially. After a short break, the leaves started to grow again. A day and a night later. Temper your body once. Along with this, the blood-burning technique that had been running all along also broke through to perfection. Ziye felt that he was at least 30% stronger now. Normally, you can suppress several people who have tempered their bodies 3 times. As for the burst, I feel like it is not impossible to defeat him after tempering the body 4 times. At the same time, the qi and bloodstone still has a lot of energy, and I have only consumed a small part of it so far. It's not that difficult to temper the body. Let's go try the food in this big city first. Ziye got up and went to eat something first. He would never have done this before. Because of the qi and blood provided by the qi and bloodstone, he actually doesn't need to eat. But now he has obtained the Tianyu lotus, although it is still in the underground competition and has not been taken out. But it also made him relax his tense expression. At least they won't use harsh measures against someone just because he is a member of the Death Soul fight. Just one thing. Although Ziye was not seriously injured when fighting the monster at the ruins before. But Cai Fan's lower-grade nightgown couldn't resist, which led to a person wearing a nightgown that looked like it had been torn by various weapons and was red in color. Sitting in a corner to eat is almost impossible even in hell. Isn't that a lunatic? Why is he here? Yeah, the Death Soul battle has only just started for 1 day. Look at him, has he been eliminated? Isn't he very strong? Have you forgotten those 4? Even a good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. Ziye didn't pay attention to these words. After eating, she went back to the training room to continue. Time flies. The first round of the Death Soul fight did not become much calmer due to Ziye's withdrawal. The people who had originally gone together to look for Ziye, after seeing Yezi's name disappear from the leaderboard. Overall, it looked no less violent than the initial melee, and it had begun again. It was at this time. The 4 times body tempering master of the Tian family defeated dozens of people in succession. The points jumped by hundreds, and another Ziye was about to appear. But the difference is that he never concealed his position. Therefore, the configuration originally used to deal with Ziye was used on him. And underground, the banished immortal sat quietly in a celestial lake. Black lines were forced out between the flesh and blood in the body. After coming into contact with the pool water, it turned into ashes like paper touching fire. At the same time, a message reached Suandu. 3 days later. The number of people in the first round is less than 100, and the competition is over. Ziye also saw that there were many more memorable people in the underground competition. It's a pity that I didn't see the exiled immortal. Sitting in a corner, Ziye threw the cut fruit into his mouth. According to the Fighting King, he is the only one who can fight against the dead souls this time. There are also masters paying attention to this place, and the exiled immortal has a special identity. Although I don't know why the eldest son of a big Suandu family would come to me for help. But with this identity, the possibility of anything going wrong is low. Ziye knew that she might not be able to see him again before leaving. Forget it, let's continue practicing. Ziye ate the remaining pieces of fruit in one bite. At this time, This is the second time the body has been tempered, and the speed is beyond imagination. Ziye felt that the blood and chi stone was not the biggest contributor to his being able to complete 2 body temperings so quickly. The 2 skills are breathing and physique. One that will not only keep you from getting tired, but also allow you to more skillfully manipulate the energy of chi and blood, while also continuously providing energy. One of them is closely related to body tempering, and is probably similar to the bonus of martial arts. At the same time, his blood-burning skill was further improved and was not far from the realm of perfection. After reaching the state of transformation, the spirit snake step was integrated into the body technique. Not only does it increase a lot of experience, it also enhances the skill of body movement itself. So, what will happen when the burning blood skill reaches the highest level? Return to the training room. The next round is in 10 days. Because of this game, many people were seriously injured, and in order to advance, some people even hid in a place and survived the whole day. There are various others, even for those with the physique in the body refining realm. It also takes some time to recuperate. Of course, the expenses during this period are covered by the underground competition, and there are additional rewards based on the ranking. 9.5 days later. The leaves in the training room stimulated the chi and blood in the body to begin tempering the last part. Not long. Quench the body 3 times and it's done. At the same time, the blood-burning technique has completely reached perfection. The next second, Ziye looked at the panel. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. This is really unbelievable. Name, Leaf. Age, 17. Qualifications, upper grade spiritual rank, burning blood body, upper grade mortal rank. Realm, 9th level of body refining. Equipment, 1 mass-made iron sword, medium grade, nightgown, lower grade. Skills, 11th edition of basic breathing method, mortal level middle grade, 13th set of basic boxing method, mortal level lower grade, entry level Qingling sword technique, spiritual level lower grade, small level Vajra body, spiritual level middle grade, entry level fiery sun fist, upper spiritual level, small scale dragon shape step, lower spiritual level, small scale Changchun Ju, lower spiritual level. Skills, breathing, spiritual grade upper grade 1753621/10000000, boxing, spiritual grade lower grade 35062/10000000, body movement, spiritual grade lower grade 1652/10000000, combat, mortal grade top grade 1032/10000, physical fitness, spiritual grade middle grade 25664/1000000. Burning blood. After the blood burning technique reaches the highest level, it directly changes into one's own physique? Ziye couldn't wait to start the experiment. First of all, the efficiency of increasing combat power is higher, and both the consumption and the damage to oneself are much less. At the same time, Ziye also discovered that the total amount of his qi and blood had increased significantly. And this is just the change of a lower grade spiritual level blood burning skill reaching the highest level. What if it is a Vajra body? You must have a spiritual level physique. Ziye felt that she had underestimated her skills so far. What would be the effect if the breathing method and boxing method reached the highest level? After Ziye tried it excitedly again, she just lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out and fell asleep. He was exhausted after working so hard to catch up with the progress in the past 10 days. Chapter 32 Ladder to Heaven. Wang, the ladder has been arranged. The Fighting King said and turned to look at the Death King. Damn, are you sure this thing is effective? Don't worry, it's enough to deal with Xiao yet. Without the strength of tempering the body 5 times, he won't be able to finish the journey. The Death King said confidently. After hearing the upper limit of this ladder, Do Wang was quite relieved. The little guy doesn't have the secret method to temper the chain, so it's difficult for him to do it even twice, let alone 5 times. Moreover, the ladder tests endurance, and the little guy's secret skills are also restricted. The Soul King asked at this time. Do you really want to take him in? Because the Fighting King not only got a ladder from the Death King, but also asked himself to complete the 3rd round of mental tests. If it was just fun, it wouldn't be like this. See how he performs. If he suits my taste, I'll accept him. Anyway, at our level, do you still expect to take him in as a disciple to help you advance further? Do Wang said, reaching the level of their king. It is already the pinnacle of humanity. There is no place in the world where you cannot go and nothing in the world where you cannot do. The next day, Ziye stood in the crowd, ignoring those who were whispering. The 2nd round of the Death Soul battle, climbing the ladder. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone mountain fell from the sky. There is a path in the mountain that goes straight to the top of the mountain. There are 1,000 steps in total, and I've climbed 300. Ziye didn't hesitate and walked straight up. In just a few seconds, more than dozens of people came to the front. Tianlin had just climbed up one more step when he saw Ziye had surpassed him by a few steps. Tianlin's originally relaxed expression suddenly disappeared, and his speed also increased. Other masters who had tempered their bodies 3 or 4 times also accelerated their ascent. But I still can't catch up with Ziye. In just a few minutes, Ziye had climbed 100 steps. In the sky. After Do Wang saw through Ziye at a glance, he showed a look of shock for the first time. This little guy has already tempered his body 3 times, and he has even awakened a certain physique. Although it is just an ordinary physique, strictly speaking it cannot be considered a physique. But Do Wang was very sure that it was more than 10 days ago. The leaves have absolutely no constitution, nothing hidden. Moreover, during this period, this little guy has not even gone out to participate in underground competitions. The Death King also became interested and said, based on what we have seen before, Ziye, who has tempered his body 3 times, is already as strong as Tian Linear. With that secret method added in, it may not be impossible to reach the top. Soul King also said, from this point of view, this Ziye really has a lot of secrets. Well, if we continue like this, if we take the college entrance examination next year, we will be able to get a ranking even in an era when monsters are everywhere. In just this short period of time, Ziye climbed another 200 steps. Ziye felt the pressure. To climb these 300 steps, one would have to be a strong person who tempers his body at least once. After a brief pause, the leaves popped out again. This is far from the limit. 400, 500, 600. There are fewer and fewer people behind Ziye, and that person is Tianlin. He is now 50 steps away from me, not to mention the others. Tianlin looked at the figure getting farther and farther away and gritted his teeth. He won't lose, especially not to a guy from a small place. The speed suddenly increased, obviously a technique similar to the blood-burning technique was used. The gap between him and Ziye suddenly narrowed, and Ziye also noticed him. As expected, he is a master of a big family, but I'm sorry. Every time Ziye took a breath, a rushing sound came from her body. Now he can fight 6 times to temper his body. Ziye stepped heavily on the stone steps, and the next second, he jumped over a few steps and started running directly on the stairs. 700, 800, 900. When reaching the 900th step, the pressure suddenly increased. If it wasn't burning blood, it would be a bit troublesome. Ziye thought that he couldn't run anymore, so he walked up step by step. Do Wang saw that Ziye was still under no pressure after level 900, no, this kid's blood-burning skill has reached the realm? And it's still the same as his physique. He is also considered to be knowledgeable about astronomy, but he has never heard of the burning blood technique and its physical constitution. Now it seems that with the physical constitution, Ziye can complete the latter with burning blood. Interesting. Do Wang showed a wicked smile, and the Soul King on the side took out some food from the space props. He was ready to watch a show. Do Wang looked towards Ziye, but this time there was more artistic conception. Ziye, who was walking, suddenly sensed something. Without a trace of hesitation, a fist force was released. Because of the improvement in physical fitness, the skills and boxing intentions that were originally unable to be used at full strength have been strengthened. There was a gunshot from high in the sky, like falling from the sky. The fist hit him, but was suppressed in an instant. Ziye's qi and blood were temporarily blocked, and he coughed secretly. Is this also a test? If you don't understand the intention, you will have to carry the gun intention with you. I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to burn blood. Fortunately, I have the will to box. Ziye raised his fist and punched him straight. A small area of gun intent in front was scattered, and he took advantage of this opportunity to move up a level. This is already level 937. Ziye continued to climb a dozen more steps and stood on step 952. In just a dozen steps, he consumed a lot of energy. Burning blood also increased his power, and he wouldn't be able to finish walking like this. Ziye understands that he needs to fight. Stand on the spot and restrain your fists. Without the fist intention to block him, the sky-like spear intention attacked him directly. Most of the night walking clothes were broken into pieces, revealing his muscular upper body. Everyone behind him stopped and looked at the figure in front. Tianlin raised his trembling hands. Is this what he meant? Qi and blood surged in Ziye's body, and a burst of blood mist emitted from his body. At the same time, another golden light shone on the body surface for a moment. Ziye looked up at the sky and faced the gun intent. Punch out! Fierce Sun Fist! A huge sound resounded in everyone's mind. Tianlin, who was the closest, had his hair blown by the strong wind. Trying to open his eyes, he saw a figure in front of him that was covered in blood. He ran towards the top again. With this scene in his eyes, he suddenly thought of a word. The dragon emerges from the abyss. What would such a person look like? Ziye didn't know what the people behind him were thinking, so he charged with all his strength now. 972,985,996,998,999. Another wave of gun intent descended, and Ziye was unsteady and half knelt on the steps. The body that was already at its limit seemed to be emitting a series of mournful sounds. Ziye clearly heard the sound of bones. The punch just now was his limit. This is true. The qi and blood in the body almost stagnated at first, and then rushed to the heart. Disgusting. Ziye stood up slowly and walked out in one step. 1000. The pressure and gunfire disappeared instantly. Under the sun, the leaves leave a silhouette of the people behind them. Then he fell straight down, thinking he could pass easily. The result is still like this. Ziye thought of this, and then nothing happened. Passed out directly. A man appeared next to him, picked him up, and then disappeared together. Chapter 33 Fantasy. Where am I? Ziye subconsciously said something and looked at the familiar surroundings. It was the rest room that he had been assigned previously. This is being sent back, right? Ziye used the phone in the room to ask someone to buy another night jacket. Should I think of a way to get one with a higher grade? Ziye thought, there is no way that low-grade mortals are not enough anymore. After a battle, one thing has to be scrapped. A few hours later, Ziye looked at another microstamp sent to him, with the time of the next game on it. 3 days. 3 days is still a lot of time. Ziye thought that his current strength could already clear the body refining realm. So, get started. Serial battle. When the sun rises and sets, it goes back and forth twice. The underground competition in Three Kings City will always remember a madman. Ziye walked down from the ring helplessly. Half an hour had passed, but no one came up to fight him. Seeing Ziye disappearing into the ring, some people finally breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of monster is this? 2, 4, 8, 3 times failed to defeat him. This is almost the most luxurious lineup. Except for Tianlin from the Tian family who is unwilling to play, everyone else has taken action. That's right. If it weren't for the soul death fight, it would be hard to find someone who has been tempered 3 times, but in the end, someone who can turn a 3-time tempered body into a dog was found. The key is age. Among those who have tempered their bodies several times, which one is not in their 20s? There is also a lunatic in his 40s. One of them thought of something and said, "Everyone, I think we will see crazy people in the college entrance examination next year." After saying this, everyone was silent. Beat. Knitting yarn. The next day, there were only 100 people participating in the competition this time. In the last round, many people who could have passed had to withdraw because they did not persist. In the field, Ziye stood on one side and everyone else stood on the other side. Seeing this scene, Zizi's face under Yezing Eye showed a helpless look. If you look at the person opposite him carefully, he seems to have been beaten quite a bit by him. Ziye looked around in confusion. Now he was standing on a road with no end in sight. Both sides were completely white and nothing could be seen. Ziye froze on the spot for a moment, then raised his feet and walked forward. Reality. Everyone suddenly stayed in place, with different expressions. The Soul King was sitting in the air, with the table filled with various delicacies in front of him. His test has begun, and everyone will face their inner truth on the endless road. The farther you go, the more you can see everything hidden deep in your heart. In fantasy, Ziye keeps walking, his friends and partners in the orphanage, passing by him one by one. After walking for who knows how far, a man stood in front and blocked himself. Ziye, who was originally lifeless and dull, became a little more agile when he saw him. Brother Duanmu. Ziye stopped. Brother Duanmu had lied to him, but what exactly? Ziye stood there and began to really think. During this period, Duanmu's body also gradually became illusory, and then completely disappeared. Ziye continued to walk forward, and an extremely sinister-looking villain appeared in front. Teacher Du, I'm sorry, I think I'm going to disappoint you this time. Teacher Du's kindness to him can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. And not only him, he also cares about other students. Keep going. This time it was an old man standing in front. Ziye walked closer and looked at the old but energetic Dean. Dean, I will go back soon. Whether it is Tian Xianlian or Do Wang, there will always be someone who can cure you. After saying that, the Dean also disappeared and gave way to the way behind. Ziye continued to walk, but his consciousness became more and more dizzy. From here on, there are things that are buried deep in my heart that even I don't know. I don't know how much time passed. Ziye passed through one obstacle after another. There was another shadow, and the leaves stopped. He could recognize this shadow. Meng. After stopping and standing for a long time, Ziye finally understood. The shadow dispersed with the wind. Reality. Many people have been kicked out because they could not go on. Now, only 2 people are still holding on in the field. Leaves and fields. Tianlin suddenly raised his arm and stretched it forward. Reaching halfway, Tianlin's body shook. He woke up instantly and almost knelt down to prevent himself from falling. Tianlin raised his head and walked in the direction of that person, and the people around him consciously gave way to a path. I saw that those who defeated me in the illusion were also stronger than myself in reality. Why? He should have been number 1, originally. Tianlin's energy and blood suddenly surged back, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. There are always things in anyone's heart that cannot be easily explored. He had already figured it out, and many of them even fainted directly after being kicked out. Then he was carried away. And when Ziye reaches the deepest part of the illusion, that is a blue planet. Ziye smiled calmly and opened his eyes again. Already a reality. After 3 games, I say Ziao is first. Is there any objection? The Soul King sat in midair and asked loudly. Almost everyone present except Xiao Ye looked at Tianlin. If there was anyone here who was qualified to object, it was Tianlin who was first in the first round and second in the other 2 rounds. Although Ziya ranked first in the last 2 rounds, he didn't even place in the first round. Tianlin half knelt on the ground, as if he hadn't heard anything and said nothing. No one objects, then we all go back and wait for the rewards. Everyone left one after another. Ziye first took out the Tianxian lotus, and then meet Do Wang. Do Wang looked at Ziye and threw out a ring. This and the things inside are your reward. The more he looked at this kid, the more he grew fond of him, so he adjusted these rewards casually. I put in the prerequisite exercises of my own exercises, and in addition I added a little bit of energy stones. After Ziye caught it, he looked happy. He had wanted a space prop for a long time. Hold it in your hand, and after your consciousness enters a sky mysterious lotus, a card, a lot of energy stones, and a jade tablet. Ziye put all the things into the ring. The space in this space prop is not small. It was totally enough for him. I'm ready. After Ziye finished speaking, the next moment, the 2 of them flew up together, and Do Wang said easily, I happen to be a little hungry, let's go to your place for a meal. Clearwater City. Tall buildings fell down one after another, in front of Tianyu High School. Teacher Du stood alone in front of several cultists, and the blood flowing from his body melted holes in the ground. Whoever is not afraid of death, just come up. Other side. Chen Feng held a big knife in his hand and fought with others. With one strike of the sword, wherever the sword light passed, there was nothing. Ye family, Tang family, Wang family. The principals of various universities, the city lords, and all other powerful people are fighting hard. Chapter 34 The Strength of Do Wang. On the wilderness. The 2 beautiful figures kept running, with several ferocious beasts chasing closely behind them. On the foreheads of these ferocious beasts, there is an eye pattern, which is emitting light. Meng and Tang Yuan both don't have much physical strength anymore. Tang Yuan listened to the noise behind her and turned to look at Meng, knowing that no one could escape if she continued. Meng, let's run away separately, this won't work. Meng also nodded, with a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Even if they run away separately, there is little chance of survival. Once separated, we may never see each other again. This was originally just the selection of people to participate in the training camp, and the results have just begun. A mysterious person took action and started fighting with the major principles and other Qi, blood, and unity realms. After that, everyone should disperse. These strange ferocious beasts will rush out from everywhere. Meng Meng, try to hold on. Tang Yuan ran away directly and threw out a piece of jade. The jade stone flashed red in mid-air, and then smashed into the group of ferocious beasts, causing a huge explosion. Because you have to participate in the selection, some things cannot be used. But she left something behind because that guy from the Wang family gave her a very wrong feeling. Unexpectedly, it was used in this place. However, it was not powerful enough, and few people were killed, but most of them were injured. Most of the ferocious beasts immediately rushed towards her. He turned back and happened to look at Meng Meng. Stay alive! She turned back and ran as hard as she could into the distance. She didn't know how long she could run. But at least, lead the ferocious beast behind you to a farther place. A tear ran down Meng Meng's face. Yu Yan. He didn't stop, let alone pursue him. She couldn't do anything in the past, and everything Tang Yuan had done for her would be wasted. Meng Meng ran hard, but in the end she couldn't outrun those ferocious beasts. A cunning wolf has already chased him, and Ligua is ready to go. Is that all? Die! There was a sound in the air. A punch came from top to bottom, blowing open the head of the cunning wolf at the 8th level of body refining. A figure stood between her and the ferocious beast. More ferocious beasts rushed towards Ziye at once. Fierce Sun Fist. The fists are like blazing fire, and every move is a killing move. It doesn't take a moment. There was blood dripping from Ye Xing's clothes, and Ye Ziyi was holding half of the body of a ferocious beast. Turning around, he looked at Meng Meng who was stunned. For a moment, I suddenly didn't know what to say. Meng Meng used the courage in her heart to prevent herself from running away. Because, after these days of experience, Ye Ziyi has become more murderous. Can you save my friend? I can give you money. You can have anything you want. After Meng Meng finished speaking, it was as if she had exhausted all her strength. In his own eyes, this act of crazy seeking death is the only chance. Sure. After Meng Meng heard this, she felt happy at first, and then she was stunned again. You. Seeing this, Ye Ziyi knew that he had been heard. His voice shouldn't be that obvious, right? It's me. How did you get into trouble with those strange beasts? Ye Ziyi also saw that there was something strange about those ferocious beasts. After all, ferocious beasts were not afraid of death. But none of that group of people ran away. But before Meng Meng could answer, Do Wang fell from the sky. Those ferocious beasts are under control, and they still have the power of the evil god. Can you tell me what happened? Meng Meng saw Do Wang falling from the sky and knew that he was a master. Yes, but can you save my friend first? Do Wang nodded, that's right. The next second, a flash of gun intent was released. Do Wang looked at Meng Meng and said, okay, now there won't be any living creatures except humans around here. Meng Meng had a big question mark in his head for a moment. Ye Ziyi said quickly, this is a super master, what he said is absolutely correct. Ye Ziyi didn't say it carefully because he was afraid that Meng Meng wouldn't believe it. Also, because of his status as a fighting king, he still doesn't want to have anything to do with underground competitions. When Meng Meng saw Ye Ziyi saying this, she reluctantly accepted it. Then he told what he knew. The expression of the leaves keeps changing. After hearing this, Do Wang felt a sense of murderous intent. Damn cult! Do Wang's figure disappeared instantly, along with Ye Ziyi and Meng Meng. Ye Ziyi only felt that the scene in front of him changed, and he saw several people fighting in the air. When King Do saw this, he shouted die. The 7 figures seemed to have lost all their strength and fell down. Other people were also shocked by this scene, and only then saw the 3 people who suddenly appeared. They all saluted him and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." King Do didn't care about these etiquettes and asked directly, "Tell me everything you know." One of them stood up and said, "Senior, we don't know much either. This was just a normal selection, but these people suddenly rushed out and fought with us." Do Wang's face showed displeasure, and the cultists were all beaten to death. "I still don't know anything about what people in this place do for food." As if sensing great terror, the man's forehead kept sweating, and he remembered one more thing. "Senior, those people only captured one person from the Wang family, and no one else took action directly." "Oh, it's the Wang family again," Do Wang said, but there was no other reaction. "You go find those juniors. I have already killed all the ferocious beasts." After saying that, he disappeared with the 2 of them. As soon as they disappeared, those people all looked at the principal of Tianyu High School. Of the 2 people behind the senior, they all had an impression of one of them. So, they seriously doubted that the old boy knew something they didn't know. "What are you looking at?" "I don't know anything." The principal of Tianyu High School quickly proved to himself that he was the most dizzy. "I don't know why my students are so special. Not only were they taken away alone, but some of them seemed to be relying on super powerful people." "Lao Li, you can't do this." "Yes, we have known each other for many years. It is not good to hide everything. They are not in a hurry now, after all the seniors have said it. All those ferocious beasts have been killed, so there is no danger. It's not like they could fall to death one by one." "Chaos in the city? That super powerful senior has all gone, killing all 7 in the Unity realm with one word. Are they still needed?" Inside the city, just as Teacher Du was about to take action, a spear dropped from the sky. After the almost invisible attack, a big hole appeared in front of him. "Enemy? Now there's not even ashes left." Seeing this, Teacher Du knew that someone strong had taken action. He relaxed and fell directly to the ground. The last thought flashed through his mind. Finally, those students were saved. Moro Feng also put away the knife. He felt that the depth of the matter this time was outrageous. Even Jinyu wouldn't be able to do that kind of attack. Have all the heavenly beings come to this little place? It's really outrageous. Chapter 35 Pain. Everywhere in the city was quiet almost at the same time, but King Do was just walking calmly in the air. Things are not simple this time. Do Wang's spiritual consciousness swept across the city, and fighting was going on everywhere in the city. But it was only the strong ones fighting, there was no such thing as cultists massacring the crowd. Even the casualties of ordinary people this time were incredibly few. And those battles, in his opinion, even if you don't take action, you will be 80% to 90% likely to win, which all shows that things are not that simple. There's only one place left. King Do stepped out and left a place where someone should be able to explain this. When the 3 of them appeared again, they were already in a dilapidated manor. Next to the door of the manor, you can still clearly see the word on a piece of wood. In the manor, there is a magic tree with human faces on one branch. There was a man with only half his body left, screaming in pain. Looking back, it has already merged with the magic tree. Seeing this, Ziye and Meng also understood how the hundreds of faces on the tree came to be. Both of them turned pale. Meng took a step back, pointed at the half of the people and said, "Senior, this is the Wang family's manor, and that one is the one who was captured." King Do looked at the tree and said, "The tree of pain feeds on pain and will cause people to experience endless pain." He knew the information about the tree, but this was even weirder. "Look at the faces on the tree, can you confirm that they are all members of the Wang family?" Ziye looked carefully and scanned several faces. "I recognized a few from the Wang family, and the others should be pretty much the same. At this time, there was a shocking explosion in the distance. A figure flew straight from a distance and smashed through the remaining building. Old dog, I want your life to be worse than death. Yezi's heart suddenly trembled and he looked towards the sound. Brother Duanmu. His eyes were full of disbelief, because Brother Duanmu was wearing the same style of clothes as those cultists. It even looks more advanced. The head of the Wang family flew up from the ruins, holding a skull in his hand. It seems to belong to a child less than 5 years old. Ha ha ha, you are just a waste, do you see this? This is your younger brother. He is so powerful because of the souls of your 37 blood relatives. Duan Mule came to attack from afar, and the power of the evil god around him made Ziye dizzy just by looking at him. Clear. When Do Wang said the word, Ziye suddenly woke up and didn't hesitate at all. Senior. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Ziye found that he couldn't spit out a single character. Don't say anything, just watch quietly. Mid-air. Duan Mule's sword was like lightning, reaching its peak. The head of the Wang family couldn't stop it at all, but when a hint of anger emerged from the skull, Ziye saw that brother Duanmu was directly punched through, a piece of his left shoulder was missing, and one of his arms flew far away. Ha ha ha, they are indeed blood relatives, the effect is great. When I kill you, use your body to help me completely achieve the true martial realm. And you have become the evil god's lackey. When the time comes, I will use your head to completely rise the Wang family. Duan Mule stood in the air, holding the sword tightly with his only remaining arm. Yes, I can no longer be considered a human being. But for revenge, I will give up everything. The treasure tree of pain. Duan Mule shouted. The head of the Wang family noticed something was wrong and took action immediately, but it was still too late. The branches and leaves of the painful treasure tree that had just swallowed the last person were shaking. A dark purple beam of light shot straight towards Duan Mule, and the head of the Wang family who rushed towards him only touched a little. Just keep stepping back, ah! Screaming like crazy, obviously suffering from extreme pain. Duan Mule, who was within the beam of light, calmly raised his sword. There was only extreme anger in those eyes. Old dog, the pain of my relatives will be given to you 100 times this time. Cut through the air with one sword. The head of the Wang family wanted to escape, but it was all in vain. For a moment, his consciousness fell into a sea of endless pain. But in reality, the head of the Wang family fell directly to the ground. After wielding the sword, Duan Mule fell to the ground. His revenge was successful. But there is still something to do now, and I hope it won't be too late. Just as he was about to walk away, someone blocked him directly. If you want to deal with those subordinates, I have already taken care of them for you. Duan Mule just glanced at him and ignored the Do Wang standing in front. Lock the leaves straight behind. Silence. All 4 of them said nothing. Finally Do Wang sighed and said, you were the one who allowed ordinary people to evacuate in advance and specially arranged the candidates. The ferocious beasts that left life for the younger generations were all your fault, right? Duan Mule was silent and just said After getting the answer, Do Wang turned and left directly. 10 minutes. No matter what, the cult must die, and these 10 minutes were the only thing he could do. Ziye walked up to brother Duanmu and took out the reward for the Death Soul Fight Champion. Tian Xianlian. I am number 1, and I got the Tian Xian Lotus back. Duan Mule tried his best to smile. As expected of my brother. There was silence again, and Duan Mule chuckled. He didn't expect that he had calculated everything. But the 2 closest people were not counted. Ziye, I'm sorry, this is not something you should be exposed to. Ziye shook his head, he had heard everything just now. If someone kills the director, kills the orphanage mates, he will only do it harder. Do you still believe me? Letter. Ziye said firmly. Ziye, kill me. Duanmule said easily and handed the skull to Yezi's hand. Now he has completed his revenge. Death in the hands of his own brother is the best ending. Yezi's body froze, but he saw the death wish in brother Duanmu's eyes. Still push it out slowly and then withdraw it. It was already covered in blood. Brother Duanmu was falling, Ziye caught him, but looked down. Brother Duanmu lost the smile on his face, shed tears as if crying, and said with blood in his mouth. I'm sorry, old Dean, I'm sorry. What's wrong, Dean? Ziye shouted, Brother Duanmu is going to die, the Dean can't let anything happen again. I didn't, lie, right. Tears fell to the ground, and Duanmule lost all his vitality. Ziye hugged brother Duanmu's body, and the next second, he yelled to the sky frantically, King Do, hurry up, save the Dean, I'm willing to give everything. Do Wang appeared instantly and took the two of them to fly towards the hospital. Ziye yelled out the hospital and ward number where the director was, as if he was crazy. The picture flashed before my eyes, and I could see Ziye clearly again. His legs went weak and he knelt down directly under a white cloth on the hospital bed. This is the person he tried so hard to save. He is the Dean who nourishes himself and keeps himself alive. All dead. All dead. All dead. Ziye used his last strength to grab Do Wang's clothes. When he looked up, Do Wang shook his head gently. This moment, the leaves lost color in their eyes. Chapter 36, Suicide Note. Do Wang stood aside, he had no choice but to help Ziye. This level determines Yezi's future achievements. Realize it well. The sorrow of the world. Ye Mengmeng, who had been behind, looked as if Ziye had lost his soul. Seeing that King Do had no intention of taking action, she felt that she should do something, at least the other party saved her. She couldn't leave the leaves alone. What to do now? Ye Mengmeng looked at Ziye who was completely unresponsive and felt distressed. Until, I suddenly saw something on the table next to the hospital bed. Walking over, I found a cup holding a piece of paper. Picking up the cup, the words on the paper came into view. If anyone sees this piece of paper, could you please send the following letter to Ziye at the orphanage? The money under the paper is not much, so please don't dislike it. This is. Ye Mengmeng picked up the paper, with some money in an envelope underneath. Is this a suicide note? Ye Mengmeng picked up the envelope, turned around and walked to Ziye who was kneeling on the ground. Ziye, this is the letter from the Dean to you. Leaves, leaves. I called several times, but Ziye still didn't respond. Ye Mengmeng bit it, opened the envelope and began to read the contents inside. Ziye, are you back safely? Yezi's body trembled, and seeing the effect, Ye Mengmeng continued. Ziye, if you don't know anything, then so be it, go on and make your own life. Boy Duanmu, he will never come again. He fulfilled his lifelong wish, but in the wrong way. Don't try to find it. Yezi's mouth made a small sound in his eyes. The Dean still spoke in a charitable manner as before. If, you know, don't resent anything, and don't think about anything else. That's your brother Duanmu's decision. As for me, don't be too sad. It's normal for everyone to die. And you are the new star of the future. I heard your brother Duanmu say that you are the true dragon that has not yet flown into the sky. But I still just hope that you can be safe, but you are a dragon after all, and you will find your own way. Ziye shed 2 lines of tears. He wished it was just a dream. What panel, what hell, what Tianxuanlian. In 2 lifetimes, only the Dean gave me family love. Dean, am I very worthless? Ziye, no matter what, you are my pride. Ye Mengmeng read out the last sentence. Ziye hugged the Dean directly and cried loudly like a child. Ye Mengmeng was directly hugged by Ziye. She was startled at first and just wanted to break free. Why, I obviously got it back, and I also brought back a master. Why, it can't be earlier, why? Meng stopped her movements, this guy needs to vent now. She also felt that Ziye was so pitiful. She has been watching it all the time, and she can almost guess the situation. All of a sudden, two relatives passed away. Originally, Ziye should be full of hope, and the strong man named Do Wang has arrived. However, the elder brother threw himself into the evil god for revenge, and was eventually killed by Ziye himself. The dean, who looked like a grandfather, did not wait for Ziye to come back. When Do Wang saw this scene, he also disappeared directly. After all, he is still just a teenager. After today, I will lose my youthfulness. Ziye gradually stopped crying and saw Meng being held in his arms. The clothes on his body were all wet with his own tears, and Ziye let go of his hand. Sorry, me. Meng helped Ziye up and said, he was a great hero, but he turned out to be a crybaby. Sorry to trouble you. Ziye also understood that if it weren't for Meng, he doesn't know what would have happened. Just now, he just felt like the sky was gone. She saved herself again. Meng said at this time, no trouble, let's bury the dean and your brother first. Lay in peace. Ziye nodded stiffly. Ziye took everyone in the orphanage, even the young children. There was no more drama at this time. The front. Ziye is kneeling there, Dean, don't worry. I will become a true dragon and I will make my own way. The orphanage will remain so. Brother Duanmu. This time, I will protect you, and I will protect everyone. No one will be missing. No one is missing. Far away. Meng looked here, she was still worried about Ziye. The uneasiness in her heart made her unable to feel at ease. Do Wang appeared next to him in the next moment, dodging Meng. Senior Do Wang. Meng now knows that Do Wang is a peak powerhouse who is half a step beyond the realm of heaven and man. But King Do had a wicked smile on his face, why are you looking here but not going over? Meng shook her head repeatedly and said hurriedly, it's not appropriate for me to go there. King Do glanced at her meaningfully, why is it inappropriate? We still have to come together before we get married. Meng's little face turned into a red apple and she backed away continuously. Senior, what are you talking about? Marriage is really too far away. Oh, it turns out it's too far away, so you are still interested in my precious disciple, right? Do Wang said with a wicked smile. Just after that day, Ziye directly became a disciple of King Do. He wants power. To this, King Do naturally happily agreed and accepted this third disciple. Meng stayed where she was, with steam rising from her head. It seems that he thought of something extraordinary. For a long time, Ziye came over and saluted King Do. Master. Well, I have made special arrangements for the orphanage, so you don't have to worry. Ziye nodded, looking neither sad nor happy on his face. Do Wang took out another ring, just like what I said before. I won't be a nanny. If your peers lose, then you have to find the place by yourself. King Do stopped talking, and a hint of killing intent flashed across his face. But if there is any shameless old guy who dares to embarrass you, tell me, and I will dig up his ancestral graves. Ziye took the ring and said, thank you, master. Do Wang waved his hand directly, don't do this with me, there are no outsiders here. Okay, I've also made arrangements for the training camp. What they can provide is beyond what a soul-death fight can match. I hope I can hear your name from the mouths of those old guys, so that I can grow longer. The old guy Do Wang was talking about must be at least in the realm of heaven and human beings. But Ziye is full of confidence, even though this training camp is a big event in the whole world. But the state of his body tempering 3 times is already far beyond that of ordinary geniuses. Moreover, I will only grow faster in the future. His path is unstoppable. After Do Wang finished speaking, he stepped out and disappeared. Ye Ziyi looked at Ye Mengmeng, who had not yet recovered, and smiled knowingly. Can you walk with me? Ah, of course. High in the air, Do Wang watched the two people leave side by side. What a good boy! Extra, if Ye Ziyi didn't have the identity of an outsider. The leaves are still the same leaves, just without the panels, and the luck on them is normal. Tianyu High School. Ye Ziyi yawned, bang. The chalk left a white dot between his eyebrows like a bullet. Classmate Ye, you fell asleep in the first class of your senior year of high school. It seems that you had to catch up on your homework very late last night. The poisonous teacher on the podium said viciously. Ye Ziyi waved his hands repeatedly, no, I practiced sword practice too late yesterday. Okay, I'll. Listening to old Lao's words, he has now reached the 7th level of physical training. Coupled with his swordsmanship, few people in the entire school can be his opponent. He is not afraid of even the 8th level of body refining with the Qingling sword technique. Now everyone, prepare for the actual practice of this class. Teacher Du said again, and the whole class became excited with Ye Ziyi's thoughts. Among them, only Ye Ziyi saw the flash of evil smile on Teacher Du's face. After that, it was just as he expected. This time it was a real battle, but it was exactly what he wanted. He was the last in line to take action, and when it was his turn, he was already surrounded by students from other classes. Among them, there are two beautiful shadows, one large and one small. They seemed to be former defeated generals, the youngest of whom seemed to have the same surname as himself, yet. Teacher Du, I'm ready. Ye Ziyi withdrew his gaze in just a moment. As Teacher Du opened the cage, a silver wolf at the 7th level of body refining came out. The long sword danced upward in an instant, and Ye Ziyi's sword skills were really as agile as the breeze at this time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But the battle was not as one-sided as he thought. Instead, he was injured one after another, spiritual slash. This was a move he learned by accident, and he felt it when he first obtained the sword technique. A sword slash produced some sword energy and accurately broke the silver wolf's neck. There were cheers all around. He just thought in his heart, no, as expected, actual combat must be done. Just, where to go? Normally after school. The entrance to the orphanage. Dean, who is this? Ye Ziyi shouted enthusiastically when he saw the dean. At the same time, he also saw the person standing on the side. This is Duan Muley who walked out of the orphanage before. Ye Ziyi nodded. He didn't know why, but he didn't like Duan Muley for some reason. Yes, old dean, your taste is still as good as ever. Duan Muley praised. Of course. When the two were talking, Ye Ziyi did not interrupt until Duan Muley left. Following the dean back to his office, how is the situation at school? The dean said and poured a cup of tea for Ye Ziyi using his favorite tea set. Everything is fine. That's good, you can use these things first. Duan Muley will sponsor a batch in 2 days, so don't think too much about anything and just prepare for the college entrance examination. Well, I have always brought glory to our orphanage. Ye Ziyi held the elixir bottle tightly in his hand, but he hit it head-on. Bang! The dean retracted his finger, the orphanage is not here to gain glory. Why, do you still want this place to get bigger and bigger, with more and more people? The dean said a few more words, and even Ye Ziyi went to practice. The next few days, Ye Ziyi received a batch of extremely rich resources and met Duan Muley again. Obviously the other party has given me so many resources to help me, but I just feel that I can't talk to the other party. In the end, I could only keep a certain distance silently, hoping to repay the favor later when I became stronger. What he didn't know was that when he used these resources, a mark gradually formed in his body. Night. He is a genius. A voice sounded from the high building. Duan Muley looked at the night. If this leaf remains silent for a while, I won't kill it. He has now determined that Ziye is the lucky one. The mark in his body senses a destiny that is definitely not in the ordinary body refining realm. When they first met, he felt there was something wrong with the other person's attitude. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Let the mark dissipate casually. If someone discovers that there are evil methods, things will be in trouble. As for the old dean's body, fortunately, he had no injuries, just some normal thoughts of aging. You have to find a suitable way to send something. A few days later, Ziye successfully broke through to the 8th level of physical training. In order to practice actual combat, he joined a hunting group. Just because of the problem of strength, the one who joined was also the lowest. There were only a dozen people in total, none of them were in the Qi and Blood realm. The scope of activities is only limited to the area around Qinghuo City, but even so, Ziye is very satisfied. Until, during a hunt, they encountered cultists who only appeared in rumors. After a bloody battle, half of the dozen or so people died. After returning to the city, Ziye was thinking about what to do next. The boss of the hunting group, who had finished dealing with the trouble, came over. Ziye, we won't be hunting anymore in the near future. I suggest you don't go out either. The water about the cultists is very deep. If you still want to fight, I'm going to hell now. Do you want to come? Hell? After thinking for a short time, Ziye decided to go there. After following the boss into hell and completing the registration, just start playing. Next, Ziye is addicted to one battle after another. Gradually he gained some fame. Until the battle for spots in the training camp. Ziye directly defeated each enemy with an invincible attitude. After passing one level after another, the last level is coming soon. In a specially cleaned area, no one can kill more ferocious beasts. But the development of things was beyond everyone's expectations. Are you the target that guy designated to kill? A person looked at Ziye condescendingly. That guy is really an idiot. To kill you is an ant, and I, the deputy bishop, need to take action. The deputy bishop was about to kill Ziye, but suddenly there was a gunshot. What Hun said is indeed true, the evil god's lackeys have really appeared, but they are just too weak, so forget it and relax. The leaves only hear sounds but cannot see people. I just guessed that the matter had been resolved, and I was really lucky. And the actual situation is... The Soul King, who was sitting in the Three Kings city, sensed the right person. By chance, the Do Wang came back from outer space to rest, and by chance, the soul fighting began. The success allowed Do Wang to stay for a while longer. At this time, Soul King sensed the person from before, the one who was lucky. Unexpected fluctuations occurred. So I let Do Wang take care of it. After returning to Qingshui City, Ziye successfully qualified for the training camp. I will go with other selected candidates to the greatest gathering of geniuses in the world. However, Ziye doesn't know why. After that, the dean became more and more sad. The night before leaving, the dean handed him a box. Use this thing well and become a helpful person to mankind in the future. Chapter 37 Departure. In the school, Teacher Du looked at the notice posted above. My salary will be directly upgraded to the same level as the principal? Old man Li is going to die? He could only think of this reason, otherwise he would have been working for many years. Why do you suddenly give yourself these? But that's not right either. There was a meeting yesterday and everyone looked quite energetic. I heard that when I ate with other principals, they all ate the most. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the office door. Enter. The door was pushed open and Ziye walked in. Teacher Du, who hadn't paid much attention at first, saw clearly. Ziye, you're back. I felt energetic all of a sudden, especially after seeing that Ziye was fine. It's really worrying that your kid has disappeared for so many days. Teacher Du, I'm worrying you. Ziye lowered his head, but Teacher Du smiled again. It's okay. Isn't it normal for teachers to care about their students? Ziye looked at the familiar person and said, yeah. Okay, how is your state now? Although the training camp can't keep up, the school is planning to allocate a batch of resources recently, so you have to work hard. Listening to what Teacher Du was thinking about himself at this moment, Ziye directly spoke about his current situation. Teacher Du, I have now gone through the 9th level of body refining plus 3 levels of body tempering. I will also go to the training camp. My master has taken care of it for me. I will leave tonight. Teacher Du tilted his head, a few big question marks appeared on his very sinister face. After a while, Teacher Du put his hand on Ziye's shoulder for just a few seconds. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Good boy, you turned out to be a monster born in shallow water. It was just a fluke. Ziye is still not used to such praise, mainly because of the panel, although there is also an element of his hard work. By the way, your master, forget it. Halfway through, Teacher Du thought that he must respect his seniors and not discuss them casually. After all, he must be a senior who can arrange training camps. Ziye didn't think so, and King Do didn't even care about it. My master, I only know his name is Do Wang, and he is a king of hell. King! Teacher Du exclaimed, looking at Ziye as if he were looking at an alien. It seems that Teacher Du knows the meaning of the king. This was something Ziye didn't expect. Underground Competition Office. Chen Feng looked at the report sheet handed over by his subordinates, and his head hurt. It's over. It will take at least 3 months for underground competition to resume, which is such a long time. The direct loss alone is a huge sum of money. But he is the direct person responsible for all this. Is his salty fish life coming to an end? In despair, Chen Feng thought of Ziye who was going to participate in the soul fight to the death. If Morrowind could only have the last hope for this. It's night time soon. In the ward, Tang Yuan buried her head in Ye Meng's hair. Meng, I didn't expect you to be the one who saved me. At this time, Tang Yuan's body was wrapped with a lot of bandages. The previous time she was surrounded by ferocious beasts, she originally thought she was dead. As a result, all those ferocious beasts suddenly died and were later found by the city lord who came to rescue them. But he was seriously injured and slept for several days after returning. No, it's mainly leaves. Just as Ye Meng was about to explain, she was forced to raise her head and look at Tang Yuan. Return Ziye, Zi's screams. Her words were filled with a bad smile, but she knew a lot. Ah! I don't know what Uncle Ye will do if he sees the little cabbage he has raised for 18 years and has such thoughts. Ye Meng thought of her father's appearance. From an ordinary person's perspective, there was a big gap between her and Zi's identities. One is a famous little princess in the city, and the other is just an orphan with no background. But in fact, the orphan has the highest status in the city now. My father won't object. 2. Tang Yuan pinched Meng's face. Still so cute. Ye Meng was also very happy. The important people were all fine. Oh. Ye Meng looked at the time at this time. It's so late. After getting rid of the 2 evil hands, Yu Yan, I will play with you next time. Okay, do you want me to help you dress up? No. Ye Meng ran out and looked at Tang Yuan with a smile like an old mother's face. On top of the hospital, Ye Meng opened the door and walked out. A person was already waiting here. Meng, you are here. Ziye leaned against the railing weakly, still wearing night clothes. Ye Meng sat next to Ziye and leaned against him gently. The two of them looked at the pure moon in the sky, and the breeze blew their hair gently. Ziye felt the people around him, and his face was no longer so cold. Can you wait for me for a while? Zi's heart began to beat erratically, which he had never experienced before when fighting a strong enemy. I'll wait. Ye Mengmeng finished speaking softly. Yezi's eyes were filled with determination. 1 year, at most 1 year, until I become famous all over the world. The two of them leaned against each other gently and didn't speak for a long time. Until, the edge of that day in my eyes. A huge spaceship flew over, Ziye stood up, and a ring was thrust into Ye Mengmeng's hand. Goodbye. After saying that, a beam of light came over. The leaves floated directly, and I looked back. Ye Mengmeng waved her hand, we must come back safely. The sound was loud, as if shouting at full strength. Ziye entered the spacecraft, and then the spacecraft disappeared into the distance. Ye Mengmeng looked towards the direction where the spacecraft disappeared, and opened a ring in her palm, which reflected silver-white light in the moonlight. The gravity on the leaves disappeared, and only a voice was heard. Boy, we are a serious official force. What are you dressing up like? Ziye looked towards the sound and saw a handsome young man dressed very frivolously. I have to admit that the other person is more handsome than most people. Ziye said calmly, I'm used to it. Blame, it's really a strange habit. The beautiful boy stretched out his hand, let's get to know each other, MOU. Ziye held his hand and hesitated for a moment. Leave. It's simpler than my name. How come your parents don't care more than the other two in my family? MOU was relaxed and a little speechless. No. Why, isn't this name very casual? MOU asked Ziye in return. Ziye just said slowly, I don't even know who my parents are. MOU was silent now, what's your name? The dean gave it to me. Dean. The director of the orphanage. After getting this answer, MOU said straightforwardly. I'm sorry, can you forgive me? Ziye nodded, okay, I forgive you. Okay, let's go, I'll treat you to dinner first. Good. Ziye agreed directly. On the way to the cafeteria, MOU told Ziye a lot of things. For example, he is also a member of the training camp. For another example, the training camp is divided into stages. There are 3 stages, the first stage is 1 month, and the last 2 stages are 3 months. During this period, people will continue to be eliminated, and those who can be left in the end will not have 3 digits at most. Of course, there will be a lot of rewards for every stage you survive. 3 phases total 7 months. At the same time, MOU also revealed his identity. A young man from a little-known family, if not everyone he met on the road. They all moved to avoid the two of them, and he really believed it. Ziye, are you the same as me? Have you been found by your family? No, I am just an orphan from beginning to end. Ah. Chapter 38 Physical Evolution. MOU sighed and said, it seems that you still haven't forgiven those people in your family. But it's useless. Now that I've found you, there are some things you can't escape. This guy got it all wrong. However, Ziye probably knew about MOU's situation. No, I'm really just an ordinary person. Ziye said, and the two of them also arrived at the canteen. Finding a place to sit down, MOU skillfully ordered a lot of things. Then he continued, if you were really an ordinary person, do you think you could come here? MOU's words made Ziye very agree. After all, Ye Mengmeng and others will also go to the training camp. We haven't set off yet. It should be because of my master, King Do. You are awesome. I lost this nursery because of those 2 cheap ones. They were afraid that I would cause trouble again. MOU praised directly, and he believed what Ziye said before. Nursery. How could this spaceship, which in his eyes was full of future technology, be a nursery? It's almost a month before the training camp officially starts. With the speed of this thing, do you think it needs to be so far in advance? MOU explained carefully. At this time, plates of food were brought up. Neither of them had any intention of maintaining their grace and started eating like crazy. After eating and drinking enough, Mou took Ziye around the spacecraft and imparted a lot of knowledge to him. This is a training room. It's completely free, but it's a bit useless. Very strong. That's not true. Mou shook his head. Mainly because they are equipped with double pressure equipment, which tortures the mind and body at the same time. Ziye said that he understood that high-level warriors sometimes did not need to take action against low-level warriors. As long as you stop there, the battle will be over without taking any action. Mental stress? Ziye suddenly thought of another power besides qi and blood. Mental power. Can I improve my spiritual power here? Mou thought for a moment and said, yes, there is, but the efficiency is not high, and except for people who are born with spiritual potential, the probability of awakening spiritual power is less than 1 in 10,000. That's fine if you have it. Ziye said affirmatively. The two of them walked around a lot before saying goodbye. Ziye also came to his room and took a short rest. Checked the panel. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualifications, top grade spiritual level, burning blood body, top grade mortal level. Realm, 9th level of body refining. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal, night clothes, low-grade mortal. Skills, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, middle-grade mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-grade mortal level, the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-grade spiritual level, and the Xiaocheng Vajra body, mid-grade spiritual level, beginner's Liang boxing technique, high-grade spiritual level, Xiaocheng Jiao shape step, low-grade spiritual level, Xiaocheng Chunju, low-grade spiritual level. Skills, breathing, high-grade spiritual level 1953668/10000000, boxing, low-grade spiritual level 35982/100000, body skills, low-grade spiritual level 2635/100000, combat, high-grade mortal level 1520/10,000, physical fitness, mid-grade spiritual level 37,285/10000000. The panel at this time can already be said to be luxurious. But Ziye obviously won't be satisfied with this. This time, he planned to try to improve his breathing first. This helped me at the very beginning and was also the best skill to improve. But now according to normal efficiency, it will take almost 280 days to upgrade again. I hope both ideas can come true. Ziye thought, and an almost jade-like energy stone appeared in his hand. At the same time, the experience after breathing on the panel also began to skyrocket. This is one of the resources Do Wang gave Ziye, a high-grade energy stone. The energy in it is approximately equal to 100 middle-grade energy stones, or 10,000 low-grade energy stones. In other words, a high-quality energy stone can provide 1 million experience points. As for Do Wang, he gave Ziye a full 100 yuan. 100 million experience, if you include other middle-grade and low-grade people who seem to make up the numbers. Seeing the improvement visible to the naked eye, Ziye felt half relieved. After improving his breathing skills, he can absorb energy stones at a speed that even those in the qi and blood realm can't match. Later, Ziye began to practice Changchun technique quietly. Although practicing this technique will not increase the breathing upgrade speed at all. However, Ziye wants to take a gamble. Bet that when Changchunju reaches the state of transformation, it will have special effects. Time passed quickly. It takes about 8 hours for the leaves to completely absorb a high-quality energy stone. And there is no need for him to take the initiative to do anything, it is automatic all day long. Nearly 3 days later. Breathing, the best spiritual level 0/100 million. Almost at the same time, Changchunju, which had been practiced for several days, ushered in a wave of huge growth. This period was also accompanied by a wave of qualification improvements. Ziye felt it carefully. Small growth and spring technique, lower level of spiritual level. Great Changchunju, lower level spiritual level. Perfect Changchunju, lower spiritual level. Ziye frowned slightly, now the state of the skill was just a step away. Is there anything you can do? Ziye suddenly separated his mind and took out the box containing Tianxian lotus from the ring. This is the one given to him by Wang Bufan. This thing is of little use to him anymore. The original function is to repair the body, replenish the foundation, and evolve the qualifications. But the effect on him was just that, so he originally planned to keep it. Now is the time to help yourself. The Tianxian lotus is not small, but the leaves don't care about its image. Eat it clean one bite at a time, just at this moment. Transformation Changchun technique, low-grade spirit level. The next moment it reaches this realm, it turns into little bits of light. Integrated into the breath. Ziye always pays attention to the panel and sees it. Changchun burning blood body, lower grade spiritual level. The body undergoes changes, and Ziye feels that his total energy and blood volume, as well as his recovery ability, have improved a lot. The recovery ability of Changchunju just makes up for the side effects of the blood-burning body, and the two are combined. The effect is 1 + 1 3. Under the gaze of the leaves, the experience of breathing begins to rise. Roughly, 2 experience points in 5 seconds. It works. Ziye felt happy for a moment, although the improvement was not much. But as long as you can improve, find a suitable method. Then you have unlimited possibilities. Ziye plans to plan carefully for nearly a month. He knew from MOU that this spaceship would pick up some people one after another. These people are all powerful characters, at least they are all at the tempered level. Don't compare these people with the members of Death Soul Fight. There is no telling how much difference there is in age. Not to mention the qualifications, skills, and combat power of the same level. Ziye felt that the Earth-level qualifications among these people might be ordinary. Chapter 39 Mental Power. Ziye took out a bottle of top-quality body refining pills, poured one out and threw it into his mouth. His qualifications and physique have improved a bit, and now he needs to make up for his foundation. King Do prepared a bunch of these for him, as well as various other elixirs and some books. Other than that, it's just a card and life-saving things. Inside the card was 10,000 blood points exclusively for hell, but Ziye didn't know whether it was more or less. I'm no worse than those from big families. No, even people from ordinary big families cannot have enough top-grade refining pills. What an evil way to practice. There are also some other miscellaneous things, a set of exercises that can only be practiced in the Qi and Blood realm. After Ziye practiced for a while, he walked out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Mou leaning against the opposite wall with a piece of bread and eating it. Do you have a problem with me? Ziye asked, but Mou slowly swallowed the bread in his mouth. People in my family sent a message asking me to have a good relationship with you. Well, I've been waiting for 2 days. Mou added the next sentence. You are really straightforward. Ziye couldn't help but say. This guy is really, incredibly sincere. Just show up and do business, or you'll lose me again. Mou took out another piece of bread from the space prop and handed it over. Want to eat? You haven't been out for 3 days. Thanks. Ziye just wanted to eat something. Although there was a pile of emergency food in the ring, it was really not delicious. Want to go to the training room together? Mou looked at Ziye and said, let's go together. I don't know what happened to the next person, but they haven't arrived yet. The two walked towards the training room. Mou asked doubtfully. Why do you have to work so hard when King Do is here? Don't you know Do Wang's deeds? Ziye shook his head, acting extremely calm. Some people have said that I am a real dragon and should go my own way. I have told people that I want to be famous all over the world. Well, I don't understand these things. Mou said dejectedly. Soon, the two arrived at the training room. After applying for a single room respectively, Mou said before going in. You should pay more attention. Although I think it is unlikely, the awakening of spiritual power is dangerous. Oh. Ziye responded, and the door of the training room was closed tightly. The training room is closed, please select the training item and difficulty. The mechanical sound came out, and Ziye thought for a moment. Double coercion plus actual combat, the difficulty increases in stages. Selection completed. The next second, Ziye's body suddenly sank, but there was no physical problem. But there has been a slight mental impact. At the same time, the wall opens automatically. A simulation robot came out, the current strength is the 9th level of body training. The sound fell, and Ziye rushed out in one step. Bang! The robot smashed directly into the closed wall. Data is being updated. The robot stood up directly, the current strength is the 9th level of body refining and 3 times of body tempering. As soon as the voice fell, he took the initiative to attack. After the leaves flashed past one after another, my eyes lit up. The combat level of this robot is now at the top of the mortal level. That's interesting. Basic boxing skills. Ziye only used the most basic skills, but it was like a brand new boxing technique. But after dozens of moves, one punch hit the vital point. Ziye withdrew his fist and moved his body. Data is being updated. Current strength, 9th level of body refining, 3 times of body tempering x3. 2 more bionic robots came out. The pressure is increasing. Ziye felt that his body was a little heavier, but those bionic robots would not wait. The 3 men attacked from 3 sides. Come! Ziye punched him with his fist. Other side. Mou sat on the ground boredly, with an extra cup of coffee in his hand. While I was drinking, suddenly a message came on my phone. Mou immediately let go of his hand, took out his cell phone and started reading. Here you go, you asked me to make friends again. This woman is so strange. Mou put the phone away directly, since he was just lazy here now anyway. He reached out and grasped the coffee that had been floating in the air again. I don't know if Ziye can succeed, it shouldn't be possible. Mou knew it, although his spiritual potential was basically hidden. Most people can't see it, but Do Wang is different. Death, soul, fight. The combination of the 3 kings basically acts together. Since Ziye is Do Wang's apprentice, Soul King must have seen him too. That one is the pinnacle of spiritual masters. Forget it, there's no point thinking about that, it's better to catch up on some sleep. He didn't sleep much in the past 2 days, just waiting for the leaves. Mou fell directly to the ground and fell asleep soon. Also, some training equipment around. Under the pressure, it gradually floated up. And surrounded by black jade, and in the middle, just a cup of coffee that keeps steaming. In the spaceship, there is another standard iceberg beauty. A staff member was taking a beautiful woman to visit some places, and when he arrived at the training room. The first 2 are inside now, but should be out soon. Do you need to wait a moment? What the man said was reasonable, after all, he was on a spaceship in the final Qi blood realm. Even if the training room can adjust the intensity, the training intensity is extremely strong for the physical training state. Especially the double pressure. The iceberg beauty did not speak, but shook her head slightly. Seeing this, the man also led him to the next place. Ziye struck out with a blazing sun fist, and the bionic robot in front of him fell down again. And he was shaking for a while, and the current mental majesty made him very uncomfortable. Looking around, there are 10 bionic robots. The strength is all tempered 3 times. Data is being updated. When Ziye heard this voice again, his heart became cruel. Make it more difficult, give it to me. Receive. The next second, all robots stood up. The current strength is 9 levels of body refining and body tempering 5 times x 10. The double pressure is also enhanced. Ziye's body couldn't help but sink, and his consciousness felt as if he had been hammered hard. Only 10 robots were seen, all coming to attack. Every action raises a level. Faced with this, Ziye was in a crisis situation. Burning blood. The bloody mist first appeared, and the leaves began to move instantly, like a dragon emerging from the sea. A punch is thrown out, like a raging fire. Bang bang bang. But after all, it is difficult to defend against 4 hands with 2 fists, let alone 20 hands. I saw a robot hit the leaf, and the result was... The surface of the leaf's body flashed with golden light, making it look like a glaring King Kong. War. At this moment, the word madman became concrete again. He is called a madman in hell, and that just because of a goal that has failed. So now, in order not to fail again, in order to protect the only pure land in his heart in this life. Even if you become a complete madman, what's wrong with that? At this moment, Ziye was particularly sober. A scene from my life began to appear in my eyes. 1 second is a toddler, the next is a teenager. 1 second to laugh, the next to cry. Weak 1 second, strong the next. Spiritual power, awakening successfully. Chapter 40 New Skills. Ziye punched wildly, feeling that his perception was getting better. He dodged the attack simply by relying on his true feelings. The benefits of the evolved physique allow Ziye to stay within a safe range. It took a few minutes of crazy shots at full power, and the increase was even greater than before. During this time, face the enemy. Although the combat level is 1 level weaker, the hard power is enough to fill this gap. After Ziye's blow, the last enemy standing in front of him fell. And the night clothes on his body were damaged again, so there was nothing he could do about it. After all, with his current strength, unless he has a spiritual weapon, he can be interrupted. After stopping fighting, Ziye immediately noticed his own changes. Spirit, low-grade mortal level 0/10. During the battle just now, the spirit gained a little experience. Ziye obviously feels that he has a new kind of power, and at the same time, as the dual majesty continues, the experience is still rising. Continue. After detecting the current state of the leaf, the robot did not continue to stand up. Stop actual combat first. Ziye also wants to study now what the use of this spirit is. The efficiency of experience acquisition is 1 point in 2 minutes. This speed is indeed not high, after a full 20 minutes. After enough experience, Ziye felt as if he suddenly became more awake. Originally, under the enhanced pressure, he had to endure 20 minutes in a battle, which made his spirit become a little worse. But now I have fully recovered, and there is still a wonderful feeling. Like breath, constitution. However, the physique corresponds to the physical body, the breathing should increase evenly, and the spirit corresponds to the soul. This discovery exceeded Ziye's expectations, and he is still a top-level spiritual person. It can be seen from this that the improvement of breathing is not enough. The improvement of one skill is not enough to simultaneously improve the qualifications. But now, he has 3. Now that you know it, it's time to continue. Combat, 2970/10,000 for the best mortal level. Ziye glanced at the experience and thought in his mind. This battle is a bit difficult to level up, but that may have something to do with the type of battle. Perhaps, rapid improvement can only be achieved under extreme pressure. Even though he was burning blood just now, he still had the intention to punch. Forget it, let's practice together. Start the actual battle, and then make it more difficult for me. Receive. 8 hours later. Mou stayed at the door of Ziye's training room as the door opened. Ziye walked out wearing his night clothes intact. Are you asleep in there too? Mou said bluntly. Sleeping in it? Also? Because of the continuous pressure, Ziye didn't expect this. After feeling tired, I subconsciously wanted to go back to my room to rest. Maybe try it yourself. Mou saw Ziye gradually falling into deep thought. Are you thinking about something abnormal? Ziye quickly waved his hands and said, no, it's just some cultivation matters. At this time, Ziye looked at Mou and suddenly thought that the other party seemed to know the spiritual power very well. I would like to ask, how should I practice after awakening my spiritual power? Mou heard this and stretched out a finger. Ziye looked curiously and saw nothing on his fingers. It's like there's more dust-like stuff. I wrap my body with mental power to exercise subtle level control. As for the cultivation techniques, I created them myself. Only I can use them. You can't buy them here or anything like that. I have a book of basic spiritual skills in my hand. I can give it to you if you want it. Although reading it in advance will not increase the probability of awakening. Mou said a bunch of things directly, until the end. I still think that the possibility of Ziye awakening is very low, thinking that the other party is just curious. But when the leaves also follow the same pattern, after stretching out a finger. Mou was silent. Ziye tried it but failed. My level is indeed not good, I want that skill. Mou clearly felt the fluctuation of mental power. In silence, he took out the exercise book. You are awesome. Thanks. Ziye put away the technique and planned to take a rest. Just start a new training session. At this moment, Mou suddenly looked back, and Ziye also looked over curiously. I saw an indifferent and beautiful head sticking out from the door of the training room. But hiding behind the door and peeking in, it obviously doesn't match the expression on his face. After realizing that he had been discovered, he was under the gaze of two people. With a cold temperament, she disappeared behind the door little by little. Then, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. A big question mark appears on Zize's head. Mou was relatively calm and said, there is something wrong with being able to go here. After speaking, Mou added. Except you. Ziye nodded, he also saw it. After the iceberg beauty returned to the room, she immediately locked the door. Then he swooped down and fell onto the bed. My head began to surge wildly, and I hugged the pillow tightly before calming down. The whole person huddled on the bed. I still can't do it. I just want to say hello. Cold as frost, as the name suggests, she is an iceberg beauty with a temperament as severe as the severe cold. But in fact, he is a patient with severe social phobia. From childhood to adulthood, except for my parents. I basically never spoke more than 3 sentences to anyone, and the spacecraft stayed here for a few extra days. It was also because she had never overcome the fear in her heart. No, Lang Rushuan, you have obviously made up your mind, how come you can't even take the first step? He said words of encouragement for himself, but the more he spoke, the softer his voice became. Because she was thinking about the appearance of those two people. The guy who looked lazy and frivolous also had a pretty face. This kind of look is the kind of scumbag who can play with women's emotions. This kind of person, if you get too close. Lang Rushuan suddenly thought of some unspeakable plot. The face becomes visibly red, and then rolling back and forth on the bed holding the pillow. After stopping. No, this is absolutely not possible. You have to start with another one. Lang Rushuan began to recall the appearance of the leaves again, which was obviously on this kind of ground. Why are you still wearing that kind of clothes? Isn't it ugly, or is it? She suddenly recalled the aura and murderous aura on Ziye. Woohoo! Why is there murderous intent? Is he actually a very scary person? Obviously my mother said there would be good friends here. But why is this happening? Lang Rushuan's mood was shattered at the moment. Why did she want to be friends with two people? A scumbag who seems to play with women's emotions, and a murderous man with murderous intent? After a series of ideological struggles, Lang Rushuan finally made up his mind to give it a try. After all, the teacher taught me not to judge people by their appearance. In case, the other person is actually very easy to get along with. Is everything just overthinking? Lang Rushuan got off the bed, walked to the door resolutely, reached out and opened it. Suddenly, Mou, who looked very frivolous, was standing at the door with a smile on his face. You. Just one word came out. Bang. The door was closed tightly, and the wind alone made her long hair fly. Lang Rushuan hid directly under the quilt after locking the door. Mom, it's so scary here, there are big bad guys. Chapter 41 Everyone has their own shortcomings. Mou stood silently at the door. Did he appear at the wrong time? Don't be like this. Just say a few words to yourself so that he can get over it. Mou lowered his head and looked at his empty hands, wondering if he should bring a gift. But, what should I bring? After some thinking, he decided. Wait. Mou took out a cup of coffee again and leaned against the wall next to the door. After Ziye went to the cafeteria to eat something, he planned to continue training. It was also this time that Ziye learned that many kinds of food are provided for free here. But if you want to order a la carte, you have to pay. Ziye quickly returned to the training room. Make it the same as before. While speaking, Ziye poured out a pile of spiritual stones from the ring. Come together. After doing all this, 10 bionic robots holding various weapons have all come out. Ziye also took a stance. The weapon skills of these robots were all at the spiritual level. War. In an instant, 11 figures fought together. This time Ziye fought very hard, even though his fist and blood were fully activated. But under the double pressure, his body and spirit were suppressed everywhere, and the golden light on his body was also broken. Attacks from swords and even spears and sticks fell on him. The robot doesn't have any weak hands, and it takes a few minutes to start fighting. There were more than a dozen wounds on Ziye's body, and blood continued to drip to the ground. Half an hour later, Ziye turned into a bloody man, sitting weakly on the ground. After taking a healing pill, Ziye took out the qi and blood stone from before, while absorbing the qi and blood to speed up recovery and damage caused by excessive burning of blood during the battle. While continuing to temper his physique, the speed of quenching was much faster, and Ziye sensed this change. Sure enough, only by experiencing real battles can you improve quickly. It seems that my own physique has also been improved in this regard. After recovery, continue. Lang Rushuan opened the door carefully and poked her head out little by little. Turn around and look. Mou also happened to look over because of the sound of opening the door, and the two looked at each other. Bang! This time, Mou didn't even have to say a word. Mou silently took out a mirror. Looking at the reflected appearance, he shouldn't look ugly or scary, right? After 3 more experiences, Mou decided to take the initiative. The room was as cold as frost. At this moment, my heart can hardly bear it anymore. Why doesn't that person leave? Could he be targeting me? Lang Rushuan thought about it for a while, but finally decided to try again. At least make it clear what you mean. He leaned against the door and opened it gently. See you soon. Mou threw out dozens of flying knives, facing a half-naked pervert. Lang Rushuan watched as the pervert directly resisted the damage from the flying knife and blood spilled out. But there was a burst of laughter, and the pervert rushed over with a spear in hand. It seems more exciting. Boom! This time the door closed with greater force. Mother! There is something perverted here. Outside the room. Mou naturally saw the scene just now. Hey, if you do it again, I won't hold back. Come on! Fight! 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 Long Washuan was extremely excited, those old guys didn't lie to him. Anyone you meet here is much better than your peers at home. A hint of murderous intent rose around Mou, and a flying disc floated beside him. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom. Spears and flying knives collide in a whirlwind, a battle between spirit and body. There are countless scars on the surrounding walls, and every trace has a little bit of red. Fight to the end. Mou was holding a strange giant sword, but was shot back. After rowing a long way on the ground, he stopped, opened his mouth and let out a breath. Long Washuan looked more seriously injured, with 23 wounds that were enough to seriously hurt someone. But now, Long Washuan is still standing there. Ha ha ha, so happy. Long Washuan had no intention of continuing to take action, but walked over. Mou's perception was extremely sensitive, and he could sense the other person's thoughts. He didn't continue to take action and was helped up by the other party. Your problem is the most serious. Mou rarely spoke with emotion, he was a fighting maniac. Fortunately, he is not a normal person either. A man's friendship is built through fighting. Long Washuan said loudly, he was very accurate in reading people. Around a corner, another person came out. But that's not the only choice. Mou looked like a guy with a standard nouveau riche temperament. It's a small amount of money. You're here too. Long Washuan said enthusiastically. Qian Duoduo's eyes narrowed, Brother Long, we haven't seen each other for a long time. And this friend, Qian Duoduo, this is Long Washuan from the Long family. Mou first took back all the flying knives and so on. What's your plan? This sentence made Qian Duoduo stunned for a moment, but he immediately returned to normal. Meeting is fate, no calculations, just making friends. I'm afraid you'll trick me. Mou looked like he would just say whatever he wanted, which made Qian Duoduo speechless for a moment. As for Long Washuan, he didn't care much about it. As long as he wasn't an enemy, he thought it was fine. Mou's cell phone rang suddenly. Qian Duoduo looked at Mou standing there, thinking about his next plan. He wanted to do something, for no reason, just for free. Mou put down her phone and walked up to the two of them. Can we go have a meal together? Qian Duoduo didn't react for a while, but Long Washuan said directly. Okay, we will all be friends from now on. Yes, we just had a misunderstanding. Qian Duoduo took a step forward, and Mou took a step back. No misunderstanding, you will definitely cause big trouble. Opportunities always come with some risks and difficulties. Although Mou agreed with this sentence, he still didn't think Qian Duoduo would be a quiet person. During the meal, Mou also told the two about the situation of Ziye and Lang Rushuan. In Mou's heart, he was just glad that Ziye was very normal. He only had to get through Lang Rushuan's line next. Those people in the family will no longer bother me. Mou continued to wait in front of Lang Rushuan's door, compared with before. There was Long Washuan who would pick fights with him from time to time, and Qian Duoduo who didn't know what he was thinking. But Mou waited for 3 full days, and Lang Rushuan never opened the door again. 3 days? Mou found that something seemed to be missing. Where are the leaves? It's been 3 days and I haven't even returned to my room. Although their rooms are not next to each other, they are all in the same area. If Ziye went back to the room, he would be able to sense it. Did you really sleep in the training room? When it has been 7 days? Mou had already moved to the front of the training room and looked at the display showing someone was there. It seems that none of the 5 of them is normal. Chapter 42 Discussion. The leaves turned the opening of a bottle downward and poured nothing out. No more bottle. Ziye took the bottle back. The empty bottles containing healing elixirs had already piled up in his ring. Active in the body being treated, Ziye at this time. There are already countless scars, even if they are pills. Under Yezi's life-threatening training, the scars appear much faster than they can be recovered. But the results are also huge. Name, Ziye. Age, 17. Qualifications, upper level spiritual level, Changchun burning blood body, low level spiritual level. Realm, 9th level of body refining, 4 levels of body tempering, 3 levels of 1 star. Equipment, a batch-made iron sword, mid-grade mortal, night walking clothes, low-grade mortal. Skills, the 11th edition of basic breathing techniques, middle-grade mortal level, the 13th set of basic boxing techniques, low-grade mortal level, the introductory Qingling sword technique, low-grade spiritual level, and the Xiaocheng Vajra body, mid-grade spiritual level, Xiaocheng Liang boxing technique, high-grade spiritual level, Dacheng Jiao shape step, low-grade spiritual level, Dacheng spirit movement method, low-grade spiritual level. Skills, breathing, top spiritual level 22 million/100 million, boxing, medium spiritual level 20352/10000000, body skills, low spiritual level 26355/100000, combat, low spiritual level 83622/100000, physical fitness, spiritual level low 83622/100000, medium grade 156338/10000000, spirit, mortal grade top grade 53/10,000. In terms of realm, not only has the body been tempered again, but also a spiritual realm has been added. The third level of 1 star corresponds to the third level of body refining and the third level of 7 days. Ziye thinks this speed is okay. The spiritual movement method given by MOU has already been completed. As long as his spiritual energy improves to another level, he is 80% sure to reach the transformation state. The battle that is mainly upgraded this time is already at the mid-level spiritual level. Ziye tidied up a bit, mainly changing into night clothes. As soon as he walked out of the training room, he saw MOU standing there. "Are you really sleeping in there?" "Well, I just don't feel comfortable." "I was wrong, you have a problem too." MOU now felt that the reason why Ziye boarded the spaceship was because Do Wang was afraid that he would accidentally miss the time to go to the training camp. Anyway, after a normal conversation, MOU told Ziye about the situation of the other people. "Hey, I should be quite handsome. Why do people seem to be afraid of me?" MOU vomited bitterly, he was just one step away from his own leisure vacation. "There must be a misunderstanding, but now you don't even have a chance to speak." Ziye said helplessly, there was nothing he could do as a single person. It happened that at this time, Long Wushuan was planning to go to the training room. He's also a training freak. When the two people met, they looked at each other. MOU said a lackluster greeting, but saw that Long Wushuan ignored him. Then follow Long Wushuan's eyes. "Have to." MOU retreated quietly, this fight was inevitable. Ziye held down MOU with one hand. What does it mean here? He didn't want to do anything. Fortunately, things did not develop as he thought. Ziye asked, "Is there a mask or something?" When MOU heard this, he looked at Ziye with a strange look. This wasn't a dark place to begin with, and it was strange enough to be wearing night clothes. Now for masks again. After thinking about it, MOU took out a mask directly from the ring and said the same thing. "Everyone who can get on this ship has something wrong with them." Ziye put on the mask and the next second, the spear was stabbed, and Ziye turned to avoid it. Then they got into a close fight and were about to attack. A rudimentary form of spear intent shot out, and the two of them were almost close to each other at this time, and fist intent rose again. Both of them stopped at this moment, their gun intentions and fist intentions colliding with each other. Boom! Most of the night clothes were broken into pieces and turned into strips of cloth around him. The body is covered with scars, and the scars are being stretched out like crazy. After all, it was Ziye who had the stronger punch, and the power of the punch pushed Long Wushuan back. Long Wushuan stabilized his body and his fighting spirit was high, and he attacked with a single shot. Ziye used the same boxing technique to fight against him, and for a while the two of them fought fiercely together. Mou realized something was wrong when the two of them had a confrontation. This Long Wushuan didn't use all his strength before, and Ziye hit it even more. After retreating a long way, he finally stopped and found out. Qian Duoduo is hiding here and watching. What is Long Wushuan's true strength? Mou asked directly, he knew it from the previous conversation between the two. The two have known each other for a long time. Qian Duoduo's eyes were shining at this time and he said, Brother Long has completed body tempering 3 times now, but if he goes crazy and kills a few qi and blood realms, it's no problem. His eyes are now more focused on Ziye, this person is the focus. What's going on with that person? Do Wang's third apprentice. Mou also said directly. Ziye missed a punch and was hit by a spear instead. Long Wushuan's fighting level is higher than his own, and he is worthy of being a member of a big family. There is also this physical quality, Ziye does not know how many times he has been tempered. Already stronger than his physical fitness. But Ziye also has a complete boxing intention that is stronger than the opponent, and a boxing technique that is more powerful than the opponent's marksmanship through skill bonus. The two fought fiercely, and Ziye fought hard. Now it seems that both of them are almost at the same level. The two retreated simultaneously with a tacit understanding, and the fighting stopped in an instant. After the two took a breath. Burning blood. Fight forever. A trace of blood mist floated out from the leaves, transforming into a mad demon. Long Wushuan burst out with full fighting spirit and transformed into the god of war. Boom boom boom. There were roars one after another, and Mou gasped in shock. On the one hand, they were shocked by the strength of the two of them, and on the other hand, they were shocked by Ziye's desperate style of play. Long Wushuan's condition was okay, he seemed to be weak for a while at most. But every bit of blood mist that rises from the leaves is real qi and blood. Who dares to play like this without reaching the qi and blood realm? After another confrontation between Long Wushuan and Ziye, the two stopped again. Long Wushuan withdrew his fighting spirit, and Ziye also turned off the burning blood. It's really fun. Brother, which family do you belong to? If I want to fight in the future, I will go to you. Long Wushuan was in a very happy mood. It had been a long time since he had such a happy fight. Sure enough, it's interesting to fight with people from the same situation, but there are not many people who can fight. I don't belong to any family, I am Do Wang's apprentice. Ziye won't hide either. This time, whether it's for Do Wang's period or for his promise to Meng Meng. They have to be very high profile to get through this training camp. No wonder. Long Wushuan showed his original expression, but Ziye took the opportunity to ask. How many times have you tempered your body now? Asking people directly about their realm, he wasn't sure whether Long Wushuan would tell. 3 times. Hearing this number, Ziye's heart turned out to be true. My qualifications for the upper level of the spiritual level are no longer enough for the battle just now. If it weren't for not caring about the damage burning blood would do to himself, he might have lost. I have to work harder before the college entrance examination. You must raise your qualifications to the next level. Long Wushuan thought of his own realm, which he hadn't specifically improved for a long time. Because among his peers in the family, he couldn't fully enjoy the body tempering 3 times. However, 3 times here seems a bit low. It's time to continue tempering the body. Chapter 43 5-Person Team. Mou and Qian Duoduo also came over at this time. The 4 of them got to know each other again. During this period, Qian Duoduo was shocked to learn that Ziye really took charge of the training room. Long Wushuan's eyes lit up. Mou also took this opportunity to ask, do you understand women's thoughts? I have some understanding. Brother Mo, you are talking about Lang Rushuan, right? Duo said it directly. After all, Mou had been waiting at the door for 5 or 6 days. Yes, she is the only one responsible for the mission my family has given me. Mou really had no choice but to wait at the door until it was time to join the training room. Family mission. Oh, I just want to make friends with you. Mou said it bluntly. Anyway, he only needs to finish it, and what happens next is none of his business. Ziye just looked at it. Long Washuan and Duo were obviously not used to Mou's way of talking. Lang Rushuan took out a bag of snacks from the ring for food and relaxation after practice. It would be nice if it stays like this, at least you don't have to be with terrible people. However, when the time comes, we will see you sooner or later. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The half bag of snacks left in Lang Rushuan's hand was directly clenched into a ball, and she looked nervously at the door. Then, there was silence. What does this mean? Lang Rushuan didn't know what to do for a moment. Just ignore him? This is not a good choice. But when I opened the door, I thought of every time I opened the door before. So scary. For a long time. The door to the room slowly opened, and the same head as before poked out little by little. This time there was nothing outside. Lang Rushuan was looking back and forth when she suddenly saw a piece of paper taped to the door. She reached out and took it off. I saw a line of words. It's probably a misunderstanding. I'll wait for you in the cafeteria. There are few words, but the meaning is very clear. Is there any misunderstanding? Lang Rushuan thought so at first, but that scene was just the same. So scary. Eventually, she decided to go there. We will always meet, and she can't hide forever. In the cafeteria, Ziye, Mou, Long Washuan, and Duo were sitting at the table, which was already filled with various delicacies. Ziye and Long Washuan exchanged training experiences, while Mou looked around. Duo didn't even know what he was thinking. When a beautiful figure walked in, all 4 people looked over. Lang Rushuan's body stiffened, but she still managed to walk over. He sat on the vacant seat. All 5 people are here. There was no opening remarks, just a dinner party that couldn't tell when it would start. The atmosphere is also very relaxed, and no one is particularly cared for. Lang Rushuan, who was originally extremely nervous, gradually relaxed. Mou asked at this time, why have you been avoiding me before? I should be pretty good looking. That's because you were at the door of my room, and after you injured someone, that person still laughed. After Lang Rushuan finished speaking nervously, she lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. This is true. Mou really didn't know what to say. This was such a coincidence. Why are you looking for me? Lang Rushuan saw that Mou seemed to be relatively easy to get along with, so she also asked her own questions. People in the family asked me to befriend you, to be precise, you and those 3. Mou performed normally, while Lang Rushuan was stunned. Is this allowed to be said? When the food on the table was almost eaten, several people were full. Duo knew that it was time for him to appear. Everyone, it's fate that we met. Why don't we form a team and try our best in the training camp together? This is what he has thought for a long time. After all the people who can get here are strong men with their own characteristics. If these people get together, a lot of trouble will definitely happen. And he just wants to cause trouble. Only when something goes wrong is the best time to gain benefits. Long Washuan was the first to agree. He knew Duo very well. I agree, as long as it makes me happy. I have no problem. Ziye didn't object, it didn't conflict with his goal. Mou looked at Duo, who had a standard smile. Call out Lang Rushuan and these ways to get together. But it was all his fault, it was Mou who asked him to think of it. So. I agree. Mou did not resist and voted directly. Seeing that everyone else agreed, Lang Rushuan also followed Feng's agreement. Seeing that everyone agreed, Qian Duoduo also raised the captain's question. You decide this, I won't participate. Lang Rushuan knew his situation. Being the captain was not suitable for him at all, and he couldn't do it well either. Ziye was not confident that he would be a good player, but he still had the idea in his heart to compete with Qian Duoduo. Needless to say, Mou and Lang Rushuan. But Qian Duoduo made a choice that no one expected. I think Mou is the most suitable to be the captain. Me. Mou pointed her index finger at herself, looking at a loss. That's right. Qian Duoduo himself doesn't want to be the captain, being a team member is enough. He also knew that Lang Rushuan was not interested, and he knew from the look on Lang Rushuan's face that it was impossible for him to do so. Ziye may have an idea, but he is not the most suitable candidate. Only people like Mou can integrate these four guys, who each have their specialties. Another point, if he is not the captain, Mou will definitely marginalize himself. He just does what he should do and doesn't care about anything else unless it's urgent. After Qian Duoduo's efforts to catch up, Mou finally secured his position as captain. I feel like this is all part of your plan. Mou knew that he was being calculated to death. Qian Duoduo did not refute. Don't worry, this doesn't belong to us. Ziye also put aside the idea of competing for the captain in his heart. This seemed to be the best idea. Mou's face was full of helplessness, he had a premonition. My leisure vacation will be postponed indefinitely. By the time the dinner party was over, the relationship between everyone had improved a lot. They also left training methods for each other. Ziye and Lang Rushuan went to the training room together. Lang Rushuan returned to the room alone. Mou took the opportunity to take a good rest. After all, no one in this group of people was normal. From now on, as the nominal captain, he will not be able to take any time off. Qian Duoduo began to think about the training camp. The things provided there could not be bought with money. Even he wanted it very much. Qian Duoduo looked at the various messages sent and kept evaluating them in his mind. This training camp has produced too many geniuses and monsters. Body tempering is just a foundation, and defeating the Qi and Blood realm with the body refining realm is the dividing line. But the five of them are still in the first echelon. Other side. Ziye started practicing again, and this time he planned to practice directly to the end, which would take more than 20 days. It's enough to make your strength skyrocket. Chapter 44 Tiancheng. Early morning. People in the city began to alternate, with people appearing at night and during the day at the same time. Some have just woken up, and some are getting ready to sleep. Some people were jogging in a hurry, while others were walking lazily, passing by. There are also some old people moving around in the open space. A high-rise building. Ziye looked down at the various conditions below. This place was better than the Three Kings city. It's pretty nice here. It's not bad, after all, this is the place where the final victory will be won. Mou shuddered. He had been practicing intensively for several days. Decisive victory. A question mark appeared on Ziye's head. Don't you know, our family has sent us a letter, but King Do didn't tell you. Lang Rushuan came over. Ziye thought of King Do. Not only did he not mention this, he couldn't even contact his master now. No. Then let me explain it to you. Lang Rushuan coughed and said, isn't there 3 stages in the training camp? The resources and venues provided in each stage are different. Some places only provide the level of the first stage, but this is the place where the first stage is determined in the 3rd stage. Everyone's first place is usually the one nearby, but we are different. If others are people heading towards the top, then we are the gods waiting for their challenge at the top. In addition to the 5 of us, there should be more than a dozen qualified people who will arrive later. Ziye also understood after hearing this, because they have already shown their potential. They can enjoy the best places and resources right from the start. Ziye turned his head and looked around, except for the two of them. Lang Rushuan sat quietly on the sofa, while Qian Duoduo didn't know where he went after getting off the spacecraft. They now have 1 day of free time. I'm going to go to the underground competition, do you want to go? Ziye asked. He still has 10,000 blood points in his hand. After all, it was given by King Do, so it should be quite a lot. No, I want to catch up on my sleep. Forget it this time, I have an uncle here and I want to go there. Long Washuan still wanted to go, mainly because there were fights in hell, and he had fought a few times. I don't want to go. Lang Rushuan is no longer afraid of Mou. He is afraid of Ziye, after all, he lives in the training room every day and has that aura about him. The most important thing is that I watched several discussions between Ziye and Long Washuan. Seeing that no one was going, Ziye walked out alone. He took out the card in his hand, this thing could help him find hell. Ziye looked at the blood card and saw a trace of red appearing on one corner. Walking in the direction, many people gathered along the way to watch. But with Ziye's body skills, he easily got rid of them. After walking a certain distance, Ziye took out the blood card again to confirm the location. After a few passes, the location for the underground competition was found. Not long after, Ziye walked out of the passage and just took a look. Even though it's daytime outside, the excitement here remains unabated. Ziye also saw the Qi and Blood Realm battles on the screen. Qi and Blood Realm. Ziye just stopped and took a look, and then started looking for the entrance to the real hell. Soon, Ziye found the door. There is a person guarding each door, and the micro-badges on their chests indicate the identity of the hell members. They will also block people who are not qualified to enter, and ordinary people cannot enter here. Behind the door can be said to be the backstage of this underground competition and the true face of hell. Normally, you can only enter hell if you join it. These information leaves were all read from the book Do Wang gave him previously. After a round of training, he would also take some time to read a book, but only a very small part of it. Ziye took out his micro-seal, and his micro-seal was different from before. There was a ferocious beast on it that he didn't recognize. Show the micro-seal and the door will open automatically. Ziye's goal this time was very clear, and he quickly found the place after entering it. I want to redeem my skills. Please show your blood card or micro-stamp. Ziye handed over the blood card, and the other party just saw it. The hands that were stretched out were all stiff. Sir, sir. What do you mean? Ziye asked, is this card of a high level? Sir, please follow me to the VIP room, which is worthy of you. Ziye knew that what he thought was right. Without embarrassing the man, he followed him to the so-called VIP room. Ziye looked back and forth at the blood card, and there was only a strange weapon on it. An old man who looked like a butler walked in. Dear sir, how can I help you? Ziye directly stated his goal this time. I want skills, breathing methods, physical, mental, boxing, body, and secret techniques. It doesn't matter if the level is low, but the types of increase should be as diverse as possible. I now have 10,000 blood points. He wants to strengthen his physique, and by the way, he can also enhance several of his skills. Even if one of them doesn't have much effect, what if there are more of them? When the old man heard this request, he didn't expect it. Sir, if you want to spread it, it can only be of low spiritual level at most. The old man thought that buying low-level skills in large quantities is impossible for him to practice on his own. It can only be given to other people, and it seems that there are quite a lot of people, but there are regulations regarding dissemination, and you can't mess around. I will learn by myself. After Ziye finished speaking, the old man said nothing more and went to prepare. Anyway, I reminded him, and if something happens, it won't be anything else. When the old man comes back again. Each took out a tablet and hundreds of jade tablets. Sir, the tablet contains the mortal level skills, a total of 1215 copies, and the jade tablet contains the spiritual level skills, a total of 165. The leaves put all these into the ring, which is enough. And that's when. Near the moon. In the space station, Do Wang found that the cards he gave Ziye had been exhausted. What did this kid buy? Do Wang curiously opened the record with permissions. What does this kid want to do by buying so many low-level exercises? Do Wang said with rare confusion. He gave Ziye 10,000 blood points just to let Ziye see what was missing and buy it directly. Whether it's resources or weapons, I really didn't expect the techniques. Sometimes the more exercises, the better. Only one breathing method can be effective. Moreover, the skill book he gave Ziye can be said to be omnipotent, covering breathing, physical, fighting, etc. If it is not enough, you can pass it on to others completely, and you can use it on gods and humans. The spiritual technique, is it the Xiantian lotus? King Do remembered that the Soul King had said before that he added some ingredients to the Tianxian lotus as a reward. Forget it, just ask this kid directly when the time comes. Do Wang didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, this space change only lasted a few months. You will understand when you return to Earth and ask. Space fluctuations came again, and Do Wang's relaxed expression disappeared instantly. About 20 kilometers away from the moon, a spear shot through the sky. After the silent fluctuation, the spear stayed here like this. Chapter 45 Skydiving. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Ziye returned to the building and the elevator had just arrived on the floor. The elevator door opened, and outside was a man holding a long sword in his arms. The two passed by each other when the man entered the elevator and went down. Ziye looked back and saw that the man was very strong. Moreover, there is a high probability that he has understood the prototype of the sword intention and even the sword intention. Another powerful opponent. Ziye opened the door and walked in. No one was seen in the hall. He also went directly back to his room, and he didn't know whose hand it was to arrange the five of them together. Ziye took out the tablet and it was almost noon. Practicing spiritual level skills is too slow, and you may not be able to complete it even if you practice it tomorrow. I randomly found a book, The Middle Grade Tiger Breathing Technique. After reading it once, Ziye started practicing. It takes 10 minutes to complete, half an hour to perfect, and less than an hour to achieve perfection. Within an hour of appearing on the panel, the tiger breathing technique turned into dots of white light and blended into the breathing. Ziye felt a slight change in his body and breathing. Just like when he was completing the foundation. It is effective, and the breathing method of metamorphosis can also speed up the upgrading of breathing. I had absorbed all the energy stones before, but I was still a few million short of upgrading. Continue. Night. Qianduo came back from outside and saw Mou and Lang Rushuan watching a cartoon on TV together. It seems like nothing happened today. Qianduo said slightly disappointed. Mou glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Rushuan went to visit his uncle. Ziye went to hell in the morning and didn't come out. Apart from these two, and if you don't take the lead, what could happen? Lang Rushuan Momo moved closer to Mou, after a month of getting along with her. She found that Mou was already the best. Especially after Qianduo once said in front of the other four that he just hoped something would happen. Qianduo didn't care about Mou's words. After all, what he said was one thing and how he did it was another. He directly revealed his purpose and plan after spending a few days with other people. It was also calculated that a few people would not object. Lang Rushuan had known him for a long time and knew everything about him. The moment Mou became the captain, it was impossible to object. He didn't fully understand what Ziye wanted, mainly because he had too little contact with it, but there was a high probability that he wouldn't object. As for Lang Rushuan, Qian Duoduo glanced at her who was almost leaning on Mou. This may be the only one he has calculated, but it would be a shame to have a player come to training camp alone. I don't know what the people in her family think. Forget it, it will happen sooner or later anyway. After Qian Duoduo said this, he returned to his room. He had been busy all day. The next day, the 5 Ziye people came to the rooftop early. The small group of 5 people was very conspicuous among the team of only about 20 people. Especially when a leaf is caught. Ziye counted it, there were 27 in total. Each of these is the leader of the younger generation of the big family. Soon, a spaceship flew from a distance. And the 27 people present floated up at the same time, flying into the spacecraft one by one and sitting down. The first thing Ziye saw after entering was a fierce man sitting in the main seat. Little guys, I am the chief instructor of the number 1 training camp. I hope you will have a good memory. After some meaningful words. Don't say these useless things, tell us what we want to hear. A guy in luxurious clothes said in a commanding tone. Ziye glanced at him. If he was the leader at this time, not only him, but his group might also be in trouble. The chief instructor did not refute anything, but instead talked about the training camp. The facilities in the number 1 training camp are the most suitable, and they are completely free. There are a lot of resources available each week and there's something for everyone, but if you want more, let's talk about scores. Your realm, combat power, skills, etc., will all have a total score, which is also the basis for your ranking. The scores at the top are more valuable. Okay, that's all. After speaking very quickly, most people in the spacecraft were ready to take action at any time to deal with unknown risks. The chief instructor knocked on the wall behind him with his hand. Where are you now? Just reached the middle section. A mechanical voice finished. Okay, then little guy, you asked me to speak quickly. Several ropes popped out of everyone's seat and tied them tightly. The chief instructor waved his hand. See you again at training camp number 1. Also, cheating will result in immediate elimination. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziye and his seat fell out of the spacecraft. Nearly 30 people were thrown directly into the air. They were thrown directly from high in the air, and the powerful airflow caused everyone to spin wildly. FK, help me! Elder brother! Younger brother! Son Haran, wait until I go down and kill you! At this time, parachutes popped out of the seats. After Ziye stabilized, he quickly scanned around, trying to find other people. Ziye! A shout came, and Ziye looked at it. Mou is using his mental power to keep Lang Rushuan and Long Wushuan leaning towards him. At the same time, he also saw Qian Duoduo between the two of them, but closer to him. Ziye immediately imitated Mou, stabilized Qian Duoduo, and then continued to close the distance between the two. At the same time, he began to control the direction of his fall. At this time, everyone who was originally thrown out together. Most of them have been completely dispersed, even if there are also spiritual masters. But without a companion, I can only do it by myself. After falling to the ground, the rope automatically loosened, and Long Wushuan moved his body. That one seems to be called Sun. Do you see where he's falling? There's no rush, there will be plenty of time in the future. Mou relaxed and stretched his waist. He was the only one who was called out. Okay, but who of you knows where we should go next? Long Wushuan doesn't have to teach the other person how to behave now. He has more important things to do now. Ziye, Qian Duoduo, and Mou all said they didn't pay attention. They spun around countless times as soon as they were thrown out. After they stabilized, the spacecraft had long since disappeared. Lang Rushuan stood up and whispered. I saw it, it's the direction of the Sunday. Has any of you seen anything iconic? Upon seeing this, Qian Duo directly took out a lot of maps, which included everything around Tiancheng. I saw a big canyon. Does a small piece of forest count? Ziye said uncertainly. Besides, several people were talking about it, and Qian Duo actually chose one from the map. Okay, we were probably in this area, and then the voice said it was already in the middle, so the training camp is here. Qian Duo pointed his finger at the edge of the map. It's really far enough. Mou raised his head and checked the direction. In this case, we can set off as soon as possible. Several people walked towards the direction of the sun, just marching in the wilderness. It is destined not to be peaceful. Before they had gone far, several people were stared at by a pack of wolves. Chapter 46 Long Distance. There are more than 40 wolves, but only 7 are at the 9th level of body refining. The Wolf King is at the 1st level of Qi and Blood Realm. Mou said the number and level of the wolves. Their location was already quite far away from the city, but they suddenly encountered the Qi and Blood Realm. Not very lucky either. Mou was not worried about this and just stepped back to avoid blood splattering on himself. 2 figures shot out directly, pointing directly at the Wolf King. Anyone who stands in front of him will be killed in a cruel way. The fist intention and the gun intention are intertwined. Within 10 minutes, the Wolf King's head was nailed to the ground with a spear. The few remaining wolves also fled into the distance. Ziye withdrew his fist and glanced at the almost mutilated headless wolf corpse. Before I knew it, the Qi and Blood Realm was no longer a big deal. After fighting with Long Wushuan for many times, he suddenly started fighting ordinary Qi blood beasts. I just feel that the opponent's fighting level is too poor. Long Wushuan noticed Ziye, and even he was a little surprised by the other party's growth rate. But that's what makes it interesting. After solving the trouble, everyone moved on. With the 2 combatants, Long Wushuan and Ziye, there would be no big problem for people below the 3rd level of Qi and Blood Realm. Compared to the 5 of them, the situation of the others is much worse. Some people were unlucky on the way down and fell directly into the face of the beast. Others are lost and don't know which way to go. The most special thing was Sun Haoran, who was already surrounded by several people. I am the eldest son of the Sun family, what do you want to do? At this moment, the power behind him that had always been tried and tested failed. It's a joke, no matter how genius you are, if there is no one behind you. You have to be in the middle and late stages of the first stage to get to the number 1 training camp. It's nothing, I'm just an ordinary heir to the Xian family, and I want to try to be friendly with you. Yes, our Tian family brothers also have this intention. Well, my brother is right. The Sun family, what about me, the simple grandson of King Dan? Everyone revealed their identities, and no one was much worse than the Sun family, and some had even more powerful backgrounds. But what they didn't know was that these words were spoken by only a few people present. They were all heard by the chief instructor, who threw them all out. The chief instructor looked at the projected picture and said, "What a group of little guys with backgrounds." Then, several people in the picture started fighting. After watching for a while, the chief instructor looked at the others. The Sui family's swordsmanship genius was able to kill several eyeless beasts with one sword, and his combat power was quite good. It's just that the direction we're going is a little off. The boy from the Innocence Martial Arts School was already heading towards Tiancheng, but the direction was reversed. The chief instructor saw the actions of Ziye and the other 5 people again. These 5 people cooperated. It should be the kid from the Qian family who did it. When the sun rises and sets, Ziye and others are lucky. Find a suitable place to rest. Qian Duo directly took out various things, a small convenient room, and dozens of kinds of food without strong smell. Ziye saw a house suddenly appeared in the open space, and Mou was handling the food as if nothing had happened. "Brother Qian, what did you know in advance?" Qian Duo was opening the door. Hearing this, he turned around and said, "No, I just took some things from the inventory of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce for insurance purposes. A little? Ziye seriously doubted whether the Chamber of Commerce still had anything in stock. Long Washuan came over and patted him on the shoulder. That's how small money is, prepare everything in advance. If the instructor hadn't said cheating was not allowed, the small amount of money would have been taken out of the spaceship. Ziye fell silent, his vision was still too low. Even the spaceship was taken out casually. When night fell, Ziye and the other 5 ate delicious food in a simple house. And others. Sun Haran was beaten up and had to take a lot of pills to recover. But there was no time to find a place, the wilderness under the night. It is destined not to be peaceful. Su Chongkong held a Qing Feng sword and walked forward in the darkness. Along the way, several bodies were left behind. The Tianjia brothers were not bad either, they found a good place to spend the night. One person is resting and the other is on night duty. And all this was recorded. This would be their first score. Late at night, Ziye did not sleep. Every time he breathed in and out, another breathing method was integrated into his breathing. Still not sleeping yet. Long Washuan came over and saw that Ziye was still practicing. I'm not sleepy yet. Ziye didn't lie. After awakening his mental power, he wouldn't feel sleepy even if he didn't sleep for several days. You've been practicing for a day, how many of these mortal skills do you still have? Long Washuan noticed today that the boxing skills Ziye used when fighting, the body skills when walking, and the breathing skills just now. They are all ordinary levels, and when they reach the peak, they will change to another one. More than 1,000. Ziye took out his tablet and found a breathing method again. I am a fighting maniac, you are a cultivation maniac, ha ha ha. Early morning. The 5 leaves packed their things energetically and moved forward again. They have maps, clear goals, and can avoid dangerous places. But that's it, this trip only lasts 3 days. The leaves are like a monkey, dexterously climbing up a big tree. I saw it, over there. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because this place was already on the outskirts of a mountain range. If they go further inside, their strength will not be enough. Ziye pointed out the direction, and the 5 of them moved forward together, after passing through the path between the 2 mountains. The scene in front of them was like a fairyland, and everyone was surprised by the energy that seemed so rich and tangible. Ziye looked at the panel, and the experience of breathing was 3 points per second. With this kind of energy concentration, even a pig can turn into a pig demon within a year. Several people looked at each other and walked deeper. It turned out that there was no one in this place when a few people walked to the middle of the training camp. I found a list, and there were only 5 names on the list that were exactly them. First place, Long Washuan, 4,157 points. Second place, Ziye, 3,963 points. Third place, Lang Rushuan, 3,325 points. The fourth place is Qianduoduo, with 3,152 points. Fifth place, MOU, 3,085 points. At this moment, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of several people. It displays your own information and score records. There are also some arrangements about them. Simply put, don't go out and don't kill anyone. As long as these 2 points are not violated, they are basically free. At this time, several watch-like things flew out from the side of the list, and Ziye caught one and put it on his wrist. Mou held the watch, looked at the list and said, the instructor should be looking at us from somewhere. Long Washuan thinks these are very good, because no one cares about them, so they won't be beaten casually. On the rooftop at that time, he had his eyes on several targets. That's not important. He doesn't care about us anyway. 2. Chapter 47 Raising a Sword. After several people selected the room. I'm going to the training room. Call me if you need anything. Ziye said hello and went to continue practicing. Then I'll go to the fighting room, it's the same. Long Washuan was very interested in the most suitable fighting room in this place. Mou looked at the two people leaving, these two guys are really serious. Qian Duoduo was used to this and said to the remaining two. Let's take a look around here first. Okay. Over to training camp. The chief instructor called up the information of the 5 people, it's faster than I thought. As he was talking to himself, the mechanical voice from before sounded again. Now 12 people have seriously deviated from the direction, 3 have been eliminated, and only 3 are expected to arrive within 4 days. Normal. The chief instructor said lightly, which was completely within his expectation. Anyway, even if these little guys have one more trump card, he can't withstand it. Not to mention a few wild beasts. In short, the creation is complete. After the 7 days are up, send a drone to pick up the person. If you arrive by yourself, your points and first stage resources will be increased based on your ranking. Okay. Ziye walked to the training room area and found that there were 30 in total. There is a gap in every 10 houses. It seems that we will have to fight for these in the future. Ziye noticed this, although the training room was free, and 30 rooms for 100 people should be enough. After all, this number 1 training camp is too big, and there are countless other facilities, which will take away a lot of people. But since they are all here to practice, who doesn't want to occupy the best position? Ziye went directly into a training room in the middle and sat on the ground. Look towards the panel. Breathing, 97 million/100 million at the highest spiritual level. Ziye stared at it, 10 o'clock a second. He even suspected that he was wrong. At this speed, he could gain nearly 1 million experience points every day. Is this support for geniuses? Ziye sighed. He had finally realized the benefits of having a background. Not counting the other things in his ring, the spiritual stones alone have been greatly improved. Now I come directly to this best training camp. If he didn't have these backgrounds, he would be a more powerful genius than these people. I can't come here now. Ziye sighed for a while, then took out the Qi bloodstone, which was already much darker, and began to practice. He has been a human being for 2 lives, although he has no memory of his previous life now. But after all, he is more mature than the average person, especially he can see the background more thoroughly. Whether he has it or not, it won't affect his efforts. 1 day later, Ziye has upgraded a total of 35 mortal-level breathing methods to the realm of transformation, which is almost half of what he expected. As one book after another reaches the realm of transformation, Ziye gradually gains a deeper understanding of breathing. Now there are almost 100 copies of mortal breathing technique left, and 3 days is enough. After holding the Qi and blood stone in my hand for 1 day, the Qi and blood in it dropped again. As the number of body quenchings increases, the demand for Qi and blood also increases. I have to say that Qi bloodstone is really useful. Without this Qi and blood stone, he would have to use the Qi and blood produced by his own body, which would be much slower. It's time to distribute resources in 3 days, so time has caught up. After Ziye finished speaking, he fell back into practicing the technique. Outside training camp, Su Chongkong walked in the narrow passage holding the long sword, looking at the destination that was very close at hand. I should be the fastest, Su Chongkong said. He calmed down as soon as he was thrown out of the spacecraft and got his bearings. After falling to the ground, he has been working non-stop day and night, and it is only now that he has arrived. Just thinking about it, I walked forward for a while. Su Chongkong suddenly saw 2 figures in the training camp. The pace quickens, after seeing clearly. Black Jade is leaning on a big stone, and dozens of large and small stones are floating around him. The other figure Su Chongkong saw was just a few rocks that happened to look similar together. Su Chongkong frowned and looked at Mou, who had no energy at all. Mou also noticed the gaze at this time and turned around to look. What's up? How are you faster than me? Su Chongkong asked bluntly, as he practiced the same way of swordsmanship. Oh, I just got here. Mou turned around after saying that he was telling the truth. When Su Chongkong saw this, the long sword in his hand moved slightly, and then immediately calmed down. He wanted to give it a try, but felt that the other party had no intention of fighting at the moment. You're right. I don't like fighting. If you really take action, I have no choice but to call someone. Mou said easily, leaning on the stone. Su Chongkong walked into the training camp. Go to the middle first. There is a score list there, and this will be distributed. Mou raised his arm and showed his watch. Thanks. About 10 minutes passed. Mou looked at his watch and called up the ranking. Third place, Su Chongkong, 3,862 points. A powerful character. After taking out her mobile phone and compiling a message to send to others, Mou continued to bask in the sun. Before the list, Su Chongkong saw the two people above him. First place, Long Wushuan, 4,283 points. Second place, Leaf, 4,012 points. Third place, Su Chongkong, 3,862 points. Su Chongkong was unexpectedly calm, put away his watch and left. He didn't go to training camp or anywhere else. I didn't even register my residence. Instead, he returned to the entrance. Su Chongkong, dressed in white, jumped lightly and climbed onto a huge boulder. The green sword is unsheathed. Su Chongkong held a sword in one hand, and his whole aura suddenly began to change. In 3 days, there will be a battle. A trace of sword energy emerged around him, which was the intention that had already taken a few steps. His swordsmanship made it impossible for him to accept being inferior to others. Seeing this scene, Mou sighed without surprise. Each and every one of them is not an ordinary person. Qianduoduo also came here at this time and also heard Su Changkong's words. Sure enough, Tai Ao's sword will not be satisfied with third place. When Mou heard this, he immediately cancelled his plan to stand up. What kind of person is this person? He didn't know Su Changkong's situation, but Qianduoduo must know. A stupid young man who focuses on swordsmanship. Qianduoduo said directly. Even if we win this game, there will be no peace in the future. Mou didn't react at all this time, so he created a group to bring a few people together. Su Chongkong said there will be a battle in 3 days, which one of you is interested? Within 2 seconds of sending it, someone responded. Long Aotian, I have the number 1 genius in the Kendo family. I have wanted to try it for a long time. Xiao ya, then let's go to Wushuan. I won't leave the training room if I have nothing to do in the first stage. Mou, awesome. Bai Shuang, don't you need to rest? Long Aotian, Ziye, you have to balance work and rest. Besides, what's the point of just training? If you have time, let's have a few more competitions. Ziye, okay, my fighting level is not good enough yet. Rich second generation, Brother Long, the first week will end in 3 days, and everyone should be there by then. Long Aotian, that's just right. No one in our team knows yet, so we can use this battle to show off our power. Chapter 48 9 People. Ziye put down his cell phone and read more than 1,000 mortal level skills. At my current speed, it's still a bit slow. I don't know if 1 month will be enough. I hope it's enough, he may still find time to get scores during this period. Thinking of this, Ziye's breathing changed slightly. Another book on breathing techniques to transform the realm. At this time, he took 1 breath. It can condition the body, speed up recovery from injuries, enhance explosive power, etc. Although the effects are not very strong, when combined. The speed of his recovery has reached frightening proportions. Ziye didn't think about it anymore, this was just the beginning. Another 2 days flew by. Another person walked through the passage outside the training camp, a very capable woman. Wang Xia saw the training camp in front of her, and it was mostly her luck that she got here. After countless choices, I found the right path. Wang Xia suddenly raised her head and looked at a huge rock in the distance, where stood a man exuding sword intent. This person is very strong and he is no match for him. The pace slowed down, always prepared for possible attacks. But when I walked over completely, nothing happened. Wang Xia looked at Su Changkong who was motionless and couldn't help but think. Just want to show off? No matter what, it was a good thing that she didn't have a hand in hand. She didn't want to be beaten as soon as she arrived at the training camp. Not long after. One more person has been added to the list. 7th place, Wang Xia, 3,102 points. Only 7th place. She was very dissatisfied with this ranking and thought of various situations in her family. I secretly vowed to be stronger. The Tian brothers walked under a big tree, and their younger brother Tian excitedly pointed at a man-made trace. Brother, look here. Tianling looked carefully, even though several days had passed. But he still saw something. Brother, this is what those 5 people left behind. Tian shouted loudly after hearing this. I just found 2 other traces of different people. There are 7 people in total. This road is definitely the right one. Tianling nodded, except that they initially taught Sun Haoran a little lesson together with the others. I have been trying to think of a way and finally decided. They don't know the way, but there is always someone who knows. So after 2 days of frantic searching, we finally found a possible route. And as the route progressed, a total of 7 clues left by people were discovered. He didn't believe that 7 people could happen to go this way. Tianling held the big tree and raised his gaze. Brother, go up and have a look. Honor your destiny. Just like a child playing, the sky reached the top of the tree in a few seconds. Looking around at the forest connected by mountains, a few birds were flying around. Brother, I saw it. Okay, hurry up and get going. When the 2 came to the training camp, they also saw Su Changkong. Be careful after passing by. Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Brother, that person feels so strong. Well, unless we brothers come together, we have a certain chance of winning. Tianling said calmly. The 2 brothers joining forces are far from being as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Soon. 8th place, Tianling, 3,053 points. 9th place, Sky, 3,011 points. Tian pointed at the 3 people at the top. Brother, look at those 3 who are 1,000 times taller and faster than us. Tianling looked back and forth twice. Although he didn't recognize him, he could tell a lot by looking at his last name. Long Washuan, it goes without saying. It is normal for the people of the Long family to rank first in that group of fighting madmen. Ziye, strange, could he be a hidden force or a disciple of an old monster? Su Changkong, the Su family of swordsmanship, this is definitely the one who has entered the mouth. The scores of these 3 people are much higher than the others. Even the 4th place is still 500 points behind. Dan Dao Lang family, Qian family chamber of commerce, hidden Mo clan, Suan Wang family and their twin heavenly clan. The pomp and circumstance this time was a bit excessive. Tianling originally thought that he was the new generation twin of the Tian family. Not to mention fighting for first place, at least we have to be in the top 3. As a result, not to mention the top 3, even the top 10 are due to luck and trickery. Brother, I think this event will end soon, and there won't be more than 3,000 people left. Tian heard his brother say this and raised his hands to express his agreement. Another round of alternation of yin and yang. On the sky. In a huge spaceship, the chief instructor looked at the 18 screens in front of him. Not bad, 9 people actually arrived. He originally thought there were only 1 or 2, but when he thought about it from another angle, it was almost the same. If the 5 leaves do not act together, the probability of everyone arriving will not be much higher than the others. Of the other 4, only Su Chongkong arrived by relying solely on his own strength. It's almost time, let the drone pick up the others. All drones have been dispatched. The previous machine voice sounded again. High in the sky above the training camp, drones flew towards the wilderness. It didn't take half an hour. Everyone was sent over by the drone, the first moment after they arrived. Just let out an exclamation, no one else. Su Chongkong stood on a boulder near the entrance, and the sword intent emitted was extremely powerful for the body refining realm. Too amazing! Even the second generation, who were well informed and big-hearted, couldn't react for a moment to what was happening. The rankings also began to change when everyone's scores appeared. Of the 27 of them, the one with the lowest score was 2300 plus. When someone sees those 3 monsters with a score of about 4000. It makes no sense, I only have 2834 points, and those 3 guys are 1000 points higher than me. I won't talk about the ones from the Sui family and the Long family, but who is that Ziye? I've never heard of anyone named yet. And the ranking is higher than Su Chongkong. There are different opinions before the list, and everything is possible. Some people didn't speak, but they didn't know what they were thinking in their hearts. There are more people in the training camp, and it is no longer like before when I walked for a long time without seeing anyone. And when they were curiously turning around where they were going to stay for more than half a year, suddenly, the sound of swords resounded throughout the sky. On the boulder, Su Chongjian was holding a long sword, and there seemed to be a giant sword behind him. With a slight wave of the sword peak in his hand, the boulder was cut open like tofu. That was pure sword energy. In 3 days, he made another step forward in the way of swordsmanship. It has reached a level that even people in the Qi and Blood realm look up to. It's early morning, under the sun. He held the Qing Feng sword in his hand, and his sword intent flowed all over his body. Su Chongkong said he was ready. Lift your feet and walk in one direction, but those who happen to be nearby. Everyone can't believe that the gap between these geniuses is so huge. Holy crap, this level of outrageousness only ranks 3rd. That's right, I don't even understand it right now. Hey, in this direction, he is going to the competition arena. It's really a good show. Chapter 49 Miserable Failure. On the fighting stage. A long spear was inserted on the stage. Long Washuan had been waiting for a long time. The breeze gradually picked up, and Long Washuan's hair was blown back. He looked forward with his eyes, and before anyone could see him, the sword intent came. But that's what makes it interesting. The prototypes of fighting spirit and spear spirit burst out at the same time, and the competition stage was not far away. It actually gives people a sense of separation. One person couldn't help but take a deep breath and pointed there. This is the body refining realm. Are you facing each other in the air without any energy or blood? That's great. Not many people in the Unity realm understand the meaning, but those in the Qi and Blood realm are geniuses. So who do these 2 guys in the body refining realm count? Monster. In the audience. The other 4 people in the team didn't react much. Ziye looked at the invisible confrontation between the 2 and said, the opponent's intention is too sharp. If compared to a sword, it is like cutting iron like clay and moving forward indomitably. But the blade is too thin. Not just this one. Any game. Once Su Chongkong loses, he will most likely be affected. Ziye looked at Su Chongkong who jumped onto the competition stage. My understanding of what I care about is no less than the 2 of them, and I can understand many things at a glance. At this time, Long Washuan and Su Chongkong were both on the competition stage, but neither one made the first move. Su Chongkong, one of the team members, Long Wushuan. Compared to Su Changkong's coldness, Long Wushuan was extremely excited. The battles between the two groups became more and more intense, which made the weaker people very uncomfortable. Mou looked at Lang Rushuan, who wanted to get closer because of fear, but did not dare to do so. Silently spreading out spiritual power, forming a cover to protect them. And that's when Long Wushuan moved. He picked up the spear with one hand, and his body burst into extreme speed. One shot. Bang! The gun was bounced, and Su Chongkong easily defused the move with his green sword. Most people present didn't even see what was happening. Su Changkong's sword was too fast. But that's what's interesting. Long Wushuan's fighting spirit was ignited, and he slashed with his backhand. Su Chongkong dodged and then rushed directly towards Long Wushuan. The spear and the sword collided dozens or hundreds of times in just a few seconds. The two of them were indifferent for a moment. But with another sword blow, Long Wushuan's shoulder was cut open by the sword. But he also took the opportunity to shoot Su Chongkong away. Ziye carefully watched every fight between the two, and both of them were injured and separated. This Su Chongkong is going to lose. What statement? Qian Duoduo looked at Ziye. He was not good at fighting and he hadn't seen anything yet. The strongest thing about Wushuan is not his marksmanship, but his fighting spirit that makes him braver as he fights. Especially with Wushuan's powerful physique, this alone is much stronger than Su Chongkong. And now, the opponent's sword can't even suppress Wushuan's spear. If he trades injury for injury, he will definitely lose. As Ziye was talking, the two people on the stage started fighting again. Confrontations again and again, just like what Ziye said. Su Changkong's sword was very strong and could travel further than Wushuan's spear. But there is a real gap in physical strength, one move can break through 10 levels. Long Wushuan's strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries gradually made Su Chongkong feel a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Ziye sighed in his heart that Long Wushuan was really powerful. At the same time, I also knew that it was the last moment. Su Chongkong looked a little embarrassed now, but the next second, the shocking sword intent shot straight into the sky, and the sword in his hand seemed to grow larger. This is exactly what he has achieved in the past 3 days, a sword move he created himself. Long Wushuan's expression remained unchanged and he just rushed over quickly. He won't just wait for the opponent to attack, that kind of thing. It's an insult to combat. Poxio. With a swing of the sword energy that almost turned into substance flew out. Long Wushuan also rushed forward, his fighting spirit reaching its peak in an instant. Fight to the death. Boom. The sound was like a bomb exploding, shaking the ears of everyone in the audience. When he looked at the competition stage again, the two people there were still standing. When Long Wushuan retracted his spear, he put one hand on Su Chongkong and pushed gently. Su Chongkong fell backwards. Although his eyes were still open, his consciousness was still trying to stand up. Even one arm and half of the body were scarred. He didn't want to fall either. Long Wushuan looked at Su Chongkong on the ground and said, "You are very good, but don't let it ruin you." After saying that, he left directly without looking back. Su Chongkong stared at the disappearing figure as the medical robot carried him away. Click. Long Wushuan found Ziye and the others. How about it? Now, everyone else knows about our team. Do you want to take a rest? Mou said calmly. Long Wushuan was bleeding all the way. No, this injury will heal in a while. I have a healing pill here. Lang Rushuan was halfway through her words, and her voice became smaller and smaller under Long Wushuan's gaze. But he still mustered up his courage and handed over a bottle of elixir. Long Wushuan reached for the bottle and took one pill in front of several people. Thank you, it works well. That's good, I just practiced this yesterday. Lang Rushuan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go have a big meal to celebrate first. Qianduo saw that the atmosphere was good and took the opportunity to propose. Walk. The five of them walked towards the cafeteria together, passing through Long Wushuan's battle. Others also knew that the five of them had formed a team and looked at this monster team. I just feel a lot of pressure. Soon, it was afternoon. Today is the last day of the first week. Except for Su Chongkong, everyone came to the list. A list pops up on each watch, with various resources, weapons, and techniques on it. All of these can be redeemed with points. Depending on the degree of rarity, the points required vary greatly. The corner of the list is the number of points. Ziye looked at his points, 732 points. Points are calculated based on your own points, rankings, activities, etc. Points cannot be accumulated and will be wasted if they are not used up. Looking at the list, Ziye first saw a locked and selected basic resource. This is something everyone has, keep looking down. You need to redeem points. There is no mortal level, the lowest is spiritual level. Spirit Essence Liquid, Essence of Flesh and Blood, Heavenly Thunder Wood, Century-Old Xian Ginseng, Blood Spirit Pill, Awakening Spirit Pill, etc. Low-grade spiritual treasures such as Spiritual Essence Liquid are sold outside by the gram. Here 1 point is exchanged for 1 pound. Moving further down, there are numerous earth-level treasures. The points required are basically more than 500. His points can only be exchanged for 1 earth-level treasure. This is already terrifying. He has never even used a few spiritual steps before. Ziye made a selection and decided which physical skills he would practice next. There is also the Vajra body that is currently stuck in Dachan. If there is an earth-level physical treasure, these can be easily obtained. Chapter 50 Resources. Earth Vein Crystal, low-grade earth level, 500 points each. Ziye's eyes lit up, this thing completely met his needs. It can improve physical fitness and speed up the practice of physical skills at the same time. This thing also requires specially configured liquid medicine, which costs 15 points. Ziye ordered 10 copies according to the prompt. The remaining 82 points are all flesh and blood essence. This thing has about the same effect as the Qi Bloodstone, but is even better in terms of speed. After a while, several drones descended from the sky. After Ziye received the things, he said hello to the others and left. I will go on to practice. When Long Wushuan saw Ziye leave quickly, he originally wanted to fight Ziye again later. Just have to wait until next time. Long Wushuan also got what he chose, and his points were much more than Ziye. There are more than 1,000. But in his eyes, it was just like that. He had never used any good things since he was a child, so he just picked a few and was done. Lang Rushuan chose materials related to alchemy, and Mou also chose a telepathy weapon. Qianduo replaced all of them with spiritual liquid. In this first week, everyone in their team has gained something good. Training room. Ziye soaked in the medicinal bath, it's pretty good, everything is given away. A vat and instructions were given directly. With the palm facing up, an earthy yellow crystal appears, the size can be held in one hand. Ziye followed the instructions in the manual and soaked the earth vein crystal essence in the medicinal bath. Special medicated baths can quickly release the essence. 3 minutes later, the leaves clearly feel the effects of the medicinal bath beginning to take effect. Put the earth vein crystal away, and at the same time take out a piece of meat the size of your palm and eat it. When feeling that the energy in the body has been saturated, Ziye gets out of the medicinal bath. The physical body practices different breathing methods and requires other exercises. In the training room, Ziye continues to perform high-intensity training. Whenever the energy in the body is digested, he will take a medicinal bath again. Training after training. The body of the leaf begins a new round of evolution. Training Camp number 82. The first week here ends with a competition. And the first place, the one who won the championship among 100 people. But it was a small figure, Ye Meng Meng. Tang Yuan looked at the nervous Meng Meng below and couldn't help but smile. After the prizes were distributed, Ye Meng Meng ran over excitedly. Yu Yan, I am number 1. My Meng Meng is the best. Ye Meng Meng also laughed happily when she heard the praise from her good friend. At the same time, I thought of Ziye who didn't know which training camp he was in. She was able to become so much stronger in a short period of time, and Ziye was indispensable to her. The ring given to her when they parted contained a lot of resources. Especially a Tianxian lotus, Ye Meng Meng knew that this was the reason why Ziye dropped out of school. Leaflet. Tang Yuan saw that Ye Meng Meng was silent and subconsciously touched the ring on her hand. He leaned into Ye Meng Meng's ear and said with a wicked smile. Xiao Baike is starting to miss her sweetheart again. Ah! As if he was startled, he quickly took 2 steps back. Ha ha ha! Yu Yan! 2 beautiful figures were playing in the sunset, but in the dark. There are several pairs of eyes watching all this. Time passes. The first phase is also coming to an end. For a month, something happened in the training camp from time to time. After all, they are all people from big families and backgrounds. No one cares about them, they all play until they take off. The rankings also change from time to time, but the top 9 are still the original 9. Training room. Ziye saw the message popping up on his watch. Interesting. Someone wants this training room and wants to compete with him. He still has an impression of this person's name, Sun Haoran. This is because I have been occupying it for a month and haven't taken any action. Want to try it? Ziye moved his body. He was indeed a little tired after practicing hard for a month. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to score some points, but since Su Chongkong, who was 3rd, lost. This person's score has increased very little, and now it has dropped to 9th. Although the others have narrowed the gap with him, they still cannot catch up. After all, he will get extra points by practicing here, but it is a little less, only 30 or 40 points every day. For example, Long Wushuan's victory over Su Chongkong increased by nearly 200 points. 4 rounds of resources a month, and now he also wants to fight. See how strong you are. Ziye walked out of the training room, and the sun was shining at noon. His night clothes and mask have a 100% turnaround rate. Especially when Sun Haoran said he wanted to challenge the 2nd place who had never made a move and whose face he didn't know. Like the wind, it spread to the ears of the other 25 people. In the auditorium of the competition stage, everyone was present for the 2nd time. Wang Xia looked at the 2 people on the competition stage. How strong will this leaf be? She now wants to know how far she is from this 2nd place. As for the first one, she had long since stopped thinking about it. She is now ranked 6th, which is almost for nothing. Tian was thoughtful, ignoring Tianling who was jumping up and down. According to what Mou said, this leaf seems to be very strong. Everyone in the training camp now, except for the non-combat type like Lang Rushuan. Basically all of them have been on the competition stage. And the person he faced was the captain of that team, Mou. He was pressed down and beaten the whole time, and at that time the opponent's mental power had already reached the level of a monster. This team is really in trouble. He no longer knew how to play against the top 5 teams. Mou, Long Wushuan, Qian Duoduo, and Lang Rushuan gathered together. I don't know how much Ziye has improved in this month. The fighting spirit in Long Wuxing's eyes almost came out, now in this training camp. The only thing left that could allow him to fight happily was Ziye. The others are either not qualified or will not fight him to the death. Such as Moyu. He just said, there is no suspense. Qian Duoduo said something at this time that made this game even more interesting. That Sun Haoran, I remember he also used fists. Oh! Oh! This man is really looking for death. This was a thought shared by the other 3. Not to mention this Sun Haoran, it's Long Wushuan. Let him compete with Ziye in boxing, and he will be hit 40 times in 20 moves. His own punches can hit him around the corner. Mou also became energetic, just looking at his opponent. A little more compassion. On the fighting stage, Sun Haoran felt very unhappy when he saw Zizi's outfit. Hey, all the people who can come here are famous people. What do you mean? Ziye calmly put himself in position and said slowly, I'm just used to it. You. Seeing Ziye being surprisingly calm, as if Zhen didn't care about him, Sun Haoran couldn't even speak the words in his mouth. Okay, then let me break your mask. Sun Haoran also put on a posture. But seeing this scene, Ziye asked aloud, you also use fists? Why, you're scared? No, just asking. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.